The story happened to my college friend Jindo when he was young, about 12 years old. At that time, Jindo's family was also well off. Although living in the countryside, their lives were relatively sufficient. The story involved a strange black cat. On a sweltering summer night, Jindo was awakened by a cry which was like a baby crying. Curious, Jindo crawled closer to the window to see where the cry was coming from. Around him, both mom and dad were sleeping soundly. Jindo looked through the window. There was a black cat standing on the roof of the opposite house, which is his grandfather's house. Looking closer, he felt quite strange, because the black cat was standing on its hind legs like a human and acting quite strangely and confusingly. It was like the cat was dancing. The eyes of the cat suddenly lit up with a ghostly blue light. His mouth was howling with pitiful screams, which was very shrill and scary. Being too young, Jindo didn't know what he was doing, so he could only be still and peek through the window passionately. The black cat continued dancing like it was praying for something, which looked like rites of the shamans in the movies we often saw. Suddenly, a voice went out to interrupt Jindo's training of thought. He turned around and saw his mother. Because it was midnight and Jindo still hadn't slept, she scolded him. After hearing the mother complain, Jindo suddenly remembered the black cat, so he still tried to look over the opposite house and wonder if the black cat was still dancing or not. But maybe hearing the voice of Jindo and his mother, the cat stopped standing on his 2 feet and glanced at Jindo with those blue eyes. Then he jumped away and disappeared. Fearing that his mother would worry, Jindo also quickly returned to his bed to continue sleeping. Jindo's mother also wondered what Jindo was looking at outside the window intently at midnight. The next morning, everything was fine. Jindo also forgot what he had seen the night before. After lunch, Jindo was planning to go out to play with the neighborhood kids. Suddenly, something caught his eye. It was the black cat the previous night. Jindo suddenly remembered all the strange things he had seen. The black cat was lying on the wall and sunbathing like the other normal cats. Hearing the sound, he opened his eyes to look at Jindo. Then I turned to the other direction to sleep again. Jindo had a feeling that the cat was sulking because Jindo had disturbed him last night. But he was young. He didn't care too much about it. Until that night, something unexpected and heartbreaking happened to Jindo's family. His grandfather had a stroke and died. By the time he was taken to the hospital, it was too late. The doctor also diagnosed that grandfather couldn't be cured anymore, so he asked Jindo's family to take the grandfather home. As soon as possible, the family gathered to say goodbye to him. Everyone was heartbroken and cried a lot because of the surprising death of Jindo's grandfather. Normally, he was very healthy without any illness, but he passed away so quickly. Jindo is also very sad. He cried a lot. He almost forgot the cat which had danced on the roof of his grandpa's house the previous night. Suddenly, the meow of a cat caught Jindo's attention. The strange thing is that at that time there were many people around, but no one noticed the sound of the cat. Maybe everyone was crying about the sad event, so they didn't care much. But Jindo was the one who heard the sound the most clearly. He rushed to the glass door and pressed his face against it to see what the black cat was doing. On the dark and winding country road outside, Jindo saw a small black cat ahead, leading someone behind. It was too dark, so he couldn't recognize who was there. The cat kept leading the way and making squeals. Not knowing what to push forward, Jindo ran out into the yard and turned on the front light to illuminate who the black cat was leading. As soon as he turned on the light in front of the house, Jindo was dumbfounded by what he saw. The dim shadow gradually approached under the moonlight and the light that Jindo had just opened. He could clearly see the shape of a man. The black cat was still walking slowly and looking back. It seemed the cat urged the man to go faster. Jindo's eyes widened in surprise because that man was his grandfather. Apparently he had died and his body was still inside the house. How could he appear out here? He shouted for everyone to get out. He said that his grandpa was back and the cat brought him back to his family. Inside, everyone was standing around the grandfather's body to mourn. Suddenly, hearing Jindo's screams, they startled and turned their heads to the door. Worried about what happened to Jindo, the family's members panicked and got out together into the yard to see what was going on. Jindo stood outside. He innocently said that Grandpa had returned. He pointed at the black cat and firmly asserted that it was the cat that led him home to his family. Everyone stood around the cat and saw nothing but a small black animal, so they thought that Jindo was making up stories to make fun of the family. In the midst of grief, Jindo was scolded by his father for making up stories. Then the family quietly went back inside. They left bewildered Jindo behind. Jindo scratched his head. He blankly looked at the black cat next to him. The animal also looked back at him. Then Jindo thought that maybe he was really wrong. While he was thinking, there was a scream from inside the house. It was Jindo's father. The screams were so loud and panicked that even Jindo was standing in the yard startled. Jindo also got into the house hurriedly to see what caused his father to scream in panic. As soon as he opened the door, Jindo saw his father was sitting on the floor and trembling with fear. Jindo looked up and shouted like his father, even more scared, because the grandfather's body suddenly could sit up normally on the bed, which scared the whole family so much that everyone fell to the floor. Jindo, Grandpa, was not a ghost because he sat up and made some dry coughs. His skin was also rosy again, like a normal person. Seeing that, the whole family was less afraid. Everybody gradually approached them. They wondered and asked a lot of questions. They didn't dare to believe that he was really alive or not. What they had seen was so strange, almost impossible. Because the hospital confirmed his death and his body also became pale and cold, how could he be revived like a miracle? The body was indeed very warm when touched. At this point, people believed that he was really alive. Jindo's mother also burst into tears of joy. As soon as he stopped coughing, the first question he asked was not about his family, but about the black cat. He said that it had brought him home. No one understood what he was talking about. He hurried to get out of bed and insisted on looking for the black cat despite everyone's objections because of his very weak health. Only Jindo understood what he was talking about. He glanced at the yard, suddenly remembering the black cat which had stood outside. Jindo hurried out into the yard to look for the cat as he realized that this animal had known of his grandfather's death that night. With a strange dance, the cat had been begging for something to help his grandfather. Although Jindo went around, he still couldn't find the black cat. He did not see the cat again in the following years. When Jindo was older, he realized that the figure which he saw that night was the spirit of his grandfather. His grandfather also said that before the event happened, he used to take care of that feral cat for several years. This morning at the branch office was very busy. There were many large and small cases, but they were mostly resolved. Suddenly someone ran in a hurry as screams echoed throughout the hallway. His expression was so frightened and panicked. He rushed to a policeman and started telling everything, but he was so scared he couldn't say anything clearly. He kept repeating that they were zombies, they were corpses, they could kill people. The policeman led the man to meet the boss Lu Feng. The policeman rushed inside to report everything to boss Lu Feng. However, the witness was so frightened that he couldn't tell all of it. But based on what his ramblings were, the suburb seemed to be having some kind of mysterious problem. Without hesitation, boss Lu Feng immediately ordered the first platoon to get ready with vehicles and weapons to reach the reported destination quickly. Following the instructions of the witness, the team soon arrived at a large cemetery outside the suburbs. The team needed to walk inside, led by boss Lu Feng, the man who was still panicked but calm enough to lead everyone to the location of the incident. The cemetery was huge, so the team had to walk for a while to reach the place where the stories reported about a zombie happened, but in front of them instead was a dead human body. Boss Lu Feng quickly ordered the forensic team and the investigation team to examine the body. As soon as the forensic team approached the body, both the team and the boss Lu Feng were amazed. In the end, what could happen to a victim that could cause such a horrible death? The first step of judgment, the victim was a middle-aged man who was probably the one visiting the grave, and the cause of death seemed like he was scared to death without closing his eyes, with a face frozen with fear. After checking the surroundings for a while, the team also found a fairly new discovery, so they rushed to report to boss Lu Feng. There was a very suspicious fallen tomb. The policeman reported to boss Lu. Boss Lu Feng ordered a thorough examination of the entire cemetery and around the other graves, where they should not leave any small details uninvestigated because this case consisted of many strange and suspicious things. Arriving at the headquarters, waiting for the witness to be calmer, the policeman asked again for more details about what he had seen. The witness was very stressed and confirmed that this case was not caused by humans but rather certainly related to what he saw. The policemen were also amazed and still thought that he was still very frightened because they were sure to find something if this was the case. The policeman then reassured him and asked him to explain everything in detail one more time. Last night, he went to the cemetery as always to worship his ancestors and burn gold and silver banknotes for his wife. It was around 11 p.m. While burning incense and saddened by his wife's death, he suddenly heard a murmur like someone was talking. He was curious because there was no one when he entered here a while ago, but he heard so many voices at that time. He turned back to take a closer look, and the thing in front of him shocked him. The screams were heard throughout the graveyard, but it was too late that no one could listen to his calls for help. In front of him was a zombie. Just like in the zombie movies, its teeth and fingernails were so long and gruesome, it slowly started coming towards him. He was so frightened that he urinated in his pants while trying his best to run away, but as he turned, he bumped someone's leg. Before he could muster himself up, he looked up hoping that someone would come to save him, but what he had bumped into further frightened him. In front of him now was another zombie with the looks of a woman. He used up his courage to pick up a log from the ground to defend himself, but he was surrounded by zombies. They multiplied and surrounded him. In a panic, he repeatedly swung the log to protect himself and found his way out. The claws of the zombies were highly sharp, injuring his face. But after a while of struggling, he escaped and immediately went to the police station to report the incident. He firmly asserted that he was not lying with panic on his face, even though it seemed unbelievable. The police officer who took the testimony quickly showed it to boss Lu Feng and said that the witness did not seem to be making the story up. Boss Lu Feng pondered for a bit and then ordered to find the cemetery guard to investigate more clues. Then they rushed to their destination, where the cemetery guard always lived in a small house next to the cemetery. The guard was a middle-aged man with a sad face. After briefly listening to the police about the case, the man said that lately he has often heard many strange noises coming from the cemetery. The policeman carefully took note of the old man's testimony. As he spoke, the older man looked towards the cemetery. He said that he had seen strange things, many zombies wandering around the cemetery, but he just thought that he was all dizzy and hearing imaginary things. Then he took the policeman to look around the cemetery again. Then suddenly there was something very strange that caught the attention of the policeman. A tomb had been broken yesterday morning, but today it was set up neatly. But according to the cemetery guard, this tomb has not been cared for in a long time. After taking the information in for a while and looking around, the detective returned to report to boss Lu Feng about the situation. After hearing about everything, Lu Feng was very angry, thinking that someone was pretending to be evil to harm others. So he made orders that night to silently enter the cemetery to investigate. That night at the cemetery, the atmosphere was terrifyingly quiet. Captain Chow and his teammates soon led an ambush throughout the cemetery, and eventually a suspicious person appeared. Captain Chow silently watched the suspicious man because he did not look like visiting the grave. Just a moment later, he turned in another direction. Captain Chow hurriedly chased after him. He could not see anything except for a grave in front of his eyes. Right now he suddenly heard horrible voices and howls. He glanced back to see what was going on. Behind him was a large group of zombies. They were pale and had long claws slashing out while slowly approaching him. On reflex, Captain Chow took out his gun and shot at an oncoming zombie. By this time his teammates came to assist him right on time, and everyone also found out that shooting at them didn't really work. Captain Chow was unconvinced if they were real zombies because there's no such nonsense that exists in the world. After a long struggle, they still showed no sign of stopping but only continued to attack, getting closer and closer. Immediately, Captain Chow ordered to capture all of them. He did not believe that in this world there were things such as zombies. After capturing and cuffing them, Captain Chow discovered something behind the other tomb. There seemed to be some kind of strange movement coming from there. He had immediately rushed to get behind the tombstone, only to discover the man he watched earlier intending to escape. As soon as he popped his head, Captain Chow pointed his gun at his head. It turned out that below this grave was a cellar, and so the suspicious man had been captured. After arresting the man, Captain Chow went down to the cellar to inspect. Underneath the basement, he found cages and signal transceivers. At the police station, interrogating the strange man, he said he was the old guard of the cemetery because without education, he had no home. So the cemetery guard had a house to stay in, and the salary was relatively high. He was delighted with it. But because he was lazy, he was kicked out. At some point he discovered that these homeless people had strange diseases and moved like zombies, and most had even lost their awareness. He confined in them under the fake tomb that he created and then told them to scare anyone who would get near the cemetery. But unexpectedly all of this caused death. The homeless people were taken into the headquarters private emergency room by the boss Lu Feng. Boss Lu asked the doctor about the conditions of these homeless people. Through initial diagnosis, the doctor said that they had strange diseases, causing their brains to be eroded. This disease is contagious and makes people move like zombies. Then Boss Lu told the doctor that these people should stay here for research. They could not be released, otherwise there would be a problematic pandemic. That afternoon at the police station, the subordinates also brought the man who had the plan to Boss Lu Feng. He pondered for a long time and decided to deal with the other man for his crimes. Finally, the case was closed. Boss Lu told his subordinates to notify the press that there were no zombies or corpses. The case was also marked as a top secret case and listed in the issues that need to be monitored by the police department. It was the story I heard from Lao Lu in the village. He worked on the construction site. He cleaned the construction site during the day and helped look after it at night to avoid stealing steel and cement. That time, Lao Lu followed the team of engineers to repair the bridge in the evening. Lao Lu set up a tent and slept on the unfinished bridge. On weekdays, he ate dinner, drank tea and listened to the radio because he alone had no other pastimes. At 8 o'clock in the evening, he went out to inspect the construction site one more time before going to bed afterward. He turned off the radio, lit his flashlight and went out to check. The bridge was only half repaired, no one crossed. On the construction site, there was also someone's sand and tools piled up, nothing too valuable. Lao Lu looked at the front and back with his flashlight. When he saw nothing happened, he thought everything was probably fine. He returned to the tent and prepared to go to sleep. But when he opened the tent door, he heard a woman crying behind him. Lao Lu wondered if he had gone to check and found no one. So why were there women crying? He looked in the direction of the sound to check. He discovered something very shocking. As mentioned before, the bridge has not been repaired yet. Only half of it has been repaired. There were still some bridge piers on the river that had not been connected to the bridge body, but at this time Lao Lu saw a woman crying on the middle bridge pier in the river. At first Lao Lu was also taken aback. After that he calmed himself for a moment. Then he looked at it with a flashlight and wanted to ask this woman how to get to the pier. But he was surprised when he used the flashlight. The woman on the bridge suddenly disappeared and the crying stopped. Lao Lu thought that maybe he had seen the wrong thing with these blurry eyes, so he turned off the flashlight and went back to the tent. The next day, while everyone was having lunch, Lao Lu told the story of last night to the workers. He started telling the story and everyone was listening attentively. As soon as Lao Lu mentioned a bizarre story last night, the workers gathered a lot and asked him what he had seen. Lao Lu vividly recounted how he saw a woman crying on the jetty. Lao Lu pointed everyone to the pier that was lying there. This river was deep. It was difficult for ordinary people to climb up to the jetty in the middle of the river. The workers felt that Lao Lu's words were absurd. Lao Lu, a construction guard, was alone at night on the construction site and saw a mysterious person. Or did Lao Lu meet a ghost? Some people didn't believe it, and some people thought that Lao Lu didn't seem to be lying. Then they all remembered the previous shipwreck in the river. It turned out that a few days ago a boat upstream they were under construction sank, killing 2 men and a woman. The 2 men's bodies were recovered, but the woman's body had not been found. Someone asked if Lao Lu had to see the ghost of the drowning woman. Although Lao Lu's description of the woman sounded similar to the victim, some people still thought that there was no ghost at all. The story went on like that all day. In the evening, Lao Lu inspected the construction site as usual and did not hear the woman's cry anymore, so he returned to the tent and fell asleep. But in the middle of the night while Lao Lu was sleeping, that crying came again, sounding lamentable and sad. In the stillness of the night he heard very clearly Lao Lu sitting up, groaning. He dressed quickly and took a flashlight out of the tent. He wanted to find out if he was dizzy. He followed that sound to go to the bridge. The night scene was scary and creepy. From a distance, Lao Lu saw a woman sitting on the opposite jetty, crying there, very distressed. Lao Lu gathered his courage and shouted at the woman. He did not understand what he was doing. As a result, the woman jumped off the pier. This thing was strange. This thing scared Lao Lu. He wanted to rush to save people, but he was too far from the pier. He stood dumbfounded as he shone his flashlight on the pier opposite his eyes. The woman disappeared halfway after the jump, and there was no sound after falling into the water. Lao Lu used a flashlight to shine on the pier many times, but the woman was nowhere to be seen. At this time, Lao Lu believed that the woman was a female ghost. Early the following morning, Lao Lu found Master Lee, the contractor, and told him about seeing a female ghost. Boss Lee was not happy to hear that. He thought Lao Lu was spreading superstition and spreading false rumors. Boss Lee also said that if this affected workers' work, he would dismiss Lao Lu. Master Lee scolded Lao Lu a few times and then left angrily. Ignoring Master Li, Lao Lu bought some underworld banknotes and burned them on the bridge after dark. It was that if you dreamed of a dead person, it was a bad omen. In such a case, you could burn some underworld banknotes. Lao Lu burned paper money for the female ghost on the bridge. It seemed to have really worked since that night. Lao Lu had not heard the crying for 3 days in a row, nor seen the female ghost again. On the 4th day, the workers began to pour the piers. At that time, the facilities were still poor. There were not many types of artificial machines like today. Workers poured the first layer of concrete and then waited for it to dry before pouring the next layer. The strange thing was that the bridge pier poured the day before, the next day it collapsed, so it could not be repaired for several days. The foreman couldn't help but report the strange incident to Boss Li. Boss Li suspected that the foreman had cut down on the materials, which was why this happened. The foreman was so scared that he swore he would never do such a thing. Boss Li believed that the foreman said, but the pier still couldn't continue pouring concrete. Was it really haunted? When Boss Li heard the word ghost, he reminded the foreman. Boss Li didn't say a word, but he thought about something in his heart. First, he reprimanded Lao Lu for engaging in superstition, which was actually just to let the workers work in peace. Then he stopped the project for a day. The following morning, a small car ran up the bridge. Boss Li especially invited Master Zhang to help him see the date and calculate Feng Shui. Boss Li led Master Zhang to the bridgehead and showed Master Zhang the pier where the accident happened. Master Zhang looked at the pier and his expression changed. Master Zhang said as soon as he arrived at the pier, he felt overwhelmed with gloom. Master Chung said that the bridge might be entangled in some resentment, so it had been built many times without success. When Boss Li heard about it, he panicked and prayed to his master for a way to solve the problem. Master Zhang asked Boss Li if anyone had died during the construction of the pier, because he felt that there was a contractor with a dark heart. When a worker had an accident, he directly buried the victim's body with reinforced concrete. Boss Li swore that there was absolutely none, and that he would not work so unscrupulously for the money. Master Zhang looked at Boss Li and felt that he was not lying. Master Chung looked at the piers and said that the problem should lie in the water. Boss Li hurriedly hired a good diver nicknamed the Water Rat, and at the same time found another boat and told the diver to go under the pier to check what was wrong. Lao Lu also joined the crowd, curiously waiting for the results. The diver rowed the boat out and under the pier alone. Everyone on the shore was also looking down. After taking a deep breath, the diver dived straight into the water. The sinking part of the pier was 5 or 6 meters deep, and the diver tried his best to dive. But under the pier he saw nothing but some gravel. He dived to the other side of the pier again, trying to see if there was anything unusual on the other side. But as soon as he dived, he was so scared that he choked on the water. He saw that some of the rocks under the bridge were cement blocks with many exposed steel bars. A woman's body was hooked by steel rods and hung there. The body swayed continuously in the water. The diver quickly surfaced, shouting to Boss Li on the shore that there was a female body under the pier. Boss Li selected 2 more diving workers from among the workers and promised to pay more to bring the woman's body ashore with the diver. Lao Lu also followed Boss Li to see how things were going. The woman's body, despite being soaked in water for many days, still did not rot and swell but was soggy white with a lamentable expression. Master Zhang thought that woman didn't want to die, so her face was full of resentment. After being compared by the police, the female lead's body was the one who was not found in the shipwreck a few days ago. Boss Li also spent a lot of money to let Master Zhang perform the magic. Finally, the bridge was completed and had been in use for many years. After hearing Lao Lu's story, I even went to see it. It was just that the symbols on the jetty have long since disappeared and were no longer visible. This terrifying event happened to my buddy Ben when we were in high school. We were also very close, so we frequently went out together. That day, Ben invited us to his house to play, but we were all so terrified to go. Just thinking about it gave me and my friends goosebumps. But when we heard that his family had recently purchased a new video game console, we forgot about our concerns. We were astonished and delighted to know that we would be able to play a new gaming console, so we immediately agreed and rushed each other to Ben's house. At the time, all of our families were farmers, and Ben's family was the wealthiest. His father frequently bought him many excellent toys. Ben even advised us on the way that we should approach his house through the rear entrance because some things might terrify us if we went in through the front door. I was concerned when I asked him whether his father slaughtered wild animals to soak wine. That was a little harsh. Hearing this, Ben voiced his disgust with my demeanor, stating that it was his father's profession, and that the more wild creatures that were drenched in alcohol, the higher the price they would sell for. Seeing that, we chuckled at the story and gradually entered Ben's house, and what made us not dare to go to Ben's house to play was his father, who worked as a brewer in a frightening style. The powerful odor of alcohol strikes in nostrils when the door was open, but something else drew my attention. It wouldn't be so frightening if Ben's father simply produced conventional wines, but he also produced wine from wild creatures. The wild animals were captured alive, placed immediately into the wine jar to drink the wine, and then drowned and perished, including snakes, pangolins, and monkeys. Ben's father even took owls and large geckos to soak in alcohol, and these wines were sold at exorbitant prices to the metropolis. After glancing around for a while, I got the impression that those wild white eyes were looking at me pitifully, which terrified me enough to close my eyes. But once we saw the gaming console, we forgot about our fears. We had a great time that day and nothing bad happened. That helped us gradually get used to it all and stop being frightened of it, so we began coming to Ben's house more often. That day after school, we went to his house again, and there were a lot of people in front of Ben's house, surrounding it. It turned out that Ben's father had captured a very huge cobra, and it appeared that he wanted to soak it in wine. It was the first time anyone had seen such a large snake, and it was found deep in the forest, so everyone was intrigued and drew it back to examine it. The cobra glared angrily at Ben's father, and everyone warned him to be cautious with large snakes like these. Then, as Ben and I went by, his father was ready to begin soaking the cobra in a jar of wine. Seeing everything made me a bit terrified, but then I started playing the game and forgot about the snake. Strange things began to happen all of a sudden. Ben's character froze and no longer moved. When I saw that, I turned to question him and saw Ben with his head down, making little coughing sounds. Then Ben's face turned purple and he coughed harder. His eyes were white and his mouth was full of water. He began to choke. His lips continued to spew something murky yellow, and I began to detect a strong alcohol odor from him. It turned out that what came out of his mouth was booze, not water. I became increasingly scared and I was at loss on what to do. Then Ben collapsed on the ground, his body splayed out as though lifeless. He was twisting and turning on the floor like a snake, wine still flowing out of his lips non-stop, and the image in front of me was horrifying. Ben appeared very weary after a time, laying on his back and motionless. I dashed to the yard to inform Ben's father because I was so terrified that I couldn't talk coherently. Ben's father had just finished soaking the snake at this point, so he was still quite pleased, and seeing me terrified, he had no idea what was going on. I was now staring at the snake in the wine jar. It looked just like Ben. It also extended its jaws wide. became white in the eyes, and twisted its body. This was precisely what Ben was experiencing in there. I didn't comprehend what was going on. My mind was a jumbled mess, and I simply stood there. Ben's father came inside to see what was wrong with his kid at this time, and I was still standing there in terror. Everyone rushed inside the house. Ben was nearly unconscious, with a lot of alcohol coming out of his lips. People surrounding Ben claimed he looked like a snake being drenched outside by Ben's father at the time. One of them also warned him that if he didn't release the snake, Ben would suffocate. When he heard that, he ran out of the yard and quickly knocked over the bottle of wine on the table, hoping Ben would live. The wine bottle shattered on the ground. Fortunately, the snake was still alive. It remained motionless for a while before waking up. It crept directly towards the pile of firewood to escape after calculating the direction. Everyone who watched the event that day, including me, was obsessed. Since Ben stopped vomiting as soon as the snake was freed, but did not wake up. Despite his father's efforts, Ben remained immobile. Seeing this, everyone urgently requested that his father bring Ben to the hospital in order to rescue him in time, as he was concerned that Ben would die if he continued to do so. Ben was classified as intoxicated at the hospital by the doctor because he drank too much alcohol. He slept for more than 2 days after that. I paid Ben a visit when he recovered consciousness and questioned him about what occurred that day and whether he remembered anything. Ben stated that while playing games as usual, he suddenly detected a strong odor of alcohol in his nostrils. Then, his entire body plunged into a large pool of wine. Struggling, but unable to swim, being further overpowered by alcohol. When he tried to look around, he discovered himself in a lake surrounded by translucent glass. When he looked out, he saw his father and many people laughing and pointing at him, as if Ben was shrinking. Ben felt the glass pane break just as he was ready to pass out from exhaustion and drowning in the water. Then I told him about the snake that his father had soaked in wine and left outdoors in the yard, looking precisely like what he had been doing that day. We were all terrified. Ben's father soon leaving the horror-brewing wine business too. As we age, our appearances as well as bodies lose vitality, but many people refuse to admit it. The following story occurred in a small northern city, and the main character was a widow named Sun. Despite the fact that her husband died at a young age, Sun remained very strong. She had worked very hard to support her family and always wished to see her 2 children grow up. However, Sun was very lonely as her 2 children married and had their own families. They were also busy with work and had little time to visit her. They also rarely brought their children to visit her, though they frequently sent her money, which couldn't compensate for the void in her heart. Sun had also tried playing cards and traveling with a few close friends like everyone else, but this wasn't what she truly desired. Sun went out shopping today. She was walking down the street when she noticed a very familiar young man walking in front of her. She took a quick step forward and turned her head to look, finally catching a glimpse of his face. This person resembled her late husband. She couldn't help but be curious when she saw the strange man who looked exactly like her husband, so she quietly followed behind him. Sun inquired of a student standing in front of the school gate whether he attended the same school as the other young man.
"Yes, that's Kai, the best student in our school."
When Sun knew that the young man's name was Kai, she fell in love with him at first sight. However, as Kai became aware of Sun's tracking, he decided to deviate from his usual daily route. When Sun no longer saw Kai walking down those streets, she knew he'd realized he was being followed. San sighed every time she looked in the mirror at her wrinkled face, convinced that she was aging rapidly. San brought a sad mood that day. After eating, she went for a walk, unexpectedly bumping into Kai, making her feel a little embarrassed. San walked away quickly, thinking of the meeting just now. Her heart felt both happy and sad, mixed and intertwined. San ran fast for a long distance because she was still embarrassed. Kai was nowhere to be found when she turned her head to look back. San was still looking in his direction with a disappointed expression on her face when she turned her head and noticed a strange man standing right next to her. As if he could see through San's mind, this man asked her if she wanted to enter an official relationship with a person she secretly loved. When she noticed the strange man saying strange things, she tried to walk away, but was stopped by him. He wanted her to listen to what he was about to say. The man then took out a small bottle and handed it to San, explaining that it was called youth glue, and that simply applying it to her face would restore her youthful appearance. As if by magic, San subconsciously took the small bottle of youth glue. But then San appeared to awaken. She reacted as if she wanted to refuse, but the man had vanished. San wanted to throw away the strange little bottle, but she reconsidered. If this thing could truly restore her youth, she would give it a shot. When she got home, she anxiously took out the bottle, which contained a substance that was no different from regular glue except for the stamp written youth glue. She felt cheated because she had never heard of anyone applying glue to their faces and making them look younger, like an 18-year-old girl. But when she thought of Kai, then of that mysterious man, it was as if she were possessed by a demon, and a voice in her head urged her to use this glue as soon as possible. San couldn't resist the temptation and applied glue to her face before going to bed. She used up the entire bottle of glue. San felt cool and relaxed after applying it to her face, and she promptly fell asleep. It was only early in the morning. San couldn't wait to get up and look in the mirror as soon as she opened her eyes. San was taken aback when she saw herself in the mirror for the first time. She became younger and had regained her youthful appearance.
Wow!
San happily went out after changing clothes, looking forward to meeting Kai to express her feelings, and everyone on the street looked at her admiringly, making her very happy. There had even been some young men who had asked for San's contact information, but she rejected them all. So she went to Kai's school every day to meet him. She successfully caught Kai's attention, and they gradually got to know each other. Then she and Kai became lovers, as she wished for. Kai's appearance reminded her of her late husband every single time they met. Today, the two of them were out on the street shopping when her phone rang. San took it out and saw that it was her son calling. San hurriedly ran to another location to answer the phone, and Kai noticed that she appeared to be hiding something. After San hung up the phone, Kai inquired about the conversation. When San looked at Kai, she realized she couldn't tell the truth, so she devised a way to avoid it. Though everything would be alright, but recently, her son and daughter had been calling San alternately, making it difficult for her to explain to Kai each time. It turned out that because her appearance had changed, she didn't dare to meet her children, so she always made excuses not to see them. Her children were worried about their mother but were busy with work, so they could only care for her by calling her via phone. However, Kai was suspicious due to recent frequent phone calls. But every time San tried to avoid his question, Kai clearly didn't believe it any longer. To assuage his suspicions, she intercepted her children's phone calls whenever she left the house and spent money hiring young people to perform as her friends. But it didn't last long. After 3 months, the wrinkles on her face reappeared, and one day when she woke up she had the appearance of an elderly woman. Kai was now calling her frequently, but Sun was afraid to respond, not knowing how to face him. Sun walked around the streets and alleys every day, hoping to catch a glimpse of her lover from afar. Just as she was about to give up, the mysterious man who had given her a bottle of youth glue appeared. She shed tears of joy when she saw that man, but the mysterious man did not take the youth glue out to give it to her, but instead made a request to her. Sun paused when he told her she had to trade her life. Sun was told to think twice about it after the mysterious man explained it to her. Sun thought about Kai and her husband who died young, so she was unconcerned about the consequences and accepted to trade youth glue from the man. She then reverted to her youthful beauty and returned to Kai once more. The two then rekindled their beautiful love, dreaming of a sweet home. But it didn't take long. This time the glue's effect lasted only a month before it faded, even though she looked much older than the last time. When she looked at her old face, she realized that the mysterious man meant if she kept using the glue, she would really die one day. Finally, Sun, unable to resist the desire of youth and love, set out to find the mysterious man. But before that, when she happened to run into Kai on the street, her elderly appearance clearly failed to make Kai recognize that the old woman in front of him was his lover. Sun's heart was broken as she looked at Kai's back. This time, Sun could easily meet the mysterious man. He continued to give Sun a new youth glue bottle after Sun determined that she would continue to use glue. However, the glue's effect lasted only a week this time. Sun finished from Kai for the third time a week later. Kai couldn't find her no matter how hard he tried. It wasn't until his son returned home that he discovered she had died. Sun's death appearance was strange. Her entire body transformed into a mummy, and she opened her mouth as if calling for something. Which would you choose? Health, youth, love, life, or family? This story happened in a mountainous area in Thailand in 2003. It was famous for its rich natural resources and majestic scenery. At the time, the mountains near the town regularly emitted loud explosions that caused the ground to shake violently. This phenomenon had happened so many times that people here had become used to it. The explosions was not a sign of an earthquake or landslide, but rather caused by the quarry team of the town. In the past few years, construction had been carried out everywhere. The stone materials had become a common thing. The quarry team would place some cannons on the cliffs and detonate them. After the smoke cleared, they would proceed to collect stones. During a blasting, a young man ran before and saw the scene in front of him surprised. His mouth stammered as he called for the older workers to come and see. The captain of the quarry team pushed aside the young man who was looking up at the cliff and moved up. However, the captain's eyes also showed bewilderment. After a corner of the mountain was mostly destroyed by the explosion, something strange appeared. It didn't look like an ordinary stone. On the stone there was a layer of scales like dragon scales. There were no artificial traces, but how could there be such a finely carved stone? Some on the team were a bit shocked and scared after seeing it, because everyone had lived on this mountain for many generations, and everyone knew this mountain was very sacred. The captain seemed to know something about the strange stone, but he tried to suppress his fear because he did not want to affect his work and those around him. The explosion shattered many surrounding rocks, but this dragon-like rock was still intact without a crack. So the quarry team had to stuff more explosives into the holes under the dragon stone and detonate it again. After completing the preparations, the quarry team quickly returned to hide behind the large stones, ready to detonate. Immediately after, a loud explosion reverberated throughout the forest. The surrounding mountains were also shaken. Nearby areas were also affected by this large explosion. The rock and soil fell, and everywhere was mist with dust. This explosion even startled people living at the foot of the mountain. It seemed this was the biggest blast the quarry team had ever made. Even the workers hiding behind the mountain were almost injured by the rubble falling from the mountain. The captain lit a cigarette to calm himself. He had been doing this job for many years, but he was still afraid when he blew up rocks. After all the rocks fell, the construction team came out and checked the condition of the Dragonstone earlier. This time everyone was surprised and terrified, not believing what was happening in front of their eyes. The rock that resembled a dragon remained unbroken or even chipped after a massive explosion. The captain stepped forward to inspect the Dragonstone thoroughly, then suddenly shouted in terror. This stone was indeed a natural one, but it had intricately carved patterns, solid, which could not be damaged. While the captain was wondering what to do, he heard thunder, black clouds came, and the sky suddenly darkened. The captain, who had never believed in spiritual matters, felt a bit scared this time, so he ordered the team to return to the village. When it was dark, Padan, the captain, still wondered about the dragon rock under the mountain. He then took a bottle of wine to the house of an old stone worker in the village to ask about it. This old stonemason had been dealing with stones his whole life in the mountains, so he had a lot of experience with these kinds of stones. Padan wanted to consult the older man about the dragon rock. After drinking 2 cups, Padan immediately told the older man about the strange stories he had encountered today. After listening to Padan tell, the older man suddenly remembered the dragon god that his master once told him about. People said that it was a true ancient dragon. Padan, when he heard the old stoneworker telling him, felt very hard to believe, but he also could not explain what he was facing. The old stoner said that he was not sure if the legend of the dragon god was true, but he thought it best not to touch the Dragonstone anymore. The two were talking when suddenly the door was pushed open, followed by a panicked voice. "That's Padan's wife." She ran over anxiously, holding a dead chicken and duck in her hand. No one knew what was going on, but all the chickens and ducks that the Padan family raised suddenly died unexpectedly. Padan began to think that it might be the plague, but why did the chickens and ducks show no signs before they died? Padan's wife thought that things were not so simple. According to the wife, their pets all had a strange expression. Padan quickly ran back home. The old stonemason also felt that everything was strange, so he followed. After returning home, they realized that the seriousness of this seemingly simple problem was cruel. Chickens, ducks, swans, and even pigs and dogs raised by Padan family were lying on the ground. Seeing the dead chickens and ducks, all having a painful expression on their faces that made Padan shiver involuntarily. At this moment, Padan still did not understand why. The old stoneworker standing next to him was 80% sure that it was due to the god dragon in the mountain. Not only Padan's family but also the whole village had a similar situation. Chickens, ducks, dogs and cats all died one by one. A night full of strange things just passed in the small village at the foot of the mountain. Someone flew a fortune in one night. At dawn, Padan was awakened by the shouting outside the door. It seemed that something bad was about to happen to this village. Padan quickly got up and put on his clothes and went out to check the situation. In his heart, he could not help but feel anxious and worried. As soon as he opened the door, Padan was very surprised because his yard was crowded with men, women, and children in the village. The villagers heard about the bombing that shook the stone dragon of the quarry team, and then in the evening a series of strange incidents happened, so they came here. Everyone complained and even scolded Padan because they thought he was the one who brought disaster to the village. Padan also anticipated this. He was clear that he needed to solve it as soon as possible. If this continued, he would become a criminal in the village. Then a villager brought the story he had met early this morning and told Padan. It seemed that things were getting worse and worse. As usual, these two farmers went to the fields early in the morning, but when they got there, they were dumbfounded when they saw the condition of the crops. The new rice fields that were green yesterday were all yellow and withered. Like livestock, crops were damaged abnormally. Not only the man's rice field, but also the crops in the fields near the mountains withered. Chickens, ducks, pigs died. People only depended on the fields. Unexpectedly, the crops were no longer there. It seemed disaster had struck this poor village. After hearing the story of the crop, The people became even more indignant. Only then did Padan realize the seriousness of the problem. Padan reassured everyone, but in his heart Padan didn't know how to deal with this thing. Padan once again went to the old stoneworker's house to talk. It seemed that he was the only one who could help Padan now. The old stoneworker didn't know what to do to calm the dragon god. He asked Padan to bury the dragon stone first, then sacrifice some live chickens and even pigs. Then the old stonemason went to find a large flat rock on the mountain and carved a stele according to the method left by his ancestors. Then the stele was engraved with an ancient poem praising the merits of the dragon god that the older man had heard from his master. Padan didn't know if it was because the old man's method really worked. Since the stone stele was erected, nothing unusual happened in the village anymore. And that stele was left in the great mountain, next to where the dragon stone resided. According to an old legend, a dragon was imprisoned in this mountain because of offending Allah, then turned into a stone dragon. And it was truly sacred. I'm Ben, and I'm over 30 years old this year. I have a stable job at a small company in the city, but because I needed more money to send back to my family at home, I worked part-time in the evenings after work. My job is to drive rental cars for people who can't drive themselves home because of the drunkenness or other reasons. I always go around the city in a small folding electric bike to find customers. Sometimes I also find customers through a website. After receiving the booking, I ran the customer's address, then folded my folding electric bike and put it in the trunk of the customer's car. Most of the guests were in a drunken state. I've been doing this job for a while, so I've experienced many cases. Some people get drunk and then fall asleep without knowing what's going on. I preferred that because they would be quiet and not make me annoyed. And some people, even though they were drunk, still refused to sleep and talk a lot. Sometimes I don't know what they were talking about, so I didn't know how to answer them. I just kept quiet or smile. Well, that's what I usually do. After completing a booking, I took out my folding electric bike and continued to go to other places. I clearly remember the story that happened that day while I was working. It was about 10 o'clock at night. After driving a customer home safely, I immediately received another booking. This booking seemed a bit far, but I still took it because I needed the money more. I called to confirm the booking. I checked the correct address of the customer. After that, I said that I would come as soon as possible. I immediately turned around and ran as fast as I could to the agreed rendezvous point after hanging up the phone. It was a relatively remote place located on the edge of the city, next to a small river. It took more than 25 minutes from where I said goodbye to the old customer to the agreed rendezvous point. I was worried that the customer wouldn't be able to wait. Arriving at the place, I still did not see anyone there. There were no cars or people and no streetlights, so it was very dark. I took the phone to call the customer, but there was no signal from the other end of the line. It seemed the customer had locked the phone. I called again and again to no avail. At this time, I was a little annoyed. After all, I had to run a long distance in a hurry because I didn't want customers to wait. But when I got there, I was cheated like this. But I was not too upset because this was not the first time I had encountered this situation. Perhaps because customers were drunk, they sometimes made a booking unconsciously and then disappeared or didn't accept it when I arrived. After thinking that, I also turned around and quickly returned to the city to take other orders. A few weeks later, I was eating cup noodles in my room and watching the news on the television. Suddenly, a news show shocked me a bit. I was having a quick meal and going to be ready for a night job, but had to stop to watch the news. In the news, the reporter was interviewing an older man about the case that was discovered this morning. He was the one who detected it, so they wanted him to report again on what he saw. Although the older man was shocked, he still explained the case very clearly. The older man's house was not far from this riverbank. Every early morning he used to have a habit of walking to the side of the river and stopping there for exercise before returning home. He did the same thing this morning as usual. Suddenly he saw something on the river that made him panic. He then immediately informed the police. There was a car in the river. Someone lost control of the steering wheel and plunged into the river. Fortunately, the car was sunk not far from the shore, so the older man could see it. Police immediately arrived at the scene and used a crane to pull the vehicle from the river to the shore. The driver unfortunately suffocated to death in the driver's seat. I was still watching the news intently. As soon as the TV came to the part of the license plate, it scared me because I remembered it so well. According to the autopsy, this case happened more than 20 days ago. After hearing that, I was even more surprised. I remembered this booking very well because it was cancelled and it happened only half a month ago. But if I followed the police, maybe I would encounter a ghost or something. I wasn't daring to think so much about it anymore. I still went out and continued my work. That night, I took bookings as usual. One of them was when I drove a young man home. He appeared to be drunk. The customer was sleeping suddenly. He woke up and panicked and told me to stop the car immediately. I was driving in silence, so that thing startled me too. I quickly asked him what was going on, and he answered me in a very annoyed tone. He blamed me if I didn't see the injured person lying ahead of us, but asked me like that. He then got out of the car and walked straight ahead, seemingly lifting something. I looked at his gesture, like he was helping someone from the ground, and then walked towards the car. I thought he was too drunk to have such an illusion, but he was serious and urged me to hurry up to the hospital. I felt a little funny, so I told him that he was too drunk and I would quickly take him home to rest. But then he got even angrier when he heard that. He scolded me for being inhuman and wanted to hurry to the hospital. Then he turned to talk to the next empty seat in a real way. His actions were not the slightest hint of being drunk or hallucinating. That thing stunned me. He also pulled out a tissue and passed it to the side. He asked the invisible person to wipe the blood first. After seeing that, I still wouldn't drive away. He held at me to tell me to hurry up. I had no choice but to do as he said. Even though I didn't understand what was going on the way he constantly talked and gave a tissue to wipe the blood of the invisible person. His face was still worried. I glanced in the rear-view mirror, still no one beside him, but the young man's appearance was very real, not drunken. I ended up taking him to the hospital as he wished. It was a long way from the hospital to his house, so I would ask for more money as soon as I finished. After arriving at the hospital, he was still talking to the empty seat. He opened the door to let the invisible man out. I also didn't know how to dissuade him. If the young man went to the hospital like that, he would probably be laughed at by the people inside the hospital, but he did not listen to my advice. Then I too got out of the car to get some fresh air, waiting for him to come back. At that time, I was also thinking about what happened, so I involuntarily looked at the back seat. The tissues from earlier were scattered all over the car's floor, but the scary thing was that they were actually stained with blood, just like what the young man said earlier was true. But obviously, I didn't see anyone in the car. There was no way I could be wrong. Could it be that the person who was hallucinating was me? Because it was clear that the tissue had blood on it. Or was I having bad luck again? Thinking about that, I remembered my booking that night. It was extremely scary. I quickly opened the trunk to get the folding electric bike and drove back quickly without notifying the young man. Then I got a call from him. It seemed that I was not the one who was hallucinating because the people in the hospital didn't see anyone injured either. He blamed me for not telling him the truth at the time. I just listened and hung up because I couldn't believe it myself. Although I had encountered many cases, this time was surely the weirdest. This story happened in my hometown many years ago. One year, a house burned down with valuable items incinerated by the flames. The villagers worked together to try and extinguish the fire, but unfortunately it was too late. The house that burned down belonged to a widow named Ling. The older woman lived alone and had a strange habit of talking to herself too much. After extinguishing the fire, the older woman was found burned to death in her house. There was a strong smell of burn everywhere. Everything was burned to ashes. But there was a strange thing: people did not find any signs of the fire at the corner of the house. The villagers came and saw a tablet on the table, but it was unclear what was written on it. Although the worship table had been burned to coal, that tablet was still intact, and the fire did not reach. There was a dead person in the house, plus the strangeness of the worship tablet, so the villagers were afraid to get each other out. After that, the villagers buried the widow's body properly, while the house was abandoned for a long time. A few years later, a drunk man from the village passed by the house in the middle of the night. The man was half awake, half dreaming, when he heard a woman calling to him. He looked around to find out that the voice was coming from the widow's abandoned house. Thinking someone was inside, he also went in without hesitation. Suddenly, there was a voice of the woman asking him to take her out, and she would repay the favor. Although he couldn't see anyone, the man saw the worship tablet lying there. He had drunk a lot of alcohol that night, so he did not feel afraid when he knew that the worship tablet was talking to him. He picked up the tablet to look at it, and the voice inside the worship tablet came out again. The following day, while the man was sleeping, his wife woke him up with a morning song of scolding. The man woke up, bewildered, when he heard his wife ask about the worship tablet. He realized that he was holding a worship tablet in his hands. He didn't know how he brought it back, so he was surprised and scared. When he was about to throw it away, the worship tablet suddenly said, "Don't throw me. I will make you rich." The worship tablet also prophesied that there would be a severe drought the following year, telling the man to buy and save food and also sell it in the next year. After that, he would quickly become rich as long as he worshipped this tablet. Believing the worship tablet's words, the man began to look forward to next year's good fortune. Gritting his teeth to endure, the man borrowed money everywhere and hoarded a lot of food. He placed it at the solemn place in his house. The following year, indeed, the countryside experienced a severe drought, crop failure, and constant famine. The man quickly sold the food he had hoarded at many times the price and made a lot of money. He bought a few large tiled houses and lived a life of wealth that everyone admired. The tablet was also worshipped as a god, full of incense every day. One day the tablet prophesied again, telling him to bury all his possessions, hide all his money, and hide, because tonight someone would come and try and arrest him. The man immediately followed suit, fleeing with the worship tablet. Yes, that night, some robbers indeed broke into his house, but after searching for him, they couldn't find anything of value. After a few days, he and his wife returned home, and although their belongings were destroyed, their money was not lost. He was extremely grateful for the tablet, worshipping it day and night. In the end, the tablet said it could only help him 3 times, and 2 times had already passed. It asked him if he had any last wishes. The man thought for a while, seeing that he had a house and money, only lack of a beautiful woman, because he thought his wife was too ugly. So he begged the worship tablet for a beautiful wife. That very night, as he was sleeping next to his wife, she did not change. Well, nothing had changed. She was still the same. He began to get impatient. He wanted to meet his beautiful wife, so he struggled to fall asleep, occasionally also glancing over at his wife. Every hour that passed, his wife changed her skin and gradually turned into a beautiful young person. The only thing was a big scar on her neck, like a cut. But he ignored that, proudly taking his wife down the street every day to show her off to everyone. 2 years later, while shopping together, the husband and wife met an older man who insisted that the man's wife was the older man's daughter. The man's parents and the wife's parents had both passed away, so having a stranger approach like that made him extremely angry. After asking, he found out that the older man's daughter died 2 years ago. This man's wife had the same appearance as the older man's daughter, so he got it wrong. The two felt that the older man was pitiful, so they later accepted the old man and wife as their parents took care of them. The following year, the man's wife gave birth to a fat baby boy, making everyone in the family happy. It was just that, well, the worship tablet never spoke again. The man didn't ask for anything either, but still regularly burned incense and prayed every day as a way to repay the favor.
This terrifying story happened many years ago, causing a lot of public concern. In a neighborhood where many poor working class people live, most of them were immigrants from different regions, and they established markets right in the residential area. As a result, there were unpleasant odors in the city. The residents there had become accustomed to it after a long time. However, the residents on the 4th floor of one of the haunted buildings were haunted by an even more unpleasant smell. This smell had been lingering for several days, and it had a tremendously foul odor. The origin of this smell was from an apartment on the 4th floor. A woman lived there with her 2 daughters, but the neighbors hadn't seen any of them come out for several days. So the people around went to call the police. When the police arrived, they could also smell the strong stench. The police wanted to knock on the door and check inside, but it turned out that the door was already open. When the door was open, the stench became even more putrid and repugnant. One of the police officers had a gut feeling that there was a dead body inside the house. It wasn't until they entered the house that they discovered 2 young girls inside. The police then asked them if their mother was at home. The older girls said their mother was resting. Then the police wanted the girl to call her mother out and resolve the strong foul smell inside the house. The girl said her mother was just resting and didn't want to be disturbed. The police officer also smelled the putrid odor mixed with the scent of cooked rice. There was indeed smoked meat and grilled food on the table nearby. At this point, the police officer just wanted to enter the house and talk to the girl's mother about the neighbors' complaints. Surprisingly, when the door was open, they found a person lying on the bed. The police officer explained the purpose of their visit. Despite that, the person on the bed didn't respond, even though the police officer took a few steps forward and called out loudly. But quickly they realized that something was amiss, and there was dirty, slimy water on the flip-flops on the floor. There was also a strong putrid smell coming from the bed, which was very unpleasant to smell. The police officer called out a few more times, but there was still no response. As the police officer approached the bed, immediately, they jolted in surprise. The person on the bed was dead, their body swollen, starting to decompose, with maggots crawling around, which was incredibly nauseating. The authorities called in a medical examiner to perform an examination and found that the girl's mother had been dead for over a week. These two girls had been living with a corpse without knowing anything about it. Nevertheless, the two girls insisted that their mother was still alive and would wake up every day to cook for them. And when they conducted tests, even the older girl couldn't replicate the dish of meat and rice. At that moment, there was freshly cooked barbecued pork still steaming. Who could have prepared this meal?
This happened when I was about 10 years old and living in my old hometown, a small village. Most of the people in the village chose to work as farmers, trading fruits and vegetables to the big cities, but my family was a little different. My father discovered that selling mushrooms was a lucrative business, so he began trading in easy-to-grow mushrooms. Mushrooms grew very well and made a lot of money for my family because of the soil compatibility. But he didn't grow them at home, instead on a mountain near the village where it was quieter and had a better climate to grow mushrooms. That day while eating, I overheard my father telling my mother that he would have to go to the mushroom farm tomorrow to check on the situation. I was curious and wanted to go there to see what it was like to grow mushrooms, but my mother stopped me. My father, on the other hand, was interested because I had begun to care about the family business, so he agreed to let me come with him tomorrow, despite my mother's persistent nagging. The car arrived early the next morning to pick me up with him. It was a small truck owned by a villager who worked as a hired driver. My mom came out to see me and my father off. She saw us got into the truck, while she continued to remind me to follow my father and never deviate from this path. Because it was a truck, there were no passenger seats, so my father and I sat in the back of the truck. Seeing how worried I was, my father reassured me that everything would be fine. He'd just go up there for a bit and then return home. The truck just kept going forward, leaving a cloud of black smoke behind. I fell asleep 2 or 3 times, but still, we hadn't arrived every time I awoke. My father said it took more than an hour. I also wonder why it took so long to go to the edge of the village. My father explained that the truck couldn't go fast because the road was very difficult and the ground was full of rocks. At this point, I noticed that instead of houses, I was seeing craggy cliffs and tall grasses because no one had cleaned them in a long time. The truck couldn't go fast because one side of the road was a deep abyss and the other was a cliff. But it was okay because we would arrive after more than 10 minutes. My father told the driver what time to come back to pick us up and then said goodbye to him. My father and I then had to walk up the hill, following a small path surrounded by dense forests. We had walked for a long time and still hadn't arrived. I was tired and sweaty. My father had no intention of stopping to rest and he warned me not to stay in this forest for too long, so he urged me to try a little harder. Fortunately, it only took about 20 minutes to get there, even though my legs felt like they were about to fall off and breathing fast. Then I noticed a small house with numerous mushroom-growing mounds in front of it. Inside there was an old man. He poured water for my father and me to drink, and my father immediately discussed something important with him. It appeared to be related to the sale and export of the mushrooms to the other regions, but due to some difficulties, they discussed it tensely. I was thirsty and drank a full glass of water while my father was continuing to converse with the old man. I was too young at the time to understand what the two of them were talking about. I was just sitting still and a little bored. This place wasn't so entertaining as I expected. After that, I felt the need to urinate, so I asked the old man where the toilet was, but he said it didn't exist and that I could go to the yard and go whenever I wanted. So I dashed out the door to deal with it. My father and the man were still engrossed in their conversation, not paying attention to me leaving. I was pulling up my pants after I finished when I noticed a large white rabbit in front of me. The rabbit noticed me and dashed into the woods. I was bored, so when I saw the rabbit I chased it for fun, not remembering my mother's advice before leaving. The rabbit kept running faster while I was trying my best to catch up. I couldn't keep up with it until it reached the fence that separated the mushroom growing area from the forest. At the time, I was hesitant to go further because it appeared to be a little dark in front of me, but the rabbit seemed to want me to play with it, and when I stopped, it also stopped and turned to look at me as if waiting for me. I jumped over the fence, no longer worried, and went straight into the forest ahead, engrossed in chasing the white rabbit without knowing where it was leading me to. After a while of running, I came to a T-junction and the rabbit vanished without a trace, leaving me perplexed. Then I slowly walked back, looking around for the white rabbit. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't see it. How could it go away so fast? I'd seen it ahead of me and then it vanished just like that. I was walking around looking for it when something touched my forehead from above, as if it were hanging down from a tree. I panicked when I looked up because that thing was a body. It was hanging down in front of me and my forehead had touched the feet of the body. I couldn't move my legs and couldn't even scream. I could just stare at the body hanging from a tree branch above my head and panic. This was my first time seeing the scene and it freaked me out. I would never forget what I'd just seen. His face was gray and decomposing. Insects were eating his face. I quickly gathered my courage and turned to flee. But as soon as I turned around, my eyes were met with something even more horrifying. When I was chasing the white rabbit, I didn't see this at all. It was a series of bodies hanging from the trees. I guessed more than 5 people had committed suicide here. I wasn't sure if there were any other bodies in the forest. But I didn't have time to think about it because the panic made me freeze. My legs couldn't move. I thought my heart could jump out of my chest. My eyes darkened and I passed out without realizing it. I couldn't remember what happened after that. All I remembered was hearing my father's voice in my ear when I woke up. It appeared they found me and brought me home. The old man and my dad both knew what was going on. They just didn't know how I got into that place, because the area was deep inside and the road was difficult to go to because of the many turns. I inquired about the bodies, but the old man and my father did not want me to know about them, most likely because I was too young to understand these matters. The 2 of them simply asked me to rest for a while and then return home. After a while, when I became older, I heard people in the village talking about those bodies. Apparently they were hired workers for a large company in the area, but were exploited to the extreme. So they chose suicide. At the end of last year, I had an offer of an internship at a famous private hospital in the city downtown. Working in the emergency department was under a lot of pressure. I also witnessed many sad and weird stories. One day, a group of doctors on duty was rushing to bring the corpse of an unfortunate patient to the morgue for the procedure. They quickly entered the hospital elevator. Reaching the top floor, which is also the hospital's morgue, the elevator door opened slowly and revealed a mysterious light ahead. They took the corpse out of the elevator, but couldn't stop feeling curious about the appearance of the strange light spot. But when they went along the hallway, it was as dark as usual. The light had disappeared, leaving only one room with the door open. One of them felt very strange because the place has never been visited except hospital staff. If doctors of the hospital were there, they wouldn't leave the door open like that. Although thinking for a while, The group of doctors could not answer their curiosity. Finally, they brought the body inside the morgue. When the door of the morgue was closed, in the middle of the corridor, an old man wearing a hospital uniform suddenly appeared. He staggered in the cold corridors. His eyes were white and his skin was pale. At the same time, the victim's body was also brought inside the room, which was filled with the smell of corpses. Two young doctors stood at both ends of the corpse, which was covered with a white cloth. They slowly brought it to the bed. But when they had just picked up the body, the two doctors were astonished to realize there was only one empty sheet on their hands. They put the sheet on the bed. Indeed, there was no corpse underneath it, which caused the doctors to be extremely worried and confused. After thinking for a while, the doctors concluded that the body maybe fell to the ground on the way there. They discussed and agreed to cover the bed with a white sheet. They pretended that the body had been successfully transferred to the morgue. Then they separated to find the body before dawn. In order to avoid being known by their superiors, the doctors quickly packed up and left the morgue. Three of them continued to push this bed out, walking slowly towards the hospital elevator. After that, they went in to try to find it, but the inside of the elevator was empty. There was no body. But when the door was just closed, the strange old patient appeared again in a mysterious and barbaric look. The only slipper under his foot seemed to be house slippers, but it didn't make any sound. He was walking and trembling. His steps were also very slow and short because his health seemed to be very weak. He walked with heavy steps because his whole body seemed to be uncontrolled. It swayed unsteadily. He went to the door of the stairs, pushing it with force. The sound of the door pulling echoed throughout the dark hospital corridor. He walked down step by step like a person who had just lost all his soul. He went towards the main hall of the hospital. At that time, the lights in the main hall had turned off. The whole space was very quiet. On the wall, the clock was already past 1 a.m. In the middle of the hall, the nurse on the duty that night was sitting to arrange a pile of papers and medical records to hand over to the next day's shift. The young nurse was very attentive. Her eyes did not leave the documents for a second. She worked hard to take notes and do calculations. In the distance, a dark shadow was walking heavy steps towards her without her noticing. When the black shadow was no longer far from her, the approaching footsteps also sounded more and more clear. She stopped her work and looked up. The man in front of her kept walking calmly. Looking at his appearance and outfit, she assumed that he must be an absent-minded elderly patient. Seeing that someone came to bother her at this time, she was very upset. She didn't look up at the old man in front of her. She waited for him to take out a piece of paper. Then he put his paper on the desk and asked her to check if the prescription was correct. Before she received the paper, the terrible smell from the old man's body made her cough so violently. She covered her nose with one hand, took the paper from the old man with the other, and told him to stay away from her desk a bit. She took the paper, but as soon as she touched it, the coldness of its surface made her want to withdraw her hand. After that, she put the paper on the desk and then waited until the smell from the old man's body was gone before starting to work. She looked at the paper and read each word carefully. It was indeed a prescription, but the patient's name startled her. She read and reread his patient's name. The feeling was so familiar that it surprised her. She tried to remember. Earlier, she had heard many people say that there was a very critical emergency patient in the heart department. He was an old man who had a heart attack. Although the doctors tried to save him, he did not survive. The nurse remembered this detail, and suddenly she felt cold throughout her body. Her hands trembled and lost the feeling. She slowly looked up at the patient who was standing opposite her. The man's face appeared in front of her. She looked closely at this face and screamed in fear. That was exactly the patient who died from a heart attack earlier. His eyes lit up when he looked at her. He moved closer and closer to her. This man slammed his hands on the desk and kept calling her name. His voice echoed throughout the wide hospital hall, which made the nurse almost faint. He kept begging her to check his prescription. Meanwhile, the layers of his skin also began to decompose, peel off, and felt on the desk, which looked very scary. After a while, the old man suddenly stopped talking, but those bright eyes were still staring at the nurse. The nurse at that moment could not control her fear, so she immediately shouted, stood up, and ran away. Hearing the screams, another nurse on the shift rushed out from the break room to see what happened. Her colleague just arrived and saw her falteringly pointing forward. Her mouth did not open. There was an elderly patient in front of the desk. She immediately came to intervene. But when she got there, his face scared her. When she looked at him closely, the female colleague realized that it was the pass-away patient that she treated in the emergency room. The horrifying truth made both nurses unable to control their fear, so they shouted at that same time to wake up the whole hospital, which startled everyone. Hearing the loud screams of the nurses, the hospital guards from their rooms also rushed up to check, but when they got there, the story took a different turn. 2 security guards ran after the screams, went to the main hall of the hospital and used flashlights to shine inside. Both of them tried calling loudly, but there was no answer inside. When entering, the security guard saw one female nurse fainted on the ground. No one knew what is the cause of her fainting. The other nurse had a pale face and a blank expression. She was still sitting on a chair and muttering to herself. After saying that she had seen a ghost, she fainted. The 2 security guards didn't understand what was going on. They hurriedly brought 2 nurses to the emergency room to check. After waking up, the female nurse who had sat in the main hall had a problem with her mental health. She was always in a state of panic. She always said that she had met a ghost and asked people around for help, but no one knew what the beginning of the story was. The other female nurse was so shocked about what happened the previous night that she could not keep her life and died the next morning. The body that the doctors were looking for was also found at the bottom of the stairs leading to the morgue. It looked like the body had fallen from above. In the end, these events made the nurse so obsessed that she had to quit her job and undergo psychiatric treatment for a while. She later learned that because of the unfortunate nurse's negligence, the old patient had had a heart attack and died without anyone knowing. This horror story was very popular at the hospital where I worked as an intern for a long time. Today, it is still an obsession with the people on night duty. It occurred in Tai Po Town, Hong Kong in 2013. I wouldn't say exactly which hospital and which district it was in, because I was still working there. It was my 2nd year working in this hospital, and I had grown accustomed to the job, so my working attitude became sluggish. I was hiding in the corner of the stairs one afternoon to smoke a cigarette when I heard a nurse call my name.
Dr. Jen, I have a patient who requires surgery.
It turned out that a patient had just been taken to the emergency room with an injury that required immediate surgery. At the time, I wasn't the primary surgeon, but I was also a doctor. I didn't dare to ignore it at that time, so I immediately threw the cigarette butt away and dashed into the operating room with the nurse. I was a step behind schedule, and the patient was ushered into the emergency operating room. The treating doctor didn't even reprimand me. He simply told me to disinfect and get to work. I packed my belongings and rushed to the surgery room, and it was only then that I noticed the patient's wound. The patient had a severe wound, with the lower half of the arm completely gone. Despite my limited experience, I could see that the wound wasn't cut, that the arm had been completely ripped off by some force. This type of injury was uncommon, and it was also the most difficult type of hand surgery in which I had been directly involved. The surgery took more than 5 hours to complete, and we did our best to treat all of the nerves and blood vessels in the patient's wounded arm. When I arrived at work the next day, the patient had awakened and I had learned about his condition during the sessions. "How did you get injured like this?" I inquired. To be honest, I didn't care how his injury occurred. When he came to recall the reason, he had a terrifying expression on his face, as if he was hesitant to tell. His family lived in a rural suburb, a small fishing village by the sea, he said. While many people in the village relied on fishing for a living, his family was an exception. They relied on farming to support their family. Because there was a lot of arable land in the village, he told everyone in his family to clean up to start planting, and his family agreed. So, during this time he plowed the land, digging for many years without planting anything, and he was extremely tired, but he felt happy. He was digging in the ground the other day when he came to a halt with a stunned expression. He turned over his pickaxe and saw that it was a human skull, and half of it was rotting. Although this was not a good omen, he didn't take it too seriously because his ancestors had lived here for many generations, so the ground had buried a few dead people. Furthermore, those bones had been here for more than a dozen years. The ghost had long since reincarnated, and he threw all the bones he dug out on the grass at the field's edge. After a while, many more bone fragments were dug out one by one, but they were all broken up. When he finished digging, there was already a pile of bones lying there, and it appeared to be quite complete. He didn't think it was good to be seen by others, so he returned home after burying the bones. He lived in the westernmost part of the village, away from other people's homes. All of the family's children worked in the city and he was the only one who lived here alone. He was tired all day, so he went to bed early and fell asleep without noticing. He was awakened unexpectedly in the middle of the night by a knock on the door. The sound was becoming increasingly louder as if someone outside was knocking on the door. Whoever came to the door at this hour astounded him. Just as he was about to get up, the door of the room was violently opened. At the door, a shadow appeared. He inquired several times, but the shadow did not respond, and instead entered the room very naturally, as if it were a place devoid of people. As it got closer, he realized it was an old man dressed in antique clothing who looked very scary. But the old man only had one arm and shouted at him as he approached. The old man asked him to give back his arm because he had lost one, but this was a ridiculous request. The old man reacted hastily. Maybe today the skeleton he discovered in the ground had come to haunt him. Perhaps he lost a portion of the old man's arm while digging up bones. However, his bones were also discovered in a state of disarray. The old man walked over to the bed and grabbed his arm before he could react. He was not sure how skinny old man could be so strong. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his arm, and the elderly man with extraordinary strength yanked his arm away. The old man ripped his arm off and caused him great pain. The intense pain and fear caused his mind to go blank, and he couldn't feel anything. Then he passed out. When neighbors heard the screams, they discovered that he was injured badly and took him to the hospital. He had no idea where the ghost had taken his arm. The neighbors searched for a long time but were unable to locate it. After hearing what he said, I was speechless. I thought he was maybe suffering from a mental illness, so I summoned his son and told him to look after his father, fearing that his self-harming behavior would interfere with the treatment. But I could tell his son was uninterested in what I had to say because he believed his father's story was true. I didn't think it was necessary to say anything else, so I went back to my business that day, thinking I'd find out later. Then his son came to tell me that he had returned to the village to check on his father's request. Sure enough, his son discovered the small mound that his father had built. Then he dug it up to double check and was very careful in doing so. His son saw the scattered bones as his father described them, and he did not lie. The son simply put the bones together out of curiosity, and it turned out that a piece of arm bone was indeed missing. What was more terrifying was that his son discovered in that grave the piece of his father's arm that had been rotting with maggots. Only then did his son fully believe his father wasn't lying, and that the unjust spirit had ripped off his father's hand. This scary story happened in a fishing village in China a few years ago. There was a woman who had been waiting for someone under the lighthouse at the pier for 7 days. She was the wife of Fang, a fisherman. On the day Fang set sail, his boat was suddenly hit by a storm and had not returned for 7 days. Although her son advised her to return home, the wife still waited there. Fang's wife had been waiting on the pier for 7 days now. Each time she was dragged home by her son to stop waiting. This village was a typical fishing village of Fujian province, China. The people were all fishing on the sea, so sometimes shipwrecks were inevitable. Finally, the bad news came on the 8th day. The son then panicked and ran to the reporter to tell his mother that he had seen Fang's body washed up on the beach. The wife had already guessed the outcome, but in her heart she still hoped that her husband would return safely. Fang's body was soaked in water for a long time, so it looked terrible when it washed up on the beach. Fang's corpse was densely covered with sea creatures such as sea clams and conches. These often attached themselves to dead bodies in the sea. The people saw this and immediately helped clean Fang's body from sea clams and conch and brought his body home for burial. Those sea snails adhered to the skin of the decomposing corpse. When the people pulled the snail out with his hand, the snail would bring a piece of meat or skin from the corpse. The people made great efforts to help. People brought the body back to the village, prepared it for burial. Most people in shipwrecks died in such a tragic way. Sea clams and conch were removed from Fang's corpse still on the beach. After dark, a group of young people was walking by the beach. The sea was extremely cool but contained many dangers and death. These 3 young people all worked in town and turned back to the village at night to rest. That day they invited each other to go out to relieve stress. One of the groups, Han, found the sea clams and conches scattered on the beach. The group didn't know where the sea clams and conch came from, but these conches looked delicious. The rest of the group said, "These people are a waste. These delicious big conch are thrown here. This thing is a real bargain." So the whole group packed those snails and prepared them to bring home to cook and eat. The group did not forget to laugh happily because they accidentally caught delicious bait. The sky suddenly became pitch black, and clouds were gathering in the evening. The houses near the sea were quiet. The group went home to cook snails and make some small dishes, and then they started drinking. People lived near the sea that had one thing in common. They knew that the meat of this conch was very tender and juicy. This conch was large and had lots of meat. The young men pulled out the snail meat with a small toothpick. The snail was completely separated from the shell. The appearance was a little scary, but the meat was delicious. The conch was an expensive food in the city. Therefore, these young people couldn't ignore the immediate benefit. The group of young people used toothpicks to get the snail meat and ate happily. They looked like they were eating well. But only Han didn't eat any snails.
"Why don't you eat it?"
A young man asked Han.
I'm allergic to snails, so I can't try. You guys just eat it. I was scared when I looked at it, Han said.
So the two remaining people gossiped and quickly ate all the conch. After eating, the group went to bed because it was past midnight. Because 3 young men were tired and had a little yeast in them, they slept soundly. Han also quickly fell asleep because he was too tired. Just sleeping for a while, Han was suddenly woken up by terrible screams. He still couldn't figure out where these screams were coming from because he was still sleepy. It turned out that one of his co-workers was sick. But isn't he sick? Han saw that person writhing in pain, his whole body arched, his whole body covered in a deadly gray. His stomach felt like something was moving. His belly was gradually bulging high, bulging like a pregnant woman. His belly was constantly expanding, the underbelly was twisting back and forth, looking very scary. Han was frightened by the sight and immediately went to his friend's bed to help him. At that time, there were also screams of pain from behind. Han wondered what had happened again. Han looked back. His other friend was also in great pain, to the point of kneeling on the bed. His whole body had blue veins, so painful that he gnashed his teeth as if he couldn't stand it anymore. Han did not dare to delay when he saw the situation. He immediately ran out to find a doctor. After a while, Han found a doctor who had been working in the village for more than 30 years. When the doctor arrived, Han's 2 friends passed out from the pain. The 2 of them looked like they were dead. Han looked at them with fear. The doctor said they had eaten something unclean. That was why it happened. Han told the doctor about these 2 eating the conches tonight.
We picked up some conch and mussels today. The 2 of them ate them,
Han told the doctor. After listening, the doctor told Han about the terrible origin of those conches. Han's face paled from fear. The doctor said that conch and mussels were the things that contained the evilest spirits in the sea. They like to suck the yin gas of the dead. If we eat them a lot, they would be very harmful to our health. After that, the doctor went to get a bunch of sticky rice to soak in water. This way was a cure for conch poisoning. The doctor asked Han to give his water to his friends to drink so 2 friends could recover from their illness. After being poured a lot of sticky rice water into their mouths, the other 2 started vomiting madly. The scary thing was that the spit out conch meat was not completely digested, still intact with the shape of the conch. In ancient times, it was believed that conches and sea mussels could absorb yin and form pearls. Most sea snails and mussels were not very clean creatures at all. It happened to me a few years ago. I was a police officer working at the city police station, and the department I worked in was receiving reports from residents. That night, about midnight, I was alone on patrol when the sound of the door opening with a bell drew my attention. When I looked out the window, I noticed a woman walking from outside. She was completely silent as she walked inside and looked at me. Her stomach was big as if she was pregnant. I was also curious why a pregnant woman was here at this hour. I remember the woman's face being very pale, and she constantly hugged her stomach. It seemed that she was about to give birth soon, and she looked at me when I asked her a question. When I noticed she was still silent, I inquired again. She just moved closer to my desk. Suddenly, she became agitated and stated that her son had gone missing during the night. Unable to hear the end of the story, but seeing the woman too excited to scream, I advised her to remain calm and recount the incident. She explained that she lived in room 603 of an apartment in the heart of the city, because she had divorced for a long time and only lived there with her son. Tonight, she and her son went to bed earlier than usual because her son didn't feel good. She quickly fell asleep because of tired after a hard day working. After that, she didn't remember how long she slept, but she needed to use the restroom, so she woke up. Before stepping down the bed, she looked inside to see how her son was, and unexpectedly, he wasn't there. But because it was an apartment, she was on the 6th floor, so it was relatively safe. She didn't think a child could go inside. He might have been just playing in the living room, so she walked towards the living room to find him. But when she looked around the living room and the kitchen, she discovered that her son was nowhere to be found. She began to panic, but she tried to calm down and continued to look everywhere in the house, including the toilet, but everything was empty. In a panic, she ran out the house's doors and double-checked, only to find that they were all locked from inside, preventing her son from leaving the house. She felt like a boy had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace, indicating that this wasn't a typical kidnapping case. After hearing everything, I was upset because it was clear that her story was somewhat unreasonable and her mind wasn't in any good state, so I simply asked the address correctly and recorded it, saying that I would send people to check. But she became extremely aggressive. Her face changed. She held at me and demanded that I investigate immediately, otherwise she would die. I had not yet answered her when the phone rang. I asked her to let me pick up the call, then I would continue to assist her. She didn't say anything, remained completely silent while I listened to the phone. It was another case, and I meticulously recorded everything. After finishing the call, I continued to speak with the woman. I wanted to know more about his age as well as the circumstances of his son before he was lost. But now the space was eerily silent. The woman had vanished. I sat down and crested for a long time, because I remembered that if anyone walked in, the door would also emit noise and the alarm, but clearly I didn't hear any sound earlier. The story also passed nearly a week later, and I didn't hear anything about it, so I didn't pay much attention until one day, when I was ordered to go to the chief's department. So before starting to work, I presented an order. The chief stated that after receiving reports of residents living in the city where there was very strong stench coming from an apartment of their building, they wanted police to investigate. I was appointed with a colleague and I was just a supporter, so I asked him about the exact address where the problem occurred. He stated that it was an apartment in the center and that the room was reported was room 603. He also stated that he hoped to have no murders committed. After hearing it, I began to wonder, because this address sounded very familiar. It seemed that I had heard it somewhere. All the way to the site, I was constantly thinking about it. After parking, the two residents who reported the case were about to wait for us. They resumed their narration. They were neighbors on the same floor as room 603. About a week ago, the apartment began to spread a very strong stench, so they had to call the cops. After a while of talking, they began to lead us to the apartment. On the way, my colleague suddenly reminded me of the woman who had appeared in the report a week ago. It appeared that she was also staying in this building. As soon as he mentioned it, I recalled everything. In fact, the woman claimed that she was in apartment 603 of this building. That worried me because I ignored her words, and when we stood in front of the door, we smelled a horrible stench. We obtained the key from the building's management, so we could open the door directly. The dark room was crawling with flies. The smell was caused by a corpse lying on the floor, which was reported by neighbors. I was terrified as I looked at it. My body was shocked and turned cold. The corpse had decomposed a lot and the body was full of bugs, but looking at the clothes, they were exactly the same as what the woman wore that day. On the ground was a pool of blood mixed with solutions flowing from the body. Maggots were everywhere. The scene was extremely terrifying. My colleagues and I were stunned by the scene before our eyes. I began to have many thoughts. I was afraid that this was related to the woman's case that happened the other night, while I didn't care what it was. The case was so serious that it should have been transferred to the criminal department, but I didn't listen to the information about that case until a few days later. But I couldn't sleep because I always regretted that I considered it seriously when the victim came to the report, so I decided to meet with the chief to tell the truth. I confessed everything to him, that a week ago the victim came to see me and report about the missing son, but I didn't investigate it. Listening to my report, the chief was shocked, because according to the examination the woman died at least 2 weeks ago and there couldn't have been a chance for her to come to report a week ago. I was so confused after hearing it that my entire body lost strength. Obviously that woman the other night was the body we found and I would most likely be hallucinating. The chief also reassured me that the case had nothing to do with me because she had been unable to go to a report a week ago, so it could have been a mistake. I didn't understand what was going on, but I decided to go see a friend in the criminal department to ask about the situation of the case. I just wanted to know the status of the body and whether or not the murderer had been found. When he heard the story I told, my friend immediately pulled me away because according to a forensic examination, she died in a horrible and cruel manner. According to my friend, the killer tended to take her unborn child and that child still remained in her stomach. Listening to this, I was even more unexpected. How could you take a child from the stomach of the mother? Unless you slash her stomach to do so. But when I saw the body, her body was still completely intact. What I heard next was extremely evil. It was the murderer who ripped her genitals up to the middle of her stomach in order to extract her child. Because of the heinous nature of the crime, my face turned green and the perpetrator appeared to be a horrible pervert. After that, my friend said goodbye to me so that he could continue his work. I was still so shocked that I couldn't move. Obviously, that night her soul presented to report the case of someone who kidnapped her child, and that image lingered in my mind for the rest of my life. Not long after that, the murderer was apprehended. He was a friend of hers. He had an incurable disease. Then he heard a shaman say that eating an 8-month fetus would cure the sickness, so he did it when he knew the woman was alone. Following that, his crime was sentenced to life imprisonment without mercy. I was a comic book writer due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I worked from home most of the time. In a time of running out of ideas, I went online to read more horror comics as usual, but I never expected to encounter a true horror story that happened in my hometown. The story happened with a man fishing by the main river of the village. He started fishing early in the morning, but it was not until noon that his fishing rod would vibrate. The man saw this, immediately tugged on the fishing line, but it was as if someone stopped him. It took a long time before he was able to pull the rod up and see a big fish. Thinking that he had caught a great deal today, the man was shocked to see the fish's body in front of him. It was no longer a whole fish, because its belly had lost a large piece of flesh, exposing both bones and internal organs. The man who saw the fish was also surprised, not knowing that the bottom of the deep lake was a strange monster and it was the killer who ate his fish. The sea monster discovered that a fish was caught in the distance, so it swam to a cup of half of the fish's flesh. After eating, he returned the fish to the hook and quietly swam away without leaving a trace. The man left without thinking. That was why no one in the village knew about the strange story. The following day, a group of women from the village went to the cornfield, located right next to the river, to harvest. Each person picked corn from their field and put it in a basket hanging behind his back. By midday, a woman had already harvested enough corn. She happily greeted everyone and left first. She went straight home, through a cornfield about as tall as an adult, in the direction to the other riverbank. The other two women, seeing this, also quickly harvested their corn and then carried all the corn on their backs and left. On the way, the two also passed by the riverbank. They saw the woman earlier in the middle of the lake. Feeling a little curious, they also stopped to take a look. Both of them saw the woman below was struggling and not knowing what to do, so they stood up from the shore and asked. Hearing the sound of people, the woman in the lake seemed to have met a benefactor, hurriedly shouted for help and pointed at the water, causing the other two women to look at each other. The water in the river kept flowing, but the water level was not too high. Strangely, the woman in the water just burst into tears while reaching for the shore to ask the other two women to help. The two women who saw this also felt troubled. Both of them wanted to come down to help, but neither of them dared to do so. They started looking at each other, discussing to find a long branch of the tree to pass down to the woman below. At the moment, there were footsteps from away. They happily turned around and saw a village man coming from afar. Two hurriedly shouted to the man for help. After seeing the incident, the man quickly went down to help the woman in trouble. The man swam with the fast-flowing water to the woman's place. He reached out his hand as a pedestal for the woman to cling to and tried to bring her to the shore. But when he just got down to the place, the woman was sinking deeper and deeper into the water. He tried no matter how, he could not lift the woman. He firmly held the rope tied to the cow, and the two girls on the shore tried to push the cow back to borrow more pulling power, pulling both people out of the water. It took a very long time for the cow's strength to pull them both out of the deep water and out of danger. The two with wet bodies were finally safe on shore. The man was trying to dry his clothes while the woman was crying, making everyone curious. Her two friends had to try and ask her to tell her everything in tears. Her face was still full of haunting fear. She told everyone she was pulled down by something in the lake. To prove it, she even rolled up her pants, revealing a big person's handprint still imprinted in black on her leg. Seeing the handprints on the woman's legs, everyone panicked. Everyone worriedly asked her what the hell was dragging her down. But the poor woman couldn't see the killer's face. She just said the hand of this thing was human-like, but slimy like the body of a fish. She recounted at that time she was on her way to bring corn to her house when she passed this lake. On the way, suddenly the woman heard someone calling her, startling her, so she turned to see who it was. But when she turned into the direction of the voice, she saw no one, only a pair of beautiful shoes on the water. Based on the size and shape of the shoe, she knew it would fit her foot well, especially the pattern burned on the shoe. She guessed it was an expensive shoe that someone rich had lost. So the woman decided to leave the corn basket on the shore, pulled up her pants herself and waded into the water to pick up the shoes. But when she was only a few inches from the shoes, suddenly the water moved, creating small waves, pushing the shoe further and further away from the shore. The woman loved the shoes so much, forgot about the danger, waded into the water herself and decided to get the shoes. But at the same time, waves came from nowhere, washed away the shoes in front of her. She was dragged down by some invisible force at the bottom of the lake. After hearing the story, the man seemed very annoyed, so he told the three women to go home and he was prepared to catch something strange at the bottom of the lake tonight. Hearing his words, the women brought back all the corn they harvested. The strange story was also hidden by all four people. No one knew anything more. Thinking that the story was over that night, a young man in the village encountered a strange thing at this very riverbank. He accidentally passed by the riverbank when he heard strange sounds coming from behind the bushes by the riverbank. The curious young man went to the bush to check it out, but he didn't see anything unusual and lingered for a long time to look. Later, not knowing what this young man witnessed in the middle of the night, but immediately screamed and ran away. Then he ran home and turned back with one of his brothers. They carried a large fishing net towards the riverbank. Both began to choose a hidden place for themselves behind the tall trees for easy monitoring. In the middle of the night, the water below the river's surface suddenly appeared in waves like it was a giant moving below. Knowing that the time had come, the two young men slowly went out prepared, waiting for the mysterious thing to appear. Then they would throw the net down to catch it. Fortunately, at that moment, the sound of that strange creature resounded not far from where the two young men were standing. The young man saw this, determined not to lose opportunity. Immediately threw his big net into the water. A loud noise rang out, grabbing the underwater creature, but it was unclear what was below that the young man alone could not pull up. The companion who was with him also went in to help, but no matter how much the two of them worked together, they could not pull the net up easily because of the creature's weight below. Both were still pulling the net. The net was slowly lifted out of the water, slowly and heavily. The two young men began to estimate that it could only be an adult, but there was no way a fish would weigh that much. After much hard work pulling the net, the two young men finally brought the net ashore. Both excitedly opened up to see what the mysterious creature was. Unexpectedly, it did not get the desired result. In the nets was a giant fish they had never seen since. Moreover, from the fish's belly was also a large piece missing. From then on, people in the village spread stories about the riverside having a monster that no one dared to approach anymore. That year, the drought was severe, so the place where I lived had lost the crop. Our family has moved to another place to live, hoping for it to be better. This is an old house, consisting of many rooms, all built in architecture. It looks slightly dusty and messy, but better than nothing. My father said to clean. The whole family can live here too, because this is the house of a deceased friend left for his father. So the whole family cleaned up. More than half finished, the house was also a lot tidier. That night, the three of us slept together. My older sister was about 15 years old at that time, and I was my second sister. At that time, I was only 10 years old. Behind me was Chi, 6 years old. But for some reason, I was struggling and unable to sleep. I felt a sense of insecurity from the next room. The room is ancient. My family is not using it, so I haven't cleaned it up yet. That word kept emitting a creepy feeling. Losing sleep for a long time, I also gradually fell asleep. But not yet profound, I heard chuckles emanating from that room. Laughter growing louder. The door slowly opened. I began to panic but still tried to stay silent in bed. And then out of the room suddenly came out two girls, white faces, white eyes, and a strange smile. What scared me the most was that their feet weren't touching the ground. They were floating with red shoes. I panicked but still tried to close my eyes and pretend I was sleeping as they slowly approached my mirror. I felt cold and their gaze were on my three sisters. I don't know what they're going to do to us. I just laid there without moving. They kept whispering and smiling horribly. It seemed like they were choosing something. I was too young to notice the problem. In the end, it seemed like they chose me. I could feel a terrible cold hand touching my body. I tried to open my eyes slowly to look at the two sleeping next to me, hoping they would wake up to save me. But they were almost in a deep sleep, not knowing what I was facing. I glanced at them, but what I saw was genuinely awful. They're just two dry bones with old clothes. They were standing right behind me and seemingly tried to pull me somewhere. I was so scared. I hurriedly pulled the covers over my body and then fell asleep without realizing it. In the morning, everything was still as usual, but I still do not dare to open the blanket. After a while, little Lily woke me up when she saw that I wouldn't wake up. I quickly woke up, got out of my bed and blanket, and shouted about the two women who came out from that room last night. But my older sister may not believe what I said. She thought it was because I had a nightmare. No matter how I clung and cried, my sister still doubted and didn't believe what I said. I recounted everything I experienced last night to her and hoped Nissan will come and take a look inside that room with a frightened expression. After hearing my mourning, Nissan reluctantly walked over to the room to examine the interior to reassure me that there was nothing inside. And indeed, Nissan opened the door of the room so I could come and see inside. Even though I was still terrified, I still walked over to her, hands clasping on Nissan and looking around inside the room. This is an old room, messy and thick. As my older sister said, there's no one inside. Maybe I'm dreaming. Because he waited for us for so long, my dad came in and saw 3 sisters standing in front of the other room door, so he urged us to come out for breakfast and asked what was going on. The oldest sister told him what I told her, and also told my dad that we went to see the room, but it's completely normal with no one inside. After hearing that, my father scolded us because just because of a stupid dream and not going to breakfast, my parents had to go to the fields to work. After breakfast, my second sister and my parents went to the field to harvest potatoes. Baby Lily is young, so she cannot accompany us. But since this is a peaceful countryside, we were not afraid for Lily. After a while, rain started pouring down. We also drove the baskets of potatoes home. The cart got a lot heavier because this year the potatoes had a good harvest. We help each other, carry each basket of potatoes into the house. This year we'll make a lot of money. I also gradually forgot about yesterday's horror. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, so we quickly loaded the potatoes inside. Otherwise, they would be waterlogged. As soon as we opened the door and looked into the house, we saw little Lily playing in the yard, seemingly very happy. My mother was worried because of the heavy rain that little Lily could still play in front of the yard, but refused to go to the house to shelter from the rain. My mother was afraid she would fall sick. But little Lily seemed highly excited and told her mother that she was enjoying herself with her beautiful sisters. In response to my mother's question, I gradually realized what was unusual, and it seemed what little Lily said was true. There were lots of shoe marks on the ground. She was playing with someone in the yard of the house. That night, out of panic about the night before, I asked to let me sleep with my parents. Even though nothing strange had happened all night, I was apprehensive about some nervous feeling that I could not sleep. The following day, as well as every day, the whole family sat together for breakfast. But Lily didn't eat anything, even when my parents told her to. My parents asked that little Lily said that she would be taken away to eat well by some beautiful sisters. The carefree words of a child did not make my parents too concerned. That day, we also needed to go to the fields. As usual, my mother was afraid that a stranger would come to seduce Lily, so she told her not to open the door for anyone to come in. At that time, I was a child, so I didn't know what happened. I just felt a little insecure. So I asked my mother to bring Lily along with me that day. But my father seemed annoyed by it because little Lily often ran and jumped. It would take time to watch. The whole family would not be able to concentrate on farming. Everyone in the family was afraid of my father, so according to my father's instructions, it would not be a problem to lock the door carefully. My mother also thought so, so she obeyed my father. I'm alone in discomfort, but I'm too young to give my opinion. Before the door closed, I still remember clearly now, her white face, dark eyes and strange smile of Lily. She looked at me like a farewell. After that, we got into the familiar cart and left the house. After the field work, we could not see Lily playing in the yard anymore. When we came back home, it was strange that my mother called Lily repeatedly. After entering the house to search, my mother frantically ran out to inform everyone. The whole family was shocked. We split up to look for Lily. The older sister and I were worried about her. We ran around the village to see if anyone knew anything. My father entered the other strange room to search for her, and I was hoping that Lily was just playing hide and seek. But to our dread, little Lily was truly missing. After that, we stayed for a bit longer, then eventually decided to leave the heartbreaking place and move to a neighboring village. Years later, when I was much older, I heard that people came to clean and break the house down for farmland. Suddenly, while breaking down the fence, they accidentally bumped into something that seemed hard below the ground, so they decided to dig down to take a look below. After a while of digging, they discovered a big wooden coffin, which surprised everyone because ordinary coffins could not be that big. They opened the lid of the coffin to examine the interior and took the remains of the deceased so they could be buried somewhere else. All this so that the dead would have a proper place to rest. The coffin was indeed huge, holding at least 3 to 4 people. They also worked very hard to be able to open the lid to close the inside. But what was inside surprised them, and the story spread everywhere, which led my family to learn the reason why little Lily disappeared so mysteriously. Inside the coffin were the corpses of 2 women and a child. They were placed very neatly inside of it, and just like the workers described, there was a little baby girl who fitted the exact same description as Lily. The 2 women had turned to white bones, but the child looked like she had died recently. At that time, as I was older, I could speak my mind and realized Lily should have never been the one to get caught, because the one who should have gotten caught should have been me.
I worked as a ranger, so most of my days were spent in the jungle. I was driving to work in the company car and began measuring and photographing until late in the evening, after which I would return home. Chen, an unmarried middle-aged man, was the driver of my company. Shen drove me and my colleague to work as usual, set a timer to pick us up and quickly drove away. However, the sky was beginning to darken at the foot of the mountain today, and Chen had yet to come back, causing me and my colleague great concern. My colleague waited in rage because if it got dark, getting out of this forest would be dangerous because the road was very rough. The car arrived after the sun had completely set. Of course, my colleague and I were both exhausted. As my colleague carried his belongings to the car, he irritated the driver by being slow and late for his appointment. My colleague then sat next to the driver. Instead of apologizing for what he had done, this driver simply explained that he had a reason for picking us up so late. However, my colleague's reaction was one of curiosity rather than sympathy. Seeing this, the driver offered to buy this colleague a meal as an apology and promised to tell him the incident that caused him to be late. That evening, the driver drove my colleague to his home and ate a simple meal. His mother brought out a large plate of food from the kitchen. Because both of them had to work the next day, so they couldn't drink much, just ate a simple meal with a bit of wine. At the start of the meal, the colleague inquired of the driver as to why he went to the forest so late today. The driver stated that he had been driving early, but on the way he came across a beautiful girl and assisted her. He was driving to the edge of the forest at the time. However, on the way he was unexpectedly met by a person standing in front of his car. The driver rushed over and saw a young girl beckoning him with a towel, but she was alone, as if she was lost. What struck him about this girl was the white handkerchief she used to call him, and she appeared to be a girl from a recluse and traditional family living in the forest. He couldn't leave a young girl being alone like that in the jungle, so he went over to her, stopped the car in front of her, and inquired about her situation. The young girl approached the driver gently and asked if he could drive her to her house because she was lost and couldn't find her way home. Seeing such a lovely young lady, the driver couldn't help but invite her to his car and ask for her address so that he could bring her home as soon as possible. After showing the driver the way, the two sat happily chatting side by side. The girl's young feminine beauty quickly captivated the driver, making him a little enamored. According to the young lady's instructions, the driver finally could take her home on the trail that led to the forest's end. She also told the driver that she was worried when leaving her mother at home alone. This made the driver even more smitten with the young lady. He couldn't take his eyes off her face. He kept looking at her and was always being caught by her. After a while, the driver also dropped her off in a residential area surrounded by vast fields where she could walk home. After that, the young girl went into her house, but the driver continued to keep an eye on her figure. He discovered that she had left items in his car. It was her white handkerchief. Perhaps she was in a hurry, so she forgot it on the chair. Because he was still busy with work and believed that this handkerchief was a predestined sign that would allow him to see the young girl again, he decided to keep it so that the next day he would have a reason to see her again. Hearing this, my colleague became excited, smiled happily at the driver and promised to accompany him the next day. As usual, the driver arrived early the next morning to pick up the colleague, and the two of them set off together. The driver was supposed to take this colleague to the other girl's house first, according to the original plan. However, I was in the car, making the two of them feel hampered. When the other colleague noticed this, he immediately discussed with the driver leaving me in the forest and then go to the girl's house to return the handkerchief to her. That day, I had to work alone in the forest, and the two of them returned to the old road to get to the girl's house. Upon arrival in the residential area, my colleague went to ask the neighbors for the girl's exact address. According to the description, the two eventually found a neighbor who knew the young girl's address and was eager to accompany them. The girl's house was at the far end of the village, and the outside was deafeningly quiet. The two came up to the door and boldly knocked. After a while, the girl's mother emerged from the house and inquired as to what they were looking for. They both said, "Come here to return the items to the girls in the house." However, this mother did not allow the two to enter the house and loudly chased them away because she suspected the two were imposters. When my colleague felt the situation was very strange, he immediately blocked the door and insisted on entering the house to meet the girl, but his aggressive demeanor frightened the elderly mother even more. According to the mother, these two were the impersonating scammers. The driver only recently confirmed that he was the one who brought this girl home yesterday. However, the mother did not believe it and even insisted that such a strange thing could not happen. When the driver noticed this, he immediately took out the girl's handkerchief to show her mother. When the mother saw the handkerchief, she immediately changed her attitude. Her face was a little sorrowful, and she inquired as to why the two of them had the handkerchief. After that, the mother invited these two men into the house, where they were surprised to discover the truth. The mother offered the two some drinks and thanked them for bringing the handkerchief back because it belonged to her deceased daughter. She couldn't hide her emotion as she looked at her child's handkerchief, breaking down in tears when she remembered her poor daughter. She stated that her daughter was in the forest a few days ago when she unintentionally stepped on a landmine and she could not survive. The villagers discovered the girl's charred black body, but she couldn't close her eyes with peace because she didn't have her handkerchief. With the discovery of her daughter's handkerchief, the mother could finally use it to cover her daughter's disfigured face in the coffin and bury her. After telling the truth, the mother also sent the two men on the road late at night. The two of them left with a great concern about the fact that Chen had met the girl's spirit in the forest. After that, my colleague also forgot about it. He and I set out for the forest the next morning, but he refused to let me take the same bus that day. When the colleague saw the driver's emaciated appearance as he was getting into the car, he expressed concern. Didn't know why his face became so haggard after only one night. He immediately recounted how he had trouble sleeping that night before when he dreamt that the spirit of the dead girl came to demand to bring him to hell. The girl appeared with her body covered in blood and worms, looked at the sleeping man and touched his face with her hand. He could feel the coldness of the girl's dead body, especially when her hand was passionately caressing him. The man awoke immediately and stayed awake all night because he was too terrified. Seeing this, my colleague tried to calm him down, ensuring him that nothing would happen. That day, the car and my co-driver unexpectedly rushed down the abyss and burst into flames. It occurred in 2008 in a small village north of Hiroshima, Japan. That was my real-life experience as a child. That year, during the National Day holiday, my father drove from Shimane to take me and my mother home to see my grandmother. I was only 10 years old at the time, and I loved the countryside. I was fascinated by everything there. I kept asking questions and making my parents uncomfortable throughout. We drove for more than 4 hours and arrived in a village around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Grandma's house was still a typical country house at the time, with a large yard and 2 rooms, 1 main house and 1 warehouse. At the time, I could only visit her twice a year, once for National Day and once for the Lunar New Year, so my grandmother was desperate for me to return. But I was not used to her zeal because I hadn't seen her since I was a child, and I was not particularly close to her. When we entered the house, Grandma and my parents were discussing their daily life. I looked for a chance to get away from her grip. I would never dare to go out by myself, so I climbed a ladder to reach the warehouse roof. There were only high-rise buildings in the city. As for standing here and being able to see the entire village, it felt very new to me, so I stood here and looked around. I suddenly felt chills behind me as the sky darkened. I had the impression that someone was keeping an eye on me. I looked behind unconsciously and I felt a shadow passing behind me. I quickly turned around and saw a shirt hanging on a bamboo pole next to the chimney. The roof of Grandma's warehouse connected to the neighbor's house and the clothes were on the neighbor's roof. But this wasn't a problem for me. My parents and I fell asleep after dinner that night because we were tired. But unexpectedly at midnight, I had a nightmare. I was not sure why the shirt hanging on the roof of my neighbor's house appeared in my dream. In the black mist, that piece of shirt kept getting closer to me, and it was becoming clearer and clearer. As I looked closer, I noticed a figure dressed in clothes hanging from a bamboo pole. I gradually realized that the man was an elderly man, his face contorted in pain, and he was terrified. The old man got closer and closer until he was right in front of me, his mouth wide open, as if he wanted to scream at me. I could feel him screaming, but I couldn't hear anything. The old man pressed his mouth to my ear and made strange buzzing noises, and I had no idea what he was trying to say. I had the impression that he shouted for a long time in the dream, but I couldn't understand a single word. I was not sure how long the situation would last. I could feel my awareness fading. Then I heard my parents' voices calling out to me. I struggled to open my eyes, seeing my parents' worried expressions in front of me. "Wake up, my son," my father said. It turned out that I was screaming while sleeping. So many strange things happened at once. My father asked, "What happened to you? You kept screaming in your dream, and your body is sometimes hot, sometimes cold." My parents were concerned about me and woke me up. I was feeling strange on the inside, so I told them about my dream. After that, I fell asleep again until dawn when I woke up. I overheard my mother said that I appeared to be dreaming again. My parents didn't think much of it at the time, but they had to inform my grandmother anyway. Surprisingly, as soon as my grandmother heard it, she became enraged, as if she knew what had caused it. However, my grandmother did not say anything clearly at the time, but instead walked out the door and began cursing. Grandma was a typical rural old woman. When she was angry, her words were difficult to bear, and my parents were powerless to stop her. Grandma scolded the neighbors, sounding like she was scolding an old man. Grandma's scolding was becoming increasingly louder. Her language was becoming increasingly unbearable, and this was the first time I had seen her so enraged. "If I hadn't made your ancestors' graves for you, you wouldn't be where you are now," my grandmother exclaimed. To be honest, we didn't know what was going on, but I thought Grandma scolding like this was extremely inappropriate. Dad approached her and drew her into the house because we didn't want her yelling at the neighbors any longer. We all found it strange that Grandma's anger remained after she was dragged back. My father inquired about what had happened and why my grandmother was so enraged. Grandma drank 2 sips of water and then told us a story about the neighbor's house. It turned out that the neighbor's house was previously considered a poor household in the village, but the house was recently purchased and relocated for more than a year. Once upon a time, this family had an elderly man who lived with his son and daughter-in-law. That family's daughter-in-law was a fierce woman, especially unfaithful, lazy all day and forcing her father-in-law to work hard. He was also old and frail. It was said that when he was younger, he was terrified of his wife. When his wife died, he let his daughter-in-law rule, and he worked very hard. His daughter-in-law once asked him to go to the river to water vegetables at noon. He started to be dizzy as a result of heat stroke. He couldn't stand, so he fell into the river, couldn't get up, and eventually drowned. The old man died just like that. Looks like he had a grudge that he couldn't swallow, because when he died, one eye was closed and the other was wide open, as if he was unwilling. Ever since that day, there had been rumors about ghosts appearing in the neighbor's house. Nearly every night his daughter-in-law's screams could be heard by his neighbors. It was said that the daughter-in-law dreamt of the old man every night, wanting her to follow him, and that every night she woke up startled, unable to sleep. Then, not knowing where she learned how to solve it, she found an old shirt worn by the old man when he was still alive. She put it on a bamboo pole and erected it on a chimney. According to a legend, this allowed the old man's ghost to bask in the sun like fire during the day, and at night it was as cold as an ice pillar. When my parents heard what my grandmother said, they were all enraged because of such a daughter-in-law. My mother exclaimed that she was to blame, and my father agreed, saying, "It's a shame that the old man can't be at peace until he died." Grandma didn't say anything else after seeing my father and mother react so angrily. Things went on like that. I had no problems, and my grandmother urged my parents to go back to the city. Grandma was concerned that I would be injured again. Every time I returned to my hometown, I discovered something new and liked a lot of things. But after that incident, I was a little scared. When I left, I discovered that shirt still hanging on the side of the chimney, and I was not sure if the old man was a living ghost.
Last year, my younger brother Shinichi and I went to my wife's hometown to visit her parents. But unfortunately, the town was forced to close due to the epidemic, so we were stuck. I went fishing with my brother. The lake was located on the south side of the town. I heard that this lake used to be used for fish farming, but it had recently become an abandoned one. Shinichi and I decided to fish here that day because it was located far away from people's houses, undetected by anyone. Fishing took patience, but once you caught a fish, you were always as happy as the New Year's party, so we spent the afternoon fishing all day. We were so immersed in fishing that we forgot the time. Before I knew it, it was already past the afternoon and the sky was getting darker. We had a good harvest that afternoon, but I still didn't want to go home. I wanted to stay and fish a little longer. When I glanced into the distance under the reflection of the water, I vaguely saw two people standing in front of the house next to the lake. Because of the epidemic, no one came here but us. I didn't even see a single person pass by all day. When I suddenly saw someone standing on the dam, I unconsciously turned my head in that direction, wondering if they were the keepers of the lake. But when I looked back, I saw that the top of the dam was empty. The thing confused me a bit. Shinichi saw that I was looking at the top of the dam in confusion, so he also looked up, but unfortunately, we couldn't see anything. After hearing what I said, he once again glanced into the direction, and then confirming that there was nothing important, he didn't care anymore and continued fishing. I started staring at the fish again, but for some reason, I always felt a pair of eyes staring at me from the side of the house on the dam. As if something urged me on, I couldn't help but look back. As I looked back, there was no one there but the dark old house. I took a closer look at the house and thought to myself that maybe there was a man in the old house, but because it was so dark inside, I couldn't see anything at all. I didn't care much about this, but then I looked again at something floating in the water. As we waited for the fish to bite, Shinichi caught another one. At first I was happy, but in my heart I always felt nervous and worried about something. This time I didn't look back at the actual house's picture, but looked at its reflection in the water. The moment I looked at the water and saw a shadow, I got so scared that I almost threw my fishing rod into the water. I did see a figure in front of the house. It was a man, not standing in front of the house, but hanging from the upper beam. I didn't know if it was the wind blowing, but his whole body was swaying slightly. Seeing this, I was so scared and I broke out in a cold sweat. I suddenly turned around and was looking for the fishing rod in my hand that I had just dropped. Shinichi also noticed my reaction. There was an inexplicable surprise on his face as he looked at me and followed my gaze to the house on the dam. In that moment, I understood that something was indeed wrong. I couldn't tell what it was either. Shinichi seemed to realize something as he looked at the house too. He didn't say another word, but his face changed, just like mine. Shinichi gradually understood the seriousness of the matter, and we both quickly packed up and left. As soon as we left the fish pond, we hurriedly started the car, and during the ride neither of us spoke and the atmosphere was a bit tense. But at this point, I was still shivering. On the way back, we had to pass a few abandoned houses adjacent to the dam. We both had mixed feelings about what happened, really scared about what we had seen. We finally passed the house. We both couldn't control ourselves and looked at it one more time. It was old, mossy, empty, and very creepy. As we passed, the lights from the headlights of our cars shone on the dilapidated house. The inside of the house was empty. There was no sign of living people. It was strange. We decided quickly to return home. After confirming that there was no one in that house, the atmosphere in the car calmed down a bit. When we got home, we talked about this. I also talked with my wife and her parents. I heard that the fish pond had been lying empty for more than 10 years, and the reason that that house was abandoned was also a scary thing. Long ago, there was a couple who were leased out by the state to this fish pond, and after that they spent all their money investing in fish farming. However, some children in the town had sneaked out there to steal fish. Then, because of insulting and scolding these children, the couple was harmed by people. The people even poisoned their fish dam and killed all of the fish. When the couple went to confront the perpetrator, he attacked the husband violently and broke his leg. So not only did all the fish in the pond disappear, but also they had no money for medical treatment. Tragedy struck. The husband couldn't stand, resentful and miserable, so he drank pesticides and committed suicide. At the time, the wife was too heartbroken to go on. She did not have time to think, so she hanged herself on the rafters next to the dam. Since then, some spiritual things have happened regularly in this place. Many people who passed by this lake at night would see them or hear their cries and lamentations. To this very day, the fish pond was no longer contracted, so it was left alone and became a deserted lake. After hearing the story, I was upset and felt sorry for the couple, but I was also a little worried. After all, the fish we caught were also released back into the wild.
I felt lucky. I received the offer to join a well-known advertising firm after an interview. It was also where I experienced something terrifying later. It was the first day of my internship that day. When I arrived at the company, I was directed to the general manager's office, where he greeted me and complimented me on an excellent interview. The GM of this company was really young, handsome, and was known as King of Diamonds. The GM assigned me to the project inventory department, mainly doing some sorting and document editing. After explaining the job, the HR manager came to lead me to my workplace. When we came to the department, he showed me where to work and told me to get to know people around. The table had been cleared, and it seemed that there had been no staff sitting at that position for a long time. Seeing a new colleague, people around started to notice me. At this moment, I felt that everyone's expression was a bit unfriendly. Their attitude didn't seem to be cheerful when I appeared. A female colleague told me that it would be better for me to offer to change the working position. It turned out that the owner of this desk was Lisa, who committed suicide by jumping off the company building. But I didn't care about this matter, because she and I did not know each other. I just felt worried a bit, because I didn't think people would greet me in this way. In the company, I noticed that there was a man sitting next to me who seemed unapproachable. His name was Tom. I found out many times that he was secretly peeking at me, which made me feel so uncomfortable. Also, Tom was usually very shady, and his nasty temper was evident on his face, which made me try to minimize contact with him. A week later, I was called in to work overtime for drafting bidding paperwork for a new corporate project. I was the last one remaining in this vast, desolate office. This was my first project. Succeed or failure of this project would determine whether the firm would keep me. Fortunately, all of the supplies had been pre-prepared, so it wasn't too tough for me. I took a sip of coffee and sat back in my chair, seeing that the bidding paperwork was nearly finished. I went by the windows,
wanted to enjoy the night scenery outside and rest my tired eyes. A breeze of cold air rushed in as soon as the windows opened, making me feel quite calm. But then, a dark shadow appeared in front of me, falling down at a breakneck pace. Even though it was just for a split second, that figure passed me and dropped below. I instantly pushed my head out and glanced down. I was terrified, but there was nothing odd down there. My heart was still racing. I could tell that I saw someone falling from the building just now. Then I returned to my seat and deliberately placed my palm on my forehead. I was reclining back in my chair. All out of a sudden, the office lights went out. My computer screen went black at the same time. I instantly leaped out of my chair, knowing that the bidding paperwork I had been working on earlier had not been saved, and that if the computer crashed, the entire night's effort would be gone. So I checked from the top to the bottom, and this time it was really gone. The power in this building had been turned off. Suddenly the screen just switched on. Even worse, a video began autoplaying on the screen. This video scenario seemed quite familiar. Wasn't this my office? The video feed was zoomed in and finally mirrored on a desk. This desk resembled mine. But the woman at the table wasn't me. She was a total stranger who was typing in front of the computer and appeared to be working hard and concentrated. But then two arms appeared from behind her, covering her lips and pulling her back. According to this force, the woman was taken aback and leaned back. Then she fell down on the floor. The woman's legs were continually straining in the next shot. After a few minutes, the woman was able to release herself. She bolted in the direction of the camera, her clothing strewn, and in a panic. At that moment, the video screen was jammed. The camera frame went back and showed the top floor of the office building, where the woman was being pushed towards the rooftop railing by someone. Her expression was filled with terror, and she implored the guy. However, the person who was tormenting her was still unable to be seen clearly. That man approached cautiously, but she gave up and leaped down below at that point. The man or person didn't appear to anticipate the woman to be so rash. He went over after the woman jumped down and peered down below. At this point, the man's face emerged clearly in the camera. It was the general manager. And I couldn't believe my eyes. The murderer in the video was really him. What was more unexpected was his remarkable serene look. The screen then returned to its previous state of noise, but the computer let out a horrible wail. I jumped out of the chair, startled and now in panic. But what was even worse was that when I glanced up, there was already a person seated on my chair. She was the woman in the video right now. The woman's eyes were transfixed to the computer screen, tears as crimson as blood streaming down her face, her body and clothing stained in blood. Too terrified, I ran to the door with all my strength. However, when I arrived at the entrance, I was unable to open the office's glass door. The wail behind was becoming louder, piercing my heart, and I was sweating profusely. My legs were mushy, and as I clutched the glass door handle, my entire body trembled. A person arrived outside the door in the middle of my anguish. It was Tom, but he didn't gaze at me, tears in his eyes instead. He was staring straight into the office. The odd thing was that when Tom yanked on the door handle, the glass door instantly opened as if it had never been locked. A breeze blasted out of the room at the moment Tom opened the door. Both Tom and I stared at the desk at the same moment. The woman had left, The chair was vacant, and the drapes were only faintly swaying. Tom eventually returned to face me at this moment and said,
What happened? Wasn't Lisa just here?
When he said that he had just seen Lisa, I informed him that it was true that I had just met Lisa.
She also showed me a video on my computer of her leaping from the building and the CEO murdering her,
I added. When Tom heard this, he dashed over to my computer. That a video was saved on my computer desktop, and the video substance was identical to what I just viewed, which shocked Tom. The next day, using the video as proof, the company's GM was arrested. He was accused of causing Lisa's death after being sexually harassed by him. Later, I discovered that Lisa was Tom's lover, despite the fact that they had only known each other for a month. Tom seemed to have lost his enthusiasm in work and life after discovering that Lisa committed suicide. That night I met Lisa. Tom was depressed. He was smoking in front of the company. When he noticed the office lights were turned off and a scream was heard, he took it as a terrible omen and raced up to see what was going on. The cops were baffled as to who made the video. However, there was no evidence of editing in the video material, leaving the general manager unable to resist when questioned and forced to lower his head to admit.
This is a scary story which happened in 2019. Something about an experience with a young man named Kalim. This guy was a gangster who worked as a debt collector and security guard at small bars in town. Kalim was on the road that day when he got an unexpected phone call. While lighting a cigarette and talking about work, a loud noise behind him made him turn his head in surprise. A car honking loudly and traveling at high speed was speeding towards him. It seemed that the car was losing its brakes. The driver's face was panicked. However, there was nothing the driver could do. Kalim did not have time to react at that time, and the car rushed towards him at breakneck speed. The impact was so strong that Kalim was thrown to the side. The car's tires were all broken at that time, and Kalim only saw the sky and earth darken before him. The car which hit Kalim also stopped on the side of the road. Kalim was unconscious because the impact was so strong it also tore his clothes. There was something very scary on Kalim's biceps. A fearful tattoo suddenly changed his face to become more aggressive. What was happening to Kalim? People around him quickly ran over and called for an ambulance. It was fortunate that he was not in mortal danger. Let's go back in time a bit. A day ago. In order to look cooler and individual or goofy, Kalim went to a tattoo parlor at the end of town to get himself a cool tattoo. I've chosen a tattoo. You can do it right away. Just look at that. So cool, hey? The tattoo artist previewed the image that Kalim requested to tattoo. It was the image of the Hell King. The tattooist had warned Kalim in advance not to get that tattoo, but Kalim decided to ignore it. The tattoo artist carefully tattooed the best possible tattoo on Kalim's hand to please the customer. However, he still warned Kalim that tattooing the Hell King was taboo. He also warned him to be careful, because bad luck might happen. And if he wanted to remove the tattoo, he must wait at least a week. Kalim was very satisfied with his tattoo. He felt like he was stronger and more bohemian. He just kept looking at himself in the mirror and admiring himself. Khalim didn't think the Hell King's tattoo was bad luck at all. He believed that the Hell King represented the most powerful, evil things. Maybe now everyone would think he looked very cool. And of course, bad luck did happen to Khalim the very next day. Although the accident did not kill him, it definitely frightened him. Because it would take a week to remove this tattoo, Khalim had to ask a shaman to remove the curse from this tattoo. The shaman invited him to a deserted alley in town. He burned the votive paper and prayed for something. Khalim also knelt beside him, showing remorse. As soon as a week passed, he would definitely remove the tattoo and sincerely beg the Hell King to forgive his sins. The shaman then created a straw effigy with Khalim's hair. He then mumbled something that Khalim could not understand. A lot of scribbled words were also written above the dummy, which seemed to be charmed. Then the straw dummy was also thrown into the burning fire. It seemed that this was a substitute ritual to help Khalim escape his current unlucky situation. The bad luck of the day caused him to be injured. If the bad luck had lasted a week, Khalim wouldn't know what bad would happen to him. Next, the shaman told Khalim that the ritual still had an important part. The bad luck that Khalim had was partly due to the bad things that he was doing. The tattoo on Khalim's body was just punishment for him. Khalim wanted to get out of it. He had to give up the evil path he was on and find some good things to do instead. He also added that actually printing a picture of the Hell King was not a crime. The Hell King was fair. He would only punish those who were guilty, or those who did not know how to repent. After hearing what the shaman said, Khalim seemed to have a vague understanding of something. The shaman continued to instruct Khalim that soon there would be an important ritual. Whether or not it would work would depend on Khalim's bravery. The shaman said to follow him through this alley. Even if Khalim heard someone's call, there would be no answer. Khalim had to ignore it and go straight forward. When the fire went out, it was time for the shaman to walk. Khalim also followed behind, and at this time Khalim felt very tired. His mind was hazy, and he wandered off unconsciously. The air was getting colder and the shaman was walking slowly with Khalim following behind. Neither of them said anything, making less noise. The wind started howling, scarier and scarier. At this moment, Khalim heard something. The cry sounded familiar, and he woke up. The shaman said to Khalim to calm down and go on, don't care about anything. The voices, however, brought Khalim to a halt. He felt his mind go blank. He also suddenly understood something. Memories of the past had rushed back, and Khalim realized his bad luck today was the payment for the sins he had committed. He slowly turned his head, looking toward the source of those familiar sounds. He was sure enough behind them were shadows beckoning him. Khalim knew who they were and why they were there. They were the ghosts of people Khalim had killed, his ex-girlfriend, his debtors, all of whom were forced to death by Khalim. He seemed to realize the sins he had committed. They were always an obsession in his head. He walked away apologetically. He understood that his bad luck did not come from the Hell King, but from the sins that he had caused to those unjust souls. Khalim was completely apologetic. He felt remorse for his actions in the past, and he also wondered why he was in this mess. The shaman understood Khalim's mind. He walked away without turning back, advising Khalim to return to the path of honest business. As long as he knew how to repent, Khalim would no longer have had bad luck. He told Khalim to remove the tattoo because the King of Hell never gave anyone a second chance. The ways he helped Khalim only lasted a week. It all depended on the determination and repentance. The shaman also advised Khalim to get an honest job and do many good deeds, as many as possible. After listening to the shaman, Khalim expressed his gratitude for the help. However, his mood was still very heavy at the time. He asked the shaman with a tired face if the evil spirits would forgive him. The shaman could not answer this question either. A week later, Khalim went to remove the tattoo. He found a job at a supermarket. and the bad luck did not bother him anymore. This story I heard from my aunt and happened in the 1970s. Rural life was still poor. Occasionally there were performances in the countryside by singing troops from the district town to serve the people. When knowing that there would be a show coming up, the whole village would come to the communal yard to watch it. Significantly few people went to see the troupe. My aunt said people just went to watch it for fun because they didn't understand what the choir was singing about. The troupe sang about the play The Judge. The audience was very crowded. Moments later, the troupe began to sing and perform for the audience to enjoy. My aunt and her best friend also stood below to watch the show. However, because everyone was jostling and playing, the two of them were pushed forward. But because of that, the two were lucky to see the whole scene of the artist singing on the stage in front of their eyes. The character who played the Mandarin was drawn with a large face with a white crescent on his forehead. Then he babbled the first verses. But while he was singing, he suddenly stopped, and then he stared at something at an unknown place. The villagers thought he had forgotten his lyrics, so they shouted to him. But then, it was very common for these incidents like this to happen to a theater actor who was singing. Therefore, there would always be someone behind the stage helping the actors whenever they forgot their words or lyrics. Although someone would hide behind the stage suggesting lyrics to him that day, the actor decided not to sing anymore and walked down from the stage with a worried look. As soon as the villagers could no longer hear the troupe's performances, everyone dispersed and went home. Only one close friend of my aunt's still wanted to stay. The troupe was arranged to live at a villager's house. My aunt and her best friend took each other and ran inside. The two decided to sneak in and peek through the window. The two of them were surprised to hear that the leader had cursed the actor so much for not doing well as the leader had told him to, and at the same time rebuking him as an inexperienced actor, and that he shouldn't make mistake with such things because that would affect the group's reputation. My aunt's best friend couldn't help but laugh when she witnessed the actor's embarrassment at the time, and her smile faltered when she heard the actor say that he had seen ghosts. And not only did her aunt and her best friend disbelieve, but neither did the leader. They did not believe that the actor saw a ghost while performing. He repeatedly emphasized that he did see a ghost. He said that when he was singing on stage, suddenly a woman who looked like a female ghost appeared on the stage from nowhere, and she was kneeling. What's scarier was that her face was full of wounds and dirt, just like a female ghost would be. She knelt in front of the actor and cried and begged. At the time, he was so scared that he stood frozen in place and did not dare to move anywhere. After hearing the actor tell the whole story, the leader was also very scared and asked the actor if the female ghost was gone. The actor told the leader that the woman was still there and that she was kneeling behind him. The leader became scared that he had to hide behind the actor's back and didn't know what to do. Then, one of the female actors in the cast came up to him and came up with a way to stop the ghost from following the actor. As the team leader thought of this approach as a possible solution, he let the actor try the role this time again. Moments later, the actor would be in his judge costume, and at first, the actor would ask the ghost who was kneeling in the background if she had encountered any injustice and why she was there. The female ghost immediately replied to him that she had been raped and killed unjustly, so she came to ask him to get justice for her. She recounted the night she went home alone. There was no one on the way back then, but when she was walking to the cornfield, from behind a corn bush, a strange man appeared as if he wanted to do something evil to her. Although she used all her strength to try and escape, Unfortunately, she was dragged by the man into the cornfield. She was alone at the time and knocked down to the ground. She tried her best to resist, and she scratched and fought, but this just made the man embarrassed and angry, so he pulled out the knife and slashed her face several times. That man did a very blasphemous act of raping her in a secluded place. After that, the man killed and threw her body into a dry well in the west of the village to cover up all the bad things he had just done. Because this was a cornfield, no one really went there, and no one could find her. The female ghost tearfully recounted the story of being murdered by that man, and told them who the murderer was and where he lived. When the actor heard the story, he told her that he promised to help her find justice for her and asked her to go back. After the female ghost left, the leader and the actor went to the police to report the injustice. But the police did not believe the story and thought that there must be some superstitions of the feudal age hanging around. But then, the village chief also went to confirm two things. The first thing was that a woman who was missing had not been found, and the description fitted it. The second thing was that there was actually a dry well there. The police, after hearing what the village chief said, searched and found a dry well, just like the village chief said, and then they smelled the stench from afar in that well. Only then did everyone believe that a horrible murder took place there. When they got there, they finally found a decomposing female body. The missing girl was the daughter of a house in the village. Immediately afterwards, they followed the address given by the female ghost and found the house of the person who murdered her. They gave the man to the police to handle to regain justice for the girl who had been unjustly abused for so long. That day, the killer was arrested. My aunt and her best friend went to see it. The killer was also a resident of the village, and when he was arrested, he still had scratches on his face from the struggling with the victim who was now a ghost. From there, the police tried to prosecute him easily, and this play, The Judge, has been famous and widely circulated for many years because of it.
It happened when Boss Lu Feng was not yet a director at Police Headquarters 703. He lived in a small village. Before that, he used to work in the army, but now he only ran a small business. One day, the people in the village suddenly shouted throughout the village because someone had just died at the edge of the forest again. Everyone was shocked when they heard the news. Because this was not the first time someone had died, there had been several people recently. The villagers rushed to the edge of the forest to see who the victim was. All of them had worried expressions on their faces. The deaths appeared more and more, leading them to believe that a serial killer was appearing in this town. After seeing the dead body, everyone was even more confused. Because this time and another person was brutally killed in the same way as before. His eyes, nose, and mouth, even his ears, were filled with straw by someone. At this time, Lu Feng also arrived. He was currently assisting the village chief in managing this place. Lu Feng said, "Everyone stay calm. Stay out of the way for the village chief." The village head at this time could only shake his head, his heart full of bewilderment because another person was killed horribly like before. Because he had worked in the military, Lu Feng also understood the process.
He asked everyone to disperse and not affect the crime scene. The villagers continued to talk about the murder. Everyone was anxious. Because this was in the remote countryside, the police often arrived very late. Finally, the corpse was transferred to the best healer in the village to do an autopsy. Lu Feng and the village chief anxiously awaited the result outside. After a while, the healer also finished doing an autopsy and called them in to have a look. The healer couldn't believe his eyes and didn't know what to say, so the healer called the two of them inside to witness the incident with their own eyes. After the healer dissected the body to examine the inside, all of them were shocked and scared. The inside of the victim's body was now stuffed with straw. The village chief felt that this killing method was too cruel. Why did they stuff the victim with straw like that? But the healer said, "The scary thing here was that the straw grew from the inside of the dead person's body. It was not stuffed in by someone." This thing made them both suspicious. How could such a strange thing happen? The village chief thought that perhaps the healer had made a wrong prediction. The healer was angry, saying that he had worked at a large hospital for many years. How could there be a wrong examination? After hearing that, the village chief immediately asked Lu Feng to investigate this case because he didn't know when the police would arrive in this village. Up until now, Lu Feng had never investigated murder cases, so he hesitated a bit but still had to listen to the village chief's words. That night, Lu Feng set up a patrol team to go around the village. Each person would hold a torch and a wooden spear as weapons. Then they split up to look for evidence. The team kept looking for information like that for 2 days, but nothing happened. On the third day, while they were patrolling the entrance of the village, suddenly Lu Feng felt a severe stomachache and needed to find a place to go to the toilet urgently. So Lu Feng placed a torch and spear near the rock. Then he went into the bushes to solve the stomach. Perhaps because he ate a lot of seafood in the afternoon, he had a stomachache. It was comfortable to go to the toilet on time. While he was going to defecate, Lu Feng saw a black shadow appear from afar. It seemingly was dragging something. In the dark, Lu Feng saw a man in a robe. He was stuffing something into another man's mouth. And then the man waited silently. In the dim darkness, Lu Feng could not see the man's face. But a terrible thing happened. Straw began to grow from the mouth and eyes of the man laying on the ground. In just a few moments, they sprouted and fruited like rice seeds. After that, the man in the robe picked up those grains of rice and ate them with delight. Then he left the man's body there and left. Everything happened very quickly. Lu Feng did not have time to react. He could only pull up his pants, take the torch, spear, and chase after him. As soon as he caught up with the man, Lu Feng shouted and asked him to stop. The man was a bit surprised, but immediately threw a white powder at Lu Feng. But suddenly a thick fog appeared in front of him. The fog was so thick that Lu Feng couldn't see everything. There was a shadow coming closer to him. As soon as the shadow approached, Lu Feng almost froze. He was not a human, but a straw scarecrow with glowing eyes and terrifying sharp teeth. After regaining his composure, Lu Feng took a wooden spear and hit the straw scarecrow directly. Taking advantage of the dense fog, he passed Lu Feng easily. At this time, the fog was so thick that Lu Feng could not see clearly, but he was always on guard not to be attacked by surprise. From behind, Lu Feng felt a killing intent. A dark shadow was slowly approaching him. Immediately, Lu Feng turned back to defend himself. A straw tentacle suddenly rushed out of nowhere. The tentacle began to wrap around his neck and squeeze. Now it no longer looked like an ordinary straw scarecrow, but on its body grew many straw tentacles like an octopus. Lu Feng was squeezed by the monster to the point of suffocation and couldn't take it anymore. Then suddenly, Lu Feng remembered the knife that he brought tonight. Lu Feng tried his best to pull out the dagger. After getting the knife, Lu Feng immediately cut off the tentacle that was strangling him. And very quickly he turned back and slashed the monster with a deep slash that severed its shoulder in a large chunk. At this point, Lu Feng had the upper hand, so he raised his knife to prepare to finish it. He stabbed the knife straight into the monster's head and then gently pulled a long line to slit its head in half. Using the last bit of strength to resist, the monster threw white powder into Lu Feng's face again. Right after that, his mind was dizzy and he started to want to pass out. Knowing that he would not hold out much longer, Lu Feng tried his best to open his eyes. Lu Feng decided to hug the monster tightly to prevent it from escaping and repeatedly stabbed it in its back. The next morning in a dream, Lu Feng heard the villagers call him. He tried to wake up and saw everyone in front of him. In his arms, he still clutched the straw monster, and his whole body ached. Everyone helped Lu Feng to sit up. He was still in shock from last night's events, so he looked back at the straw scarecrow lying on the ground. That's right, the knife was still stuck in it by him. The villagers helped Lu Feng back home, and at the same time they also tugged the straw scarecrow to the village. Hearing the news that the killer was caught, the whole village eagerly gathered around to see. But when they saw that the killer was a straw scarecrow, everyone was shocked, so the village chief came to reassure everyone. This straw scarecrow had absorbed the moon's light for so long that it had turned into a monster. Then the village chief reassured everyone that he would perform a ceremony to banish evil spirits. Lu Feng was the person who directly experienced everything, but he also didn't want to speak up. After that, the straw scarecrow was burned by the village chief to destroy the disaster. After a long time, no one was harmed. But after that, Lu Feng rejoined the army and did not return to the village. Later, Lu Feng became the director of Headquarters 703. One day, subordinates reported to him the arrest of a secret agent soldier. The interrogation should have been handled by a separate department. However, they had no way of talking to this spy. They reported it to Lu Feng. Looking troubled, he also went there to examine the situation. But as soon as Lu Feng got there, the spy surprised him. He was the healer from that village. The strange thing was that he hadn't changed at all from before. Only now, the healer revealed that that year, he had researched and planted a seed in the human body, helping to stay young forever. But when he fought with Lu Feng, he didn't fight back. So he took the hallucinogenic powder to throw it into Lu Feng and ran away, replacing it with a straw scarecrow. After that, the healer was convicted of multiple murders and was eventually executed. The straw scarecrow incident that year was also classified as a secret case. The story happened at the hospital where my mother worked. I was very young that year. After school, I would often go to the hospital to wait for my mother to get off work and then go do all my homework. But that day, my mother left work later than usual, until 7 o'clock in the evening, but still no sign of her. I also finished my homework a long time ago. Seeing that I was bored, my mother's colleagues gave me a tablet to watch cartoons. After a long time, I also saw my mother walking in with a colleague from outside, and everyone seemed to be giving someone first aid. My mother and her colleagues pushed the hospital bed very quickly with very serious expressions. But at that time, I was very young. I did not understand the patient's situation and my mother's work, so as soon as I saw my mother, I was very happy and ran out to call her. In return, my mother was very upset, so she asked me to sit at the table and wait for her and not to make a fuss. My mother's reaction scared me a bit.
After that, my mother quickly pushed the patient away, leaving me alone in the hallway. I was a little sad, lonely, and about to cry because I was yelled at by my mother and also waiting for too long. But I also loved my mother, so I didn't want to make her sad. So I was depressed and decided to go back to the front desk to continue waiting. But just halfway through, suddenly a cold wind blew from somewhere, making my skin turn into goosebumps. It was almost summer, so there couldn't be such a cold wind. The wind was so cold that it made my body cringe, and I felt like the cold air got closer and closer to me, getting colder and colder. Suddenly a patient was walking past me, and I felt a chill emanating from him that made me look up. But I didn't know why or when I looked at this man, I felt so scared. This feeling made my body tremble. Then he also turned his head and looked at me. His face was wrinkled, the hair was white and the skin was very pale, looking very scary. He didn't do anything to me, but I was so scared that I cried. My mind went blank, but I was still afraid of what he would do to me. But then he turned around and continued towards the emergency room. The strange thing was that no one seemed to have seen him. As he passed me, the coldness gradually subsided. He also walked very fast, like just passing people in the hallway. Soon he was at the door of the emergency room where my mother had just entered. Looking at his back, I saw him just standing there and looking inside, his figure looking somber. At that time, I just thought it must be a patient's family member visiting his family member. Even though I kept looking at him, I still had a feeling of fear. But that's all I didn't want to care about anymore. I turned to go back to the front desk, intending to continue waiting for my mother to finish her work. But curiosity kept me watching to see what he would do. After looking into the emergency room, I saw him sitting in the waiting chair in front of the room. Suddenly he turned around and looked straight at me. As soon as he saw that I was also watching him, he immediately reached out to me and waved as if I wanted to go there. I didn't understand why, but I was scared at that time. But I still obeyed and walked over to the older man. I felt like he was trying to tell me something important. When I got there, he started asking me strange things. He was surprised when I saw him. At that time, I didn't understand what he meant. As soon as I heard that I could see him, his expression became more terrifying, but he seemed very happy. He wanted to ask me to do a favor for him before he passed away. At that time, I was a little surprised when an older man asked me to help with something, and he also said some very strange things. Without waiting for my consent, he asked me to meet his son and said that there was a passbook under the drawer in his room. He couldn't speak now. He could only count on me. Hearing this, I still wondered why he didn't say it by himself, and where was he going to go after all? Before I could reframe what he had just asked, the door to the emergency room opened. Mother and her colleagues also came out from the inside, accompanied by disappointed expressions. Seeing me, my mother was also very surprised. Quickly asked me what I was doing here, why not wait for her at the front desk? Walking around was easy to get lost. I quickly explained about the older man talking to me. So while crying, I sobbed, pointed to the waiting chair, saying that the older man was sitting there. But when I looked back, the older man was no longer there. I was also extremely surprised and confused because now it looked like I was lying. I looked everywhere to look for the older man, but he was nowhere to be found. At this time, my mother started to get annoyed and frustrated because she thought that the work was stressful and I still came to disturb her, so she quickly took my hand and pushed me away. I cried as I tried to explain to my mother and everyone about the older man. I also did not forget to describe to my mother the appearance of that older man, hoping everyone would believe what I said. But hearing this, everyone was surprised and a little panicked, because the person I just described was exactly like the older man who died in the emergency room that my mother and colleagues had just tried to save. Hearing this, my mother and everyone suddenly became silent because of panic, but I neither understood nor realized. I just thought that they didn't believe me, so I still tried to explain. My mother saw this and quickly pulled me out, so I had to leave without being able to help the older man with anything. I also didn't pay attention to the older man's request and followed my mother to leave. That night, after having dinner, I quickly went to bed because the following day was the first day of the week I had to go to school. After falling asleep for a while, I suddenly felt someone standing next to my bed. The cold air began to spread throughout the room. That made me wake up. I started to open my eyes. In my reverie, I saw a dark figure approaching in front of me. Immediately after that, I had to open my eyes wide and got up. In front of my eyes was the older man's face at night. His eyes widened and his tone was extremely angry. He whispered in my ear about my failure to help him deliver the word. I panicked and screamed at that moment. Looking back now, I feel lucky that the older man didn't do me any harm. My parents in the next room also heard the screams and ran to my room in a panic. The light was turned on and the older man also disappeared. Seeing my parents, I quickly hugged and sobbed. I told them about the older man who came to find me because I didn't help him. Only now did my mother listen and asked me to explain everything. Before, although I wanted to clarify, she still thought that I was too young for her to listen to me. I started talking about the cold wind in the hallway and how I met the strange older man. Then, what the older man asked me to tell his son. I also talked about seeing the older man standing next to the bed with an angry expression. The very following morning, my father was off work and took me to the hospital. My mother also found information about the older man and met his son. I told the son everything. He was also very surprised and emotional. Just the next day, the son came to see my family, and he bowed his head to thank us for actually having a passbook in the drawer that his father had left behind. If it weren't for me, the older man wouldn't have been able to get away with peace of mind.
When I was younger, my parents worked in big cities and did not return home all year, so I lived in a village with my grandmother and grandfather. They loved and spoiled me so much that I became obstinate. I often went out with two naughty boys who were in the same class as me at the time. Once they asked me to use our PE class to run into the forest and collect bird eggs. One of them climbed a tree in search of a bird's nest, while the rest of us waited below. After climbing the tree, he looked straight in one direction and kept staring. The other guy and I were waiting below, impatiently, so we urged them. "What are you doing for so long? We're getting impatient." He pointed to one direction and said, "I see someone hiding a treasure." Upon hearing this, the other boy and I ran up to another tree and climbed on it. I looked in the direction he indicated, and as expected, a woman burying a beautiful decorated box in a hole. The woman then covered the hole, knelt a few times to beg, and left. After the woman had gone, we went down from the trees to discuss what we were going to do. The boy in the green shirt proposed his idea, and the three of us agreed wholeheartedly. Because people in the village were unfamiliar with this type of burial, even cremation was uncommon. We had no idea what kind of box it was. That was all we could think of as we began digging up the box. The box was soon revealed. It was made of wood, carved with flowers all round and draped in a red cloth. The green shirt guy picked up the box and discovered it to be quite heavy. We were so excited that we ran all the way home with the box in our hands. My grandparents had to work all day, so the house was empty when the three of us entered. We were very excited to open the box and see what was inside. As soon as I opened the red cloth, I heard a shout from outside. It was our teacher's voice. The three of us were terrified and hastily hid the box under my bed. We climbed the backyard wall along the window, hoping to sneak out while the teacher knocked on the front door. As a result, when I poked my head out of the wall, I saw the PE teacher waiting for us beneath the wall. After being apprehended by the teacher, we were requested to invite our parents. I was chastised by my teacher all afternoon, and my grandfather picked me up at night. During dinner, I felt it was very cold in the house. After eating 2 small portions of rice, I got a headache and went to bed. That night I had a dream, or rather, a nightmare. A nightmare in which I was standing in the dark. A large house was not far away. I was so scared that all I wanted to do was get out of here as soon as possible. At this point, my friend who was in the green shirt walked right past me. With no soul eyes, he walked straight to the big house. I grabbed him and told him, "It's dangerous where you're going." But it didn't seem to work. He suddenly became very strong and shoved my hand away, and I couldn't imagine from where he got his strength. I followed him as he continued walking towards the house. As I approached, I noticed that there was no door and that the house was carved on all sides. He climbed on the carved flowers. He looked so horrifying, as if he was some kind of animal. He climbed to the top and then vanished. What the hell was going on? When I saw that, I dashed after him to catch up with him. When I got to the top, I looked down but couldn't see the bottom because it was pitch black. I looked down at the ground feeling extremely insecure. Right at this moment, I felt like there was a hand behind me pushing me. I screamed in terror as I fell completely into the abyss. I screamed and sat up only to realize that everything had been a nightmare. I was sweating profusely, feeling cold and dizzy. It was nearly 4 a.m. and it was still dark. I couldn't sleep any longer, so I hugged my pillow and knocked on my grandparents' room door. When my grandparents discovered that I had a fever, they gave me fever-reducing medicine and wrapped me in a blanket. I quickly fell asleep as a result of the drug's effect. I opened my eyes in a dream and saw that large house not far away. I was afraid, so I tried to turn around and run. As I was running, a figure darted past me like the wind. I took a closer look, and it was the boy in the green shirt, and I was not sure what he was doing here again. Then, as soon as I turned my head, the wall with the carvings appeared in front of me. The boy in the green shirt began climbing unconsciously as if he were being controlled like the last time. I looked up higher and there was a figure crawling on the wall. It was the other guy who had been waiting with me under the tree. I gritted my teeth and climbed up, even though I had no idea what I was doing. Just like the last time, there was an abyss on the other side of the wall, and I was not sure who pushed me down. But this time was different. I didn't regain consciousness and quickly collapsed. I smelled burning straw and looked around. The front and back were both dark, and the walls were grey. Not far away, I noticed 2 figures lying on the ground. They were my 2 friends. I quickly crawled to the green shirt guy and flipped him over. There was no facial contour on his face, only a large mass of flesh protruding in the middle with a large slit. I immediately broke out in a cold sweat, wondering what the hell this was. The large slit suddenly opened, revealing a massive eye. I was terrified. How did he become that way? I didn't dare to look at him, so I quickly turned my head, only to discover that the surrounding walls were all covered in big and small red eyes. And where I fell, now on the ceiling, were round eyes, each one staring at me fiercely. I rolled my eyes and fainted because everything happened all of a sudden. When I opened my eyes again, I was in the hospital with my grandparents looking at me with concern. But I didn't have the strength to ask for help. My throat was dry and I couldn't speak. I fell asleep again and couldn't wake up after a few seconds. This time when I opened my eyes, I was in the place full of eyes and my 2 friends had vanished. I was shivering in fear and losing my mind when I smelled the scent. I followed it and saw an open door. I crawled and rolled towards the door as if pleading for something. From behind, I heard a crackling sound and the floor became extremely hot. I didn't dare to look back. Instead, closing my eyes and running straight towards the door in a state of panic. I finally woke up when I stepped outside. I opened my eyes to find myself back at home lying in bed. The house was filled with incense smoke, and an old man dressed as a shaman was holding a bunch of incense around me while reading something. After I recovered from my illness, my grandfather informed me that the box my friend and I dug up was a forbidden item belonging to someone else. My grandfather knew something was wrong when he took me to the hospital for treatment, so he invited the village shaman to come and see. He noticed something filthy in the house right away and discovered the box under the bed. After asking my two friends for directions to the location where we dug the treasure up, the shaman and my grandmother and grandfather buried the box once more and begged forgiveness. I was finally awake and healthy after the shaman blessed my house all day long. I'd become more obedient since then, because every time I wanted to be naughty, I imagined those eyes staring at me in that very nightmare.
This story revolves around the terrifying incidents that took place at a poor village which was located somewhere in the mountainous area of China. The protagonist of the story is a guy named Fong. He was a good-looking young man with gentle, likable character and was always hard-working. His daily job was to go mushroom picking in the mountains and then traded the mushrooms at the market. One day, as usual, Fong went to the forest on his own. The continuous rainfall that took place recently had allowed lots of mushrooms to grow. Fong picked the mushrooms carefully, checked them one by one, and then put them in the bamboo basket on his back. Then he made his way deep into the forest. As he was walking, he suddenly smelled a heavy scent. It gently drifted through the forest breeze. Fong was quickly dazzled by the lovely scent. He looked around and decided to follow his nose. The fresh scent led him to go further into the forest. Fong was amazed to find out that the source of this beautiful scent was actually from a wild flower. But this one was different, as it was the first time in his life seeing such a strange-looking flower. It looked similar to a lotus bud, with small petals that unfolded in circles, surrounding the white bud. The flower looked pretty similar to the jasmine since it had thin petals. The pistils in the middle still had nectar on them. The heavy scent released from the flower and the aura surrounding it immediately caught the man's attention. But what amazed him the most was there was only one special flower like this one growing up in the middle of this deserted forest. Out of curiosity, Fong approached the flower. The flower suddenly gave off strong unpleasant smell that made him cover his nose and step backwards. Later he found out there were large and long roots tightly tying the small flower, as if they were absorbing all the nutrients of the small plant. As he walked along the roots, he saw a bush nearby. He approached it and found out there was something mysterious hiding behind the grooves. Curiously, he grabbed the roots and pulled them out strongly, but there was something heavy affecting them and hence prevented him from doing it. Then the man came up with an idea. He followed the roots to see where they would lead him to. The amazement within him piled up as he realized the thing in front of him was not something in the underground. Actually, it was a pumpkin that had already been withered. From the top of the vegetable appeared a long root. It was also the one that made him curious the whole time. Fong couldn't hide the disappointment mixed with a bit of surprise on his face. He kept staring at the pumpkin, and wondered to himself how there could be a pumpkin that grew in such a strange way, and how bizarre it seemed to him. Fong walked close to the pumpkin. He realized it had the same size of a watermelon, but there were some dark spots on it that looked like they had been rotten. He carefully checked the pumpkin. then decided to take it home and sell it at the market later, as he assumed he could sell the vegetable at a good price. Or maybe he should show it to the villagers and to find out what type of pumpkin this one was. It wasn't an everyday thing to encounter with a pumpkin like this, hence the man was curious to see what it looked like inside. He put the pumpkin in his basket and then went down the mountain. On his way he was thinking that he would do this to the pumpkin he just found. He kept thinking about it up until he left the dense forest and returned to his village. Fong headed to the market. When he showed the pumpkin to the villagers, they quickly gathered round it to take a look of it. They asked where he had found it.
Wow.
Some was amazed to learn there was a pumpkin this big growing in the forest. They looked at it in amazement. A young man among the crowd suggested to Fong to put it up for auction, but another one told Fong to be careful with the pumpkin. The forest was considered a sacred place, and there was no chance for a pumpkin like this to grow in it. One villager suggested cutting the pumpkin in half to see what was inside it. Fong agreed with the idea. He held a knife in his hands and was about to cut it in the presence of the villagers. Suddenly a male voice came out from behind, saying, "Stop it! Do not cut the pumpkin!" The villagers turned around. It was an old man standing at the end of the queue. Fong was surprised to the man's remark. He asked, "Why not cut the pumpkin?" The old man spoke in a sacred manner. "This spooky pumpkin has been cursed." The villagers talked to each other in a tumult of confusion. What if the old man was speaking the truth? Then Fong had brought bad luck to the villagers. Fong was extremely annoyed by what the old man had told him. He snapped at the man, saying what he just said was nonsense. The old man remained calm to Fong's anger. He looked at him and said that the pumpkin was not that normal and harmless as it might seem. Everybody was amazed to hear it. They asked how they could know the pumpkin was not normal. The old man recollected everything. He told the villagers a story that had happened to him years ago. In the old days, when the war broke out, the Japanese fascists had brutally killed off people in the forest. They tied up people who opposed them with a long rope and made them line up horizontally in front of the gun barrels. Then the commander would order the soldiers to shoot at them. After the noises of gunshots, blood was seen spilling everywhere. The scene was horrific and terrifying. The souls of those who tragically died at the forest were still there. They turned into blue balls of flame, wandering around the forest, therefore making the atmosphere at the place always gloomy and cold. The souls were sent to a wildflower since they were absorbed into it. The flower was very different from others. It was spooky and ghostly. As time passed by, from the spot of the wildflower grew a pumpkin, and it was the one that Fong brought home today. Actually, they were elsewhere in the forest that had white flowers like it. The villagers were scared as they listened to the old man. Some told Fong not to cut the pumpkin as they believed what he said was true. But the young men in the village didn't think that way. They assumed it was just a made-up story of the old man to scare villagers. The contradictory ideas from two sides quickly caused fierce quarrels to break out. The atmosphere started becoming tense and noisy, which made Fong extremely annoyed. At that moment, the group of young teenagers was behind Fong. They challenged him to cut the pumpkin open. The old man tried to talk him out of doing it. Then he turned around and walked away, yet not forgetting to say something before leaving. "One day you will regret for what you have done today." The old man's words kept echoing on his mind. He stayed silent and felt bewildered. However, out of curiosity, he decided to cut the pumpkin open. As he reached to a sharp knife, he looked at the pumpkin placed on the wooden cutting board. Without hesitation, the man cut the pumpkin with a great force. It immediately split in half, and a terrifying scene happened before the villagers' eyes. Blood inside the pumpkin splashed everywhere following the cut. The villagers were scared to death to see the scene. There was nothing but blood inside the pumpkin. Blood was spilling everywhere on Fong's body. Some couldn't even stand the fishy smell and had to cover their noses.
The villagers blamed everything on Fong. They accused him of bringing ghosts to the village and he had to be held responsible for it. The villagers left after the incident. They left him standing there in bewilderment. That morning, the villagers had been scared out of their wits. They locked the doors as soon as they got home, not daring to go out due to the fear for encountering ghosts. And the horror had happened. That night, Fong couldn't sleep as he felt a burning pain all over his body. Despite not being scratched by anyone, pieces of his skin was peeled off and fell onto the floor. The smell of blood was all over his body. Fong felt itchy and extremely painful. It felt like there was some kind of invisible force slowly torn apart his layers of skin. In just a blink of an eye, the skin on the lower half of his face had been removed. Under the dim light, Fong got off his bed and took heavy steps. Fong was so scared and ashamed of his look. He covered up his face and went to the old man's house asking for his help. He assumed the old man must know something about the white flower and the pumpkin, and know how to cure this obscure disease. If the villagers found out about Fong having this rare disease, they would definitely force him to leave the village, and this worried him a lot. Fong plucked up his courage. He knocked on the door. A while later, someone finally came out to open the door. The old man gazed at Fong and asked, "What's happened?" Fong looked at the old man with his soulful eyes, then slowly pulled down the cover on his face, revealing the open sores. He then said it was the pumpkin that caused him to be like that. Seeing the ulcers on his face, the old man couldn't help but be shocked. He stood open-mouthed as he found out it was a pumpkin that caused this. The old man then told Fong to come inside his house. Fong was extremely frightened. He pleaded the old man for help. The old man gazed at Fong in disappointment as he had tried to warn him before, yet he didn't listen to him. He told Fong, "Crush the pumpkin into powder, then apply it onto the ulcers. They will heal in 2 hours." Fong was so happy to know that he could be saved at last, but he soon realized that he had thrown the pumpkin into the river this afternoon. The old man grabbed his flashlight, then told Fong to follow him to the forest for the antidote. He knew where to find a pumpkin that was similar to the one Fong had found. The two set out to the forest at midnight. Fong asked the old man, "How could you know so much about that pumpkin?" The man told him a story related to the curse of the pumpkin that had happened to him before. When he was young, Jan, his younger brother, had dealt with the same situation. The younger brother was just like Fong. He accidentally found a pumpkin in the forest, and then happily brought it home and showed it to the villagers. They gathered around him, amazed at the bizarre pumpkin. Jan happily brought it home as a gift for his wife. That night, he and his wife had small discussion over what to do with the pumpkin. The married couple and their son gathered around the pumpkin. They decided to bring it to the market and sell it for some money. Suddenly, there were knocks outside. The whole family was amazed that it was already late. They didn't expect to have a guest coming that late. A middle-aged man, formally dressed with a briefcase in his hands, came inside. The man introduced his name in a hoarse voice, but there was something unfriendly of him that made the whole family feel wary. The man said he came from the south and offered to buy the pumpkin. Seeing Jan being hesitant about his offer, the man continued by saying that the pumpkin was actually a spiritual one and he was willing to buy it at any price. Jan was thinking for a while. He wondered how the man knew about the pumpkin. The man said it could cure some incurable diseases and was extremely rare. The villagers had told him about the pumpkin and told him to go to Jan's house. Jan asked the man how much money he could pay for the pumpkin. The man raised his 5 fingers and offered to buy the plant at a high price, one that was beyond Jan's imagination. 500,000 won. Jan was shocked. It was a tremendous amount of money to him. The man convinced Jan to sell the pumpkin to him. He said the pumpkin could have a low value to Jan, but to him it was completely the opposite. A scenario of enormous wealth appeared right before the young man's eyes. The man continued by saying that he would help Jan become the richest man in the village if he agreed to sell the pumpkin to him. But Jan had to take him to the forest and show where the pumpkins like this one were. Of course, Jan would earn a high commission for taking the man to the place. Jan didn't hesitate to take the offer. Things happened so smooth that he didn't know what to do except gladly accepting it. But the man wanted to go to the forest right at that moment, which amazed the whole family, as it wasn't a good idea to go to the forest in the middle of the night. Jan refused to take him to the forest as he felt uneasy about leaving his wife and son at home this late. So he suggested to wait until the sun came up and then they would set off. But the man said he couldn't wait. He even offered to raise the price for the pumpkin if Jan agreed to take him to the forest immediately. Now Jan couldn't miss this once-of-a-lifetime opportunity. He agreed with the man's offer and said goodbye to his wife and son. Before leaving for the forest, he reminded them to lock the door and told them that he would be back soon. Then Jan and the man set off their journey. With a worrying expression on her face, the wife told Jan to be careful, as it could be dangerous to go to the forest this late. Jan reassured his wife, saying that he would be back home soon. The woman held her child in her arms and gazed at her husband with anxious eyes. She looked insecure as she sensed something mysterious about the man. The two watched Jan and the strange man walking their way to the forest, until their figure faded into darkness. That night, as the woman had lulled the child to sleep, she was still thinking about her husband. The sun had come up, but Jan hadn't returned. Sensing something bad had happened, she told the villagers about the incident and asked them to help her find Jan. The villagers agreed to go to the forest to look for Jan and the mysterious man, as they also believed there was something dangerous and untrustworthy about the man. So they went to the forest. As they had arrived, they split into smaller groups and went to different directions searching for Jan. The villagers called out his name. Their voices resounded throughout the forest, but there was no answer from him. It was until noon, when everyone had been tired. A group of young men had witnessed a shockingly terrifying scene. Everyone was freaked out to see the scene before their eyes, as it was so brutal and dreadful. As Jan's wife rushed to the scene, she couldn't hold back her tears, bursted out crying loudly. The mysterious man had killed Jan. His body leaned against a tree, mouth opened in fear while the eyes were wide open. The wife rushed to her dead husband, hugged him while crying out in extreme pain. A gloomy atmosphere pervaded the whole forest. The villagers were determined to find the mysterious man to take revenge on him. There was a high chance that he was still in the forest. The villagers separated in smaller groups searching for the man. The intense and furious look was visible on their faces. One villager found a clue about the man. He kept searching. As the man walked for a bit longer, he screamed out loud and fell to the ground as if he had witnessed something truly scary. The other villagers rushed to see what happened. The young man pointed to the place where he had just seen the horrors. Everybody was shocked to see the scene before their eyes. The mysterious man had died. He laid next to the tree roots, mouth wide open, just like Jan. However, he was still tightly holding the pumpkin that Jan had showed to the villagers. The expression on his face was bizarre, yet horrifying. By the look of his face, one could easily tell the man had witnessed something truly scary, while he was keeping the pumpkin with him. Everyone was freaked out. In just a morning, the villagers had found 2 dead bodies in the forest. There was a strong likelihood that the man was killed by the ghosts in the forest. The villagers believed it was a fitting punishment for the man, as he had previously killed Jan in such a brutal manner. As the old man finishing telling his story, Fong asked him, "So what happens after that? Who was the mysterious man?" The old man calmly replied, "He was a grave robber from the south who specialized in trading spooky things." Fong expressed his amazement. "How did you know so well about the pumpkin?" The old man then confessed that he was told about its magical uses by his master, but he never truly believed it. These spooky pumpkins could absorb the souls of dead people. Although they could cure many incurable diseases, they were extremely dangerous. The two then reached the end of the forest. At this moment, Fong realized that they had arrived at the spot where he found out about the pumpkin and the white flower. both Fong and the old man saw the long roots laying on the ground. The old man reached to his pocket and pulled out a knife. He made a cut to one of the roots. From the cut, a white sap oozed out. The old man told Fong to apply the white sap on his face and the ulcers. The old man gazed at the tree roots. He looked worriedly. He believed if the tree roots were still developing, there would be other pumpkins growing in the forest. Then the man suddenly recalled having a book from his master that illustrated a way of removing these tree roots. He didn't expect that one day he would have to use it. The next morning, Fong went to the old man's house. The two carried bamboo baskets that were loaded with yellow powder, which was made by the old man himself. Then they set out to the forest again. As they arrived at the spot, the old man sprinkled the powder on the tree roots. Oddly, as the powder was sprinkled on them, the roots quickly shrunk and became withered. Fong also followed him to do the same. The tree roots altogether withered and died. The old man then took out an incense burner, then lit 3 incense sticks. He made an altar to honor the souls wandering in his forest, and also free them. The atmosphere in the forest suddenly became warmer and fresher. The two went down the mountain after finishing their work. In the forest, the tree roots once again were reborn. They wrapped around the big trunks and sprouted a white flower.
Every time I catch sight of the rain, my mood inevitably plummets. Rain has never been my favorite. The reason is quite simple. I harbor numerous sorrowful memories associated with rain. It was under the rain that my partner ended our relationship. I encountered an accident, and countless unfortunate incidents crossed my path. Speaking of which, there was a particular incident during my elementary school years that also took place in the rain. After school, my classmates and I took turns in performing janitorial duties. That day it was my friends and my turn. While engaging in playful banter, we ended up losing track of time, failing to complete our tasks before the end of the school day. It was only when thunder rumbled and the sky grew ominously dark that we noticed the impending rain. My friend alerted me to the approaching downpour, urging me to hurry home. Since I hadn't anticipated rain when I left for school that morning, I didn't have an umbrella. If I failed to make it back home in time, I would undoubtedly be drenched. Disregarding the rain, my friend and I decided to walk home. We managed to cover some distance, fortunately, before the rain started pouring down. Eventually, we reached a point where we had to part ways, as we lived in different villages. Crossing the rugged path through the forest, I realized that raindrops were already descending. Hastily, I raised my hand to shield my head and quickened my pace, aiming to reach home as swiftly as possible. Understandably, in situations like mine, most people would opt to run in order to evade a thorough soaking. Although the road leading to my house was unpaved, it was relatively even and lacked loose stones, making it easier to traverse. Despite this, I stumbled unexpectedly. Quietly musing, I concluded that the slippery nature of the dirt path was the culprit behind my loss of balance. Consequently, I found myself sprawled face first into a puddle, drenching my entire body. The impact of the fall resulted in a sharp ache radiating from my foot, indicating a possible sprained ankle. Running was now out of the question, and even walking became a struggle. Each step was painstakingly slow as I gingerly made my way forward. Limping along, I eventually reached the outskirts of the village. near the aging banyan tree. Rain soaked every inch of my being, and my throbbing foot intensified my discomfort. Seeking respite, I decided to take a brief rest beneath the tree. Its branches provided some shelter from the torrential downpour. I sat there, allowing myself a moment of reprieve, while the throbbing pain in my foot persisted. As time passed, the rain grew more relentless, leaving me increasingly uncertain about how I would manage to make it home. Walking, the only option left, entailed a distance of over 300 meters. Gazing into the distance, I suddenly noticed a figure approaching from afar. This person was carrying an umbrella and strolling with an air of tranquility, unaffected by the urgency I felt to seek shelter. Notably, the umbrella in possession was made of oil paper, a type rarely seen in my area, but frequently featured on television. The individual appeared youthful, yet his attire exuded an old-fashioned charm. A sense of familiarity washed over me, though his identity eluded my memory. To my surprise, he seemed to recognize me and approached with an amicable demeanor. After I mentioned the pain in my foot, he promptly offered to carry me home. Grateful for his kindness, I couldn't bring myself to decline the gesture. As we walked together, an unbidden question emerged from within me. Who was this person, and why did he seem so familiar? I couldn't recall his identity despite a lingering sense of recognition. Sensing my curiosity, he mentioned that he had once carried me on his back when I was younger. I couldn't ascertain the veracity of this claim, but I genuinely couldn't recall who he was. Eventually, he indeed carried me all the way home. When I turned around to express my gratitude once more, I realized that he had vanished, though I couldn't determine when exactly he had left. Upon reaching home, I examined my foot and noticed an unusual bruise around my ankle. It appears as if though someone had forcefully grabbed my foot, causing me to fall. The following morning, I woke up and proceeded to school as usual. As I stepped onto the street, I unexpectedly encountered my young neighbor. The moment I laid eyes on his face, I immediately remembered the identity of the person who had carried me. It was his father. However, his father had passed away several years ago. I was astonished, and I recounted to the boy how his father had carried me home the previous night. At first, the boy dismissed my account as nonsense, finding it difficult to believe. But then, he revealed that it was his father's birthday yesterday, and perhaps, just maybe, he had truly returned.
It happened in 1996 in a small city in Hong Kong. This story was also a famous strange case at that time. Mr. Ma was a security guard at an old apartment building. Evenings were always his best time. Because it was summer, the day was very hot and muggy, but the night was cooler and more pleasant. There was nothing better than sitting in the wind and drinking a glass of wine. After placing the pot of fragrant lamb stew on the table, Mr. Ma was very happy and refreshed, so he poured a glass of wine and was ready to sip. But suddenly something fell from above very quickly and directly into his mutton pot. The broth and even the lamb was splattered all over the table, which greatly annoyed Mr. Ma. He didn't know who could be so careless, blatantly throwing trash down, so he looked up and started cursing. But there was absolutely no movement above.
everything was still quiet. No one answered him. He thought they must be afraid of being scolded by Mr. Ma, so they deliberately ignored him. But just a few minutes later, from the fourth floor, something suddenly fell again, which was black and slightly round. Thinking that the other person would continue to throw trash on the ground, Mr. Ma was very attentive to what was falling to catch the other guy. However, the thing that fell was something he couldn't believe, because it was a human head. It flew from above very quickly. This thing made him panic. He had never encountered a situation like this before. The head fell straight onto the table, hitting Mr. Ma's pot of lamb, sending everything flying everywhere. He was also surprised to the point of immobilization. At this point, Mr. Ma could only watch the mess in front of him, his eyes white with fear. The head belonged to a woman. Because of blood loss, her skin had turned pale. Next to the head was a human hand, so it was clear that what had fallen before was a human hand. At this point, Mr. Ma wanted to run away, but his legs were numb. So, he backed up and fell back and still staring at the head on the table. In the end, Mr. Ma gathered all his strength to scream out loud to everyone for help. After Mr. Ma's screams, everyone gathered and called the police. The police car was present at the scene where the head fell within minutes. Hearing Mr. Ma's statement, the police began to surround the room to prepare to arrest the perpetrator. But when standing in front of the room, the policeman suddenly saw something very strange. That's the door to the room that didn't close. It's still open. Could the killer have run away? If not, he probably didn't know what fear was. However, the policemen were also very cautious. They stood by the door and peered inside the room through the half-open door. But what was inside made them suddenly startled. The strong smell of blood gushing out from inside the dark room with only a little light. A man was sitting on the sofa with a gloomy expression, surrounded by blood, stretching from the wall to his clothes to the floor. On the floor was a large knife. The type used to cut meat was also lying in a pool of blood. It seemed that this was the weapon that the man used to kill people. The policeman stood in front of him, even pointed a gun at his head to control him, but he still did not resist or explain anything. His eyes were empty and lifeless, his face dark and extremely sad. It was worth mentioning that he kept staring at the TV without blinking. Something was attracting him more than the fact that he had just killed someone. The strangest thing was that there were no programs on TV. So what was he looking at? And what made him like that? The TV continued to make squeaks, and the screen was only filled with black and white dots as if the signal was lost. The police then went looking for clues around the house. They discovered the body of a woman without a head sitting in the kitchen. This must be the body of the head that had fallen on Mr. Ma's table. Inside the bedroom was the body of a boy, about 10 years old, whose head was also beheaded. But his head was left not far away, not thrown out. Because this case shocked the people and the press, the police couldn't take it lightly. They immediately set up a team to investigate everything. The man was also taken to the police station to get a bow. His face remained the same, still wide open eyes and gloomy. After interrogation, what the police received was only a statement that the devil had made him. He did not know what he had just done. But of course, the police did not believe it. The police wanted him to tell everything because there was no such thing as being manipulated by the devil, like he said. He also began to recount everything that night. He had no reason to kill his wife and son. It was a day off for the couple, so they both took their son out to play. Then the whole family returned home just after dark. Arriving at home, everyone was tired. The wife decided to go to the kitchen to cut some fruit and bring it to the living room so that the whole family could watch TV while resting. The son went straight to the bedroom to play, and he just sat in the living room watching TV, waiting for his wife. On TV was showing a program excavating ancient tombs, was also a popular program recently. But for a while the TV suddenly blurred and the sound also started to crack. It seemed that the signal was lost. After that, the image of the other program also disappeared completely, replaced by black and white dots and shrill squeaks. But in that squeak it seemed to be a whispering voice, telling the man to kill his family and cut off their heads. And for some reason his mind went blank, and then his body began to do what the voice commanded. Just like that, he killed his family exactly the way the voice on the television said. He did not understand why he did it, but at that time he was no longer aware of anything. Hearing this, of course, the policeman would not believe it. There was no way that a strange voice coming from the TV could command someone to kill people like that. Perhaps he had a long quarrel with his wife, or he was an abuser. The investigation lasted nearly a month, but no matter what method the police used, he only gave one way, the same answer. No matter how menacing or soft-spoken the man was still the same, and he seemed to be very sure of his words. The police also reached out to neighbors and people who knew him to investigate, but according to the results, he had no reason to kill his family. Their whole family lived together very happily. Everyone knew it. But among the neighbors' testimonies, many said strange things had happened recently, since some people had unearthed an ancient tomb near this area. The people believed that perhaps it has accidentally released something bad, or a curse of some kind. Of course, the police wouldn't take out those stories to write about the case because the husband himself admitted to killing his family. So he couldn't defend him for such spiritual reasons. Finally, he was sentenced to death for his cruel behavior. And whether the truth was what he told or not, no one would ever know.
There's this young student at my company who just started his internship there. His name is Tatsu. He and I like to chat to each other. One uneventful morning, Tatsu unceremoniously mentioned that he had met a ghost once. He then proceeded to tell me how it happened. This story started at Tatsu's old apartment, place he used to stay at before hired by the company. He told me about one of his neighbors, a successful doctor, living with his mother and wife. It is obvious that his wife was quite young. She often wore bold makeup and sexy clothes. Their age difference, along with their different styles in clothing, aroused a feeling of distrust and unease to others. One day, while getting ready for work, Tatsu came across his neighbor, the doctor. He was struggling to carry some heavy luggage while eagerly looking at his watch as if he was waiting for someone. My colleague, curious, went over to ask him if he needed help. The man looked up and, smiling, said that he was going on a 2-month business trip. Tatsu was no stranger to the doctor's family. In fact, the doctor's aunt often shared her homemade dumplings with him. It had been a long time since he saw her, so he was actually quite curious to know about her. After a few tense moments, the man broke down and revealed the pain that was tormenting him. His mother, he said, had terminal cancer and was receiving treatment at home. Tatsu was shocked to hear the news. He would never have expected such a kind and joyful woman to catch such a terrible disease. Surely the poor doctor must have felt powerless and impotent if he was unable to help her, he said. Tatsu then mentioned he had to rush because he was late for his shift, so the two said their goodbyes and went on their way. Tatsu couldn't stop to look back at the man on his way out. He noted how his expression seemed to change as he walked away. Time went on and the doctor's absence in the house was eventually dismissed. And so it was until one day my colleague was taking out the garbage when he saw something strange. Tatsu had just opened the door when he noticed, down the stairs, to his right, a couple walking up towards him. As soon as the woman noticed him, her expression changed. Tatsu was quick to realize this was the doctor's wife. Tatsu couldn't mutter a word before the woman started introducing the young man to him. She said he was her younger brother from the countryside. Tatsu, being an honest and trusting person, thought nothing of this encounter. But the young brother lost his balance and tripped down the stairs. Fortunately, but unconvincingly, her sister saved him. The young man looked at Tatsu with distrust. Tatsu left right after, not feeling quite at ease around those two. On a different occasion, Tatsu heard the doorbell ring at his neighbor's apartment, and in curiosity took a peek to see who it was. For a brief moment, he saw the so-called siblings being extremely intimate with each other. A sister would never do that with her brother, and a brother will definitely not do that to his sister, he thought. A few days passed and Tatsu forgot about what he had seen. One morning, on his way out, Tatsu felt the smell of incense and could sense a feeling of mourning nearby. And just as he was thinking this, his neighbor opened the door. His face lacked life. All it reflected was sadness. He was wearing a traditional white garment that is worn for funerals. I had to ask Tatsu if he really dared to ask him if his mother was dead. After hearing this, he nodded his head to confirm, while wiping the tears from the corner of his eyes. When Tatsu heard this, he was shocked. He couldn't believe she was gone so soon. He offered his condolences to the family and asked for permission to come in and burn incense in her honor. As soon as he walked into his apartment, he saw the doctor's wife sitting on the sofa, eyes glued to her phone and with an indifferent expression on her face. When she saw him, her face was startled and her discomfort became apparent. After seeing her, he suddenly recalled what he saw days before, but he knew that wasn't the time or place to bring it up now. He had to quietly pray for his aunt and burn some incense for her. After lighting the incense on the fire, he noticed a strange silhouette forming above him. Just above the shrine where her picture rested, Tatsu in horror saw blood running down the wall and coming from the aunt's face in the picture. He was so scared that he even tripped back. He was screaming, trying to get away from this horrible display. His scream called the attention of everyone, especially the doctor, who rushed back to see what happened. He helped Tatsu off the sofa in the living room and asked him about what happened. Tatsu was trembling and scared, trying to tell the doctor about what he had seen in the auntie's photo. But when the couple looked around, they saw nothing out of place. Tatsu was shocked, unsure if what he had seen was the result of an hallucination or something else. Then, behind him, he saw the doctor's wife, looking suspicious. Before he left, he said his goodbyes to the man and tried to comfort him as much as he could. Tatsu thought that was the end of it, but not even a day after, his life turned upside down. The next night, Tatsu left for work late. He was doing overtime and left for home at 11 p.m. Tatsu just entered the house when a cold, gloomy air rushed over him. But since he had had a long day of work and was tired, he just disregarded it, ate some noodles, and went to bed. That night, Tatsu couldn't sleep. He suddenly woke up startled in the middle of the night, and for as much as he tried, he could not go back to sleep. As he struggled to fall asleep, he heard a strange sound coming from the living room. It sounded like someone munching on bread. He went out to check out the strange sound, but as soon as he opened the door, he saw a dreadful scene in front of him. Standing there in the living room was the old lady who had just passed away, devouring a loaf of bread. Her face was indiscernible. All he could see was a white, glowy face that almost made him faint. Tatsu ran back into his room, jumped on his bed, and went under the blankets. He was shaking and trembling like never before. His whole body was wrapped up in blankets. He could barely control the shaking as he tried to pray for help. After a moment of silence, the lady's soul slowly opened his door and walked in. She walked right to his side. Her face was as bloody as in the picture he had seen at the funeral. Tatsu was shaking, begging for his life, but the woman just stood there and with a calm voice told him about her demise. She said that her daughter-in-law refused to feed her and so she starved to death. She only spent her time with another man while her son was away. Hearing this made Tatsu feel unsettled. He wanted to ask her why she was not haunting her daughter-in-law instead of him, but he was too scared, but eventually did so. The lady with the croaky voice told him that she could not enter the house for there was something stopping her. This is why she came to ask him for help. Hearing that, Tatsu suddenly remembered the promise he had made to his neighbor's family. In front of the aunt's picture, he promised to help if they ever needed him. He then also remembered the times the cheating woman had deceived her husband. Tatsu changed his expression. He looked angry and determined now. He sat up and threw the blankets away. He then told the spirit that he would help her. But when he saw her clearly, his nose started bleeding. Hearing Tatsu's offering made the spirit tear up. Tatsu told her that he would go the next morning to their house to clarify this whole situation. Hearing this, the old woman laughed and smiled. She thanked him deeply. She said that fulfilling her wish would help her be in peace. She then faded away through the door until she disappeared. It seemed like the wicked daughter-in-law is going to get her comeuppance and will deal with immeasurable consequences. The next morning, as soon as Tatsu saw the doctor's wife leave, he went over to his house. The doctor was surprised to see him there at such an early time in the morning. With quick wit, Tatsu told him that his toilet was clogged and wanted to ask to use theirs. The doctor, being a neighborly man, immediately agreed. Once inside his home, Tatsu sneakily went to the aunt's shrine. He looked around, searching for the thing the spirit mentioned the night before. He kept on searching, looking for any unusual objects. When he reached the front of the wife's room, he saw a bowl with a bunch of mirrors hanging from the door. Tatsu did not know what it was, but it was surely unusual, so he decided to take it down to bring it to the spirit. If I do this, the spirit won't hang around my place anymore, he thought. Tatsu said that not long after that, he started his internship at my company, and shortly after, Tatsu accidentally stumbled upon his neighbor on the street. This time around though, he looked even more devastated, like he had just been through more pain and sorrow. He tried greeting him, but the doctor did not answer. Tatsu was curious, so he asked people close to him about his family. A person told him that his wife had suddenly gone crazy. One day, she just lost it. She grabbed a knife, cut her face, and gouged her own eyes before finally slicing her throat open. Everything was finally revealed, and she confessed.
A few years ago, when I was a senior in high school, my school organized a one-night picnic in a rural area quite far from the city. We used to think that this picnic would be the happiest trip in everyone's life because this trip was the last memory of our school days. But perhaps it was just a wrong thought because that trip left us with a haunting memory. We also lost a friend who was once very close. My school bus arrived just as the sun was starting to set, and it was dusk. The bus stopped next to a small village. My class teacher at the time became a reluctant guide, directing us to gather in a line to avoid getting lost. She advised us to care about our time and told us not to go out without her permission. At first, my class at that time was very obedient. We excitedly took our luggage off the bus and prepared to wait for the moment to check in. After packing up, our class had a walk around the local market before dinner started. While walking, a group of girls was attracted to a scary scene. All their attention was on the strange house in the area. Behind the big fence gate was a man tied with a thick chain. This man let out a devilish laugh, his eyes widening as if they were going to fall out. His mouth was torn open to the ears. After looking closely at him, they realized that there were scary scratches behind that wrinkled skin and very scary blood-red lips. After seeing the scary man looking at them, the group of girlfriends were all scared and shouted, then pulled each other away at the same time. By late afternoon, our students were present and gathered at the hotel. Then, it was the time when we were free to do what we wanted. The group of girls from earlier gathered into a group to eat snacks with the class teacher, then told her the story of the scary man they had met at the market earlier. After listening, the teacher thought for a while and said that people in the village often told each other that there was a cursed straw scarecrow in the middle of the village's wasteland. If no one looked into the scarecrow's eyes immediately, as crazy as that man did. Our students did not know the truth of the story that the teacher told them at the time. We only felt it was something haunting. I thought it was just an ordinary gossip story when suddenly, disaster struck our class. In the middle of the night, 2 students escaped to the moor to go on a date and enjoy the scenery together. The 2 sat under the night sky looking at the stars in the sky, discussing the upcoming college entrance exam and promises. But after a while, the male friend felt like fiddling with something and started looking around. Unknowingly, some invisible power prompted him to look ahead of the moor and call his female friends to take a look. The 2 discovered a very large straw scarecrow standing in the middle of the field. The straw scarecrow kept swaying in the wind, like some invisible magic calling for the male friend's attention. The female friend suddenly remembered the class teacher's story before and felt a little uneasy. But in contrast to the female friend, the male friend was extremely excited. He took his girlfriend's hand and asked her to run with him to the scarecrow's place. But the female friend was too obsessed with the story the teacher told earlier and didn't know if the wasteland the teacher was talking about was here or not. So the female friend still didn't dare to go with the male friend to the scarecrow's place. As a result, the male friend thought his girlfriend was a coward and decided to go to the scarecrow alone to prove his bravery. Although the girlfriend in the back kept calling and advising the male friend to come back, in a moment she saw him walking to the middle of the field, passing through the rice field. After that, the male friend walked in front of the straw scarecrow. He planned to bring the straw scarecrow to his girlfriend's place on his own. It wasn't until he came face to face with the straw scarecrow that he realized that it was no ordinary straw scarecrow. Somehow the scarecrow's eyes were red like blood. By some magic power, its whole body moved and let out crazy laughter. When the student saw the scene, he was so scared that his face was pale, his mouth was speechless, and he couldn't utter any more words. Until the student knew he had encountered something evil, he shouted and ran for his life. He ran to his girlfriend and told her to run back to the hotel quickly, much to her surprise. He didn't bother to explain anything more. He just grabbed the female student's hand and pulled her quickly back to the hotel. In the final moments, the female student also turned to look at the strange straw scarecrow, clearly feeling it was glowing and chasing the 2. The following morning, there was a chaotic incident for all the hotel staff and our students at the whole hotel where we were staying. For everything to go smoothly, the teacher immediately asked the female students to go back to the room together so that she could deal with it outside. But not long after we returned to the room,
There was a scream of fear from the class teacher outside the hallway. The students in the room were also surprised to go outside to listen, and the whole corridor immediately became crowded with people. After several calls to the hospital, students in my class stopped in front of a room with bewildered eyes. The person in the room was a male student. He didn't know what was wrong with him, but he frantically smashed and scratched his face with his hands. After a while, he was silent, making many people mistakenly believe that he was gradually regaining his composure. Unexpectedly, when he raised his face to look at everyone, he revealed his madness with a form that no longer resembled a person. He scratched his face with his hand. The corner of his mouth also revealed a wide and vague smile. Everything happened at the hotel at the time. The girlfriend also witnessed this. She believed that her boyfriend was cursed by the scarecrow in the wasteland. Moments later, local medical staff also showed up. More and more people came to watch, making the scene extremely panicky. The female students outside looked at each other fearfully and said that the male friend was being transformed into the same crazy man they saw in the marketplace. The medical staff took a lot of time to restrain the male student with a thick blanket and then bring him to the hospital, waiting for his parents to pick him up. Only the female friend who had accompanied him that night was truly haunted. She still couldn't forget the face and look he gave her when the doctor put him in the ambulance. His face and mouth were now covered with red blood, his eyes were crazy, and his skin was pale like a completely different person. After the incident, we quickly got into the bus and left with a tense atmosphere. Most people were worried about the other male friend's condition. As for the female friend, she couldn't stop crying, her eyes filled with sadness that no one could soothe. Perhaps it was the most memorable and terrifying trip of our student life that all those present at the time could not forget. A long time ago, I told my close friend about a camping trip I went on a few years ago. During that camping trip, I encountered a strange thing. That also was the last time I saw my travel companion. To this day, I still couldn't contact him. A friend in my group was also curious to ask if I had tried contacting that friend again. But the truth was that I went to his house in a high-class apartment block down the street, but still no more news. When my close friend heard about it, he was skeptical and didn't know what was wrong, so he could only reassure me to go to the police to see if he could help. When I heard that, I sighed because I did everything but could not. By the way, I also told my close friend about that strange camping trip of mine. At the time, I had an appointment with that companion, my college classmate, and another female friend to join a mountain climbing camp organized by ourselves. We set off very early because we had to catch the bus to a remote suburb. This place was famous for its high hills and dense forests full of mysteries. When we got there, we were so excited, everyone was anxious about the upcoming climb trip. After arriving, we decided to rent a small room near the hill to rest because it was also late. That night we slept at the motel and only wanted all of our energy to spend the next day's expedition. Before we started, we also heard horror stories that happened in the same forest. But with our stubborn nature, we decided to ignore the rumors and head straight for the hill as planned. After going into the forest for a long time, we could not see another turn. I was afraid that we would all get lost if we continued further inside. So we all discussed whether we should stop and pitch a tent here for fear that the deeper we go, the more dangerous we would be. At first we were hesitant, but because there was a woman in the group, we also decided to set up to our camp right at the edge of the forest, near the road going down the hill to ensure safety. During our lunch break, the whole team ate and talked about what we needed to do that evening. When it was dark, we decided to go deeper to facilitate exploration but still keep a safe enough distance to run down the hill when something went wrong. We were halfway down the street when this female friend said she needed to go to pee and told us to stand here and wait for her for a moment. I advised her not to go too far and then talked with the other companion and discussed with them whether to choose this flat place to pitch a camp or not. I was afraid that if we went deep into the forest, there would be no phone signal. After agreeing, we decided to set up camp here. When the female friend returned, we had finished everything. The female friend who saw us from afar rushed over and said that she had encountered a perverted and strange man that surprised the two of us. The female friend said that when she went to pee, she accidentally caught this man standing behind a tree and following her. At first, my companion seemed to not believe her. He thought no one would pass by in such a deep forest. But the female friend kept insisting that a man was following her and pointed towards the deep forest. Then she took us to the place where she saw the man, but when I got there, I only saw a big cliff. At the time, my travel companion thought it would most likely be an interesting experience, so he suggested camping in front of this rock to see who the mysterious man was. But as soon as the sentence ended, a man in his 40s appeared from nowhere with a strange gesture. This man looked at us with a sharp eye and asked who we were and where we came from and kept saying we had to get out of this forest quickly. Then the female friend in the group confirmed and concluded that this was the man she had met earlier. The strange man heard what we said as an insult to his honor and became very upset. We all blamed him at that time, thinking he was a pervert. My companion always scolded and threatened not to let him come near our camp. After that, we decided to go back to our camp and not care about the strange man anymore. That night we sat in our camp. We casually ate and talked happily. After eating and drinking, we discussed that we would take turns guarding between two men, and my companion volunteered to be the first on duty and I would go to the camp to sleep first. The other female friend, seeing this, was also embarrassed and said that she would go to the other camp to sleep. After that, we split up, one camp per person, and began to rest. The whole forest sank into the inherent stillness and silence as if nothing had happened. But after sleeping for a while, the female friend in the camp suddenly felt uneasy, so she softly called out to my friend. After receiving no response, she pulled the camp down to check, but no one was outside. At this time, the female friend felt worried, so she ventured out. She went out alone to look for her friend in bewilderment. She followed the old road to see where the other friend was. After a while of looking for him with no result, this female friend returned to the original cliff where we came from. By chance, she met the strange older man from earlier. Knowing she was looking for a friend, the older man turned his face back, and as if to say that her friend was inside the cave. So she immediately ran straight into the cave, calling out the name of her friend. But once inside, she saw no trace of her friend, nor heard any reply. When she was about to turn back, she saw a small light at the end of the road. Curious, she walked over and discovered a mausoleum. There was a shadowy figure there. It was none other than the friend in the group. She didn't know when he came here, but he was busy looking for something. The female friend went to ask questions out of curiosity, only to find out that this male friend accidentally found an ancient tomb. The owner of this tomb must be a person of royal background because there were many precious gold and silver jewels around her body. But strangely, no one knew who this woman was and when she died. The parched flesh of her face still showed no sign of decay. Both of them were very excited when they saw a lot of expensive treasure. Together, each person took away all the possessions in the tomb and put them in their backpack.
After taking it, the two quickly pulled each other out. As soon as they came out of the cave, there was strange laughter inside that attracted the attention of both of them. The female friend thought it might be the strange older man's voice. While the two were bewildered, from inside a figure staggered over. When the strange figure came outside, the young couple trembled, not daring to say a word. The strange man from earlier suddenly changed, becoming a twisted corpse with his head turned back. The brave male friend took his flashlight and threw it at the strange man. But the man looked at both of them with bloodshot eyes. His face was as calm as he knew it all. Then he slashed with his hand, causing the flashlight to break in two, then chased after the young couple with an axe. Because they were too scared, the two found a nearby rock cave and went inside to escape. But when they thought they were safe, there were strange sounds behind them. Because the male friend wanted to protect the other female friend, he immediately signaled the female friend to run away just as the man with the axe appeared. He stood close behind the male friend, then raised his sharp iron axe and flashed a devilish smile. The male friend was scared to run away but was held by this man. Then the man used an axe and hit the male friend hard. The female friend witnessed the scene and ran away in panic. When she was running close to the campsite, she accidentally ran into me. As soon as she met me, the female friend hugged her face and burst into tears. After hearing the story, I asked the female friend to turn back to the camp, and I called the police about the incident. In the camp, the female friend was constantly worried about the male friend because he was attacked by the strange older man. After a while, the police showed up, but when I brought the police to the scene of the incident, there was no appearance of a cave. The other man was also found later, but he said it was my friend who attacked him and fainted. To my surprise, this man added that after being beaten by my friend, he no longer knew anything. After telling the story, my friend immediately turned to ask the story. I told him that the male friend had disappeared, but the strange story here did not stop there. This strange man also said that he was trapped in that forest for a very long time until we showed up and informed the police.
This scary story revolves around a young man named Lou who had just graduated from college and was still unemployed. The man was also a game addict, as he spent most of his days playing video games. One day he played video games until midnight. It was until he got defeated in the game he was playing that he realized he hadn't had his dinner. Lou had gradually made a habit of having dinner late at night, 12 o'clock at midnight, as everyone was already at sleep. He went outside to find something to eat. That night was not an exception. The man once again went out to eat when it was already dark. All the nearby restaurants were closed, so he had to walk for quite a distance to find one. Eventually Lou saw a small noodle restaurant. He quickly went inside without being hesitant. Actually, Lou had been on the street for multiple times, but it was his first time seeing this particular place. The restaurant owner was a bald man with an angular face. He looked a little bit ferocious, yet always had a friendly look on him every time he met his customer. Immediately, a hot bowl of noodle soup was brought to Lou. Starving, Lou quickly finished the dish so he could get back to playing video games. After leaving the noodle restaurant, Lou saw a figure of someone approaching him. Turned out, it was an old lady wearing ragged clothes. She looked pretty mysterious. The mysterious lady was actually a beggar as she showed her cracked bowl to Lou, asking him for some money. Although Lou was a boring guy and a game addict, he was kind and generous. He took out the money remaining in his pocket and gave it to the old lady without even thinking about it. Then he returned home in a hurry.
It looked like the beggar wanted to say something to Lou. But oddly, on the following night, as Lou went to that noodle restaurant again, he saw the old lady sitting in front of the door as if she was waiting for someone. But what's worth noticing was, as Lou was about to get into the restaurant, she quickly got up and held his hand firmly, not letting him go inside. Her bizarre behavior startled Lou. His face turned pale as he thought the old lady might be mentally ill. Lou tried to push her arm, but the lady refused to let go of him. Not only that, what she said to him became more and more serious. Having no other choices, Lou had to talk to her. He couldn't understand why this old lady was acting in such a strange manner despite having just received his money yesterday. Seeing the uncomfortable expression on Lou, the old lady had no other choice but to tell him everything she knew. She muttered to him that the restaurant was actually a place of evil, therefore he'd better leave soon as possible. Of course, Lou didn't buy what the old lady was saying, as what she said actually made him reinforce his belief that she was not a normal person. After ordering a bowl of noodles, this time Lou no longer stared at his phone like he usually did, as he carefully looked around him yet found nothing suspicious. The ones around him ate their dishes with chopsticks. Some even raised their bowls to slurp the soup, just like him. After taking a good look around, he smirked and assumed that the old lady must not be right in the head to think this place was awful, then continued with his dish. There wasn't anything wrong since the moment Lou came in and left the restaurant, as he loved the noodle soup being served there since it suited his taste, and even considered going back to eat again. As Lou was on his way home, he once again encountered the old lady. Her behavior remained unchanged. This time he was definitely annoyed by her. He was under the impression that the old lady was mentally ill, so he yelled at her. "What do you want from me? I truly wish this would be the last time I saw you." But she didn't seem to be bothered by his unpleasant words. From the pocket she took out a small bottle that contained a green liquid and told him to apply it on his eyebrows to see the true appearance of the ones in the noodle restaurant. Having no other choice, Lou had to take the bottle since he didn't want to be bothered again, and then walked away. And the old lady, she was still standing there until she no longer saw his figure. That night, Lou was struggling to sleep as he was thinking about what the lady had said to him, so he got up and brought out the magical bottle. Suddenly he came up with an idea. Why didn't he give it a try to find out whether the lady had lied to him or not? The following night, Lou decided to go to the noodle restaurant again. While everyone was having their dishes, he took out the bottle, poured the liquid on his hand and then applied it on his eyebrows. He took a deep breath, plucked up his courage and then turned around to look at them. It was unknown what Lou had witnessed, yet his face immediately turned pale. Sweat were pouring. His whole body started trembling. The normal people he had previously seen somehow became lifeless corpses with white eyes and pale skin that were covered with scratches. Some only had their eye sockets. There were ulcers on their skins and they hungrily ate the noodle soup, which looked disgusting. Lou quickly looked down to regain his composure, but what appeared before his eyes was even much more terrifying. Just by the look on his face, one could easily tell he had witnessed something truly disgusting. The thing in front of his eyes was a bowl of noodles that was filled with maggots. He couldn't believe that he had eaten them for the past 2 times he visited there. Scared, Lou tossed the bowl aside. He stood up and screamed in horror. The bowl of noodles got overturned, which caused the soup to spill onto the table. Lou's scream and behavior quickly caught the attention of those around him. They stopped eating as if all of them turned around and looked at him with their white eyes. But Lou didn't even bother to care about them. He quickly ran outside yet accidentally bumped into someone on the way. It was the restaurant owner. He also looked ferocious and scary like the others in the place. He rolled back his eyes, clenched his teeth and asked Lou, "Where are you going, young man? You haven't even paid for the soup." Lou didn't even care about his question, as the only thing appeared on his mind was to escape this scary place. He quickly rushed to the door. yet didn't expect the door to be closed, so Lou couldn't do anything else but to stop despite being trembling scared. As he was about to pay for the soup, the restaurant owner violently grabbed his arms. At that moment, he felt like his arms had already been cut off. The restaurant owner didn't insist the young man on paying for his soup, yet he said something strange to him, saying he shouldn't believe what the old lady had told him as she was full of lies. But it didn't matter much to him as who was right or wrong. The only thing he wanted to do was to escape the spooky place as soon as possible. As he finally made it out alive, he once again encountered the old lady. He couldn't understand why she was following him all the time. Days later, the young man still couldn't stop thinking about what had happened to him. Was it the restaurant owner or the old lady that told the truth? Anyway, since that day, Lou no longer dared to go out to eat at night. He broke his bad habits and returned to live like a normal person.
Dr. Chan was well known in the area for his healing skills and knowledge of all diseases. One day, he received a very serious invitation from a farmer's house in the village. Following the tour guide, he walked for more than 20 minutes to reach the place. According to the guide, his father seemed to be in a critical condition.
Hurry up, doctor. My father can't take it anymore.
Arriving in front of the house, the man opened the old gate and invited Dr. Chan inside. As he led the doctor inside, he hurriedly called out to his mother.
Mother, I invited Dr. Chan to come here.
The mother had just come out, repeatedly urging him in because she was afraid that her husband's condition would not make him last long. The mother invited Dr. Chan inside while talking about her husband's situation. Her husband just got sick 2 days ago and was getting worse very quickly. The person lying on the bed was an older man with a pale face and wide open mouth and eyes rolled backwards. Dr. Chan approached to examine the man's situation. The older man rolled his eyes, panicking and continuously shouting,
"It hurts so much. They are crawling all over me. Please kill me. I'm in so much pain."
A blanket covered the older man, so Dr. Chan didn't know what the man's problem was. So Dr. Chan decided to come and see what was under the blanket. But when he approached, the man strongly reacted to Dr. Chan. He pushed Dr. Chan away. It seemed that the disease had made the man panic and no longer aware of his surroundings. But with his years of experience, Dr. Chan quickly convinced the man to be examined. Despite following the doctor's orders, the older man still seemed to be very uncomfortable and afraid. As soon as he lifted the blanket, Dr. Chan was amazed to see the patient's current condition. The older man's belly was monstrously bulged. Suddenly, the older man appeared to be in pain, as if just moving could make his whole body suffer. Dr. Chan now seemed to understand the older man's condition, so he told the older man's son and wife to hold him tightly. Both of them joined forces to be able to hold the older man down, even though he was struggling with pain. After the older man was held tightly, Dr. Chan unbuttoned the older man's shirt, revealing a tight, swollen abdomen full of veins and blood. Dr. Chan now looked thoughtfully at the large and protruding belly of what looked like tendons. They were all very large and swollen on the skin of the older man's abdomen. But strangely, these tendons could move, or rather, it looked like worms or parasites inside of him. Dr. Chan seemed to have understood the problem. He turned to take out the acupuncture needles from the toolbox. The needles were long and sharp, but Dr. Chan believed that they could definitely help the older man now. Dr. Chan just stopped thinking for a moment, then started his treatment.
acupuncture needles were inserted into the older man's belly in sequence. Dr. Chan was very good at this acupuncture method. After a while, acupuncture needles were quickly inserted all over the man's belly, and the things that looked like worms also started to stop moving. And a few minutes later, they disappeared completely, no longer visible on the skin of the older man's belly. The older man now also began to calm down, feeling less pain, and was able to rest for a while. The son seemed very worried about his father. He hurriedly asked Dr. Chan what strange illness his father was suffering from. Dr. Chan did not talk directly about the disease at this time, but he began to learn more about the time the older man got sick. Dr. Chan said to the son,
"Your father had been infected with a type of poisonous parasite. If left for any longer, it would consume all of his organs. The situation is very dire."
The son asked Dr. Chan if his father would be saved. The wife also said that her husband suddenly became strange a few days ago after cutting grass to feed the cows. That's when he began to feel sick. Upon hearing that, Dr. Chan quickly asked her about the location of the lawn, as he wanted the patient's family to lead him there to check it out and inspect. According to his mother's description, the son also knew the location of the lawn area. By the time it was getting dark, the son had already started taking Dr. Chan because it was around wild grass growing relatively far from their home. On the way, the son still didn't understand why his father's illness had something to do with the wild grass. But Dr. Chan still didn't explain anything. He had his own conclusions. After walking quite a distance, the son said they were almost there. They just have to go behind the cliff and they would arrive. When he arrived, Dr. Chan was amazed and also afraid. It seemed that his suspicions were correct. In front of them was a bunch of weeds, as tall as people and at first glance, as normal as any other type of weed. Dr. Chan and the son started to walk closer to the grassy area. The doctor was extremely wary, but the son didn't know what was going on. Dr. Chan walked and looked around like he was looking for something. Finally, he found what he was looking for. Seeing that they had been gone for quite a long time from home, and with the doctor being extremely quiet without telling him about his father's condition, the son began to worry. At this point, Dr. Chan began to explain to the son the cause of the appearance of the parasites. A parasite caused his father's illness. They were infecting and sucking blood from his father's belly fat. The parasite was born from a strange worm, and it only reproduced on this type of weed. After that, Dr. Chan started rummaging through his tool bag. The son still didn't understand what Dr. Chan was going to do. Then Dr. Chan gave the son a thick scarf that looked like it was sewn with many layers. The two began to approach the weeds, and Dr. Chan needed to experiment a bit to be sure to find something that could treat the patient. After a while of searching, Dr. Chan reached out and picked a branch of the tree which grew among the weeds. Indeed, if they looked at it with the naked eye, it would be difficult to distinguish this plant in the middle of a vast lawn. Even the son was very surprised. Dr. Chan held up the branch high and asked the son to look closely above the small leaves, which were the eggs of the parasites. At this point, the son was starting to get scared but still wanted to know what it was, so he also looked at the leaf. And indeed, on the surface of the leaves, there were some seeds, tiny as white as a grain of rice. When he tried to take a closer look, the son suddenly realized that they were eggs and covered with thin membrane-like spider silk. The son wondered, this thing was so small, how could it cause such a terrible disease? Dr. Chan didn't explain much. He just asked the son to take a good look at what he does next. Dr. Chan rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a small vial. Then he gave it to the son, telling him to apply it on his face and hands. Applying this drug would help avoid insects, even those parasitic larvae that attacked the body. After that, Dr. Chan started going deep into the grass, like he was looking for something. The weeds around here were taller than a person's head, so there was a lot of potential for danger. In the end, it seemed that Dr. Chan had found something important that could help cure the older man's illness. After reaching out to pick a tree branch, Dr. Chan showed it to the son. There were many small purple fruits on the branch, which looked very strange. Dr. Chan held it out in front of the son and told him to look for more fruits like this. It grew from the same tree on which the poisonous parasites lay their eggs. Dr. Chan told him to look carefully and pick a lot to bring back to save his father. The two began to split up to find and pick the strange fruit which only reproduced on this plant, and only its fruit could kill those parasites. In just a moment, the two were able to pick a lot of fruit. After getting out of the weeds, Dr. Chan suddenly took a small knife and cut a small cut on his finger. The son was extremely surprised but still very quiet, watching Dr. Chan. Next, Dr. Chan began to drip his own blood from the cut. The drop of blood fell directly onto the leaf containing the small larva eggs. At this moment, the son was putting the leaf on the handkerchief and holding it in his hand. What happened next made him extremely scared. After the drop of blood permeated the egg sacs, they seemed to begin to move. From within the tiny eggs, strange creatures looking like small worms began to break the egg sac and came out. At first, they were just bigger than a thread, but after they sucked all the blood on the leaf, they suddenly became as big as chopsticks. They gradually got bigger and bigger. In an instant, they almost filled out the entire handkerchief the son was holding, making him shiver with fear. At that moment, Dr. Chan took the purple fruit he had just picked. He gently squeezed the fruit and it immediately oozed a purple liquid. After that, he directly dripped it onto a parasite. Miraculously, the purple juice from the wild fruit worked. The poisonous parasite began to writhe in pain and then withered and died. Seeing these things, the son also understood what the doctor wanted to say. Suddenly, Dr. Chan seemed to remember something. He glanced at these weeds and thought for a moment. But now, it was getting dark. They needed to go home with this pile of purple fruit quickly. The doctor did not forget to ask the son if anyone had known this lawn area. And Dr. Chan began to worry when he looked closely at the weeds behind him. He was worried that if he continued to leave this lawn and this dangerous plant here, more people would be harmed. So Dr. Chan asked more carefully if this land was owned by anyone or not. Because the older man's condition was critical, they didn't talk much but quickly went home to treat him. Arriving home, Dr. Chan gave the bunch of plants to the wife and told her to get a basin and squeeze all the juice of these purple fruits into it. After squeezing the juice, Dr. Chan began to pull out all the needles that had been inserted into the older man's belly in the first place. Within those purple fruits seemed to be a lot of liquid, so a full basin was squeezed out. Dr. Chan said to the wife, "Take this wet towel and wipe your husband all over his body." This method would cause pain to the parasites and was intended to force the parasites out of the patient. Following Dr. Chan's instructions, the wife quickly wiped it all over her husband and then they allowed a few minutes so that the purple juice could penetrate the skin. A few minutes later, when the time came, Dr. Chan held a small scalpel. He cut an extended cut on the patient's wrist. This would be the way for the parasites to escape. And yes, after the purple water had penetrated into the skin, the parasites began to ache and increasingly wiggle beneath the older man's skin. They were crawling around and seemed to be looking for a way to get out. The sight was terrifying. Witnessing what happened in front of their eyes, the wife was terrified, wondering if her husband could stand it. Seeing that Dr. Chan tried his best to comfort her, everything would be resolved soon. At this point, the parasites began to appear all over the older man's body.
It turned out that they had proliferated a lot in his stomach and were now trying to crawl out. The parasites eventually discovered the cut on the older man's wrist, so they started making their way there. In an instant they began to crawl out from the wound on the older man's wrist. The scene was gruesome. Long parasites like worms were jostling to escape the older man's body. At a glance, these parasites were fat and red. It seemed that they had sucked a lot of blood from the older man's body. And after only a few minutes, all the parasites came out from the mouth of the wound. Underneath the floor, Dr. Chan also left a basin of purple fruit juice, so they fell straight into it. The purple juice began to work, directly killing those fat parasites. They withered and decomposed utterly, leaving only a pungent stench like the smell of carrion. After the parasites had all escaped, the older man's body started returning to normal. Dr. Chan turned back and informed the son and his mother that his father was out of danger. Dr. Chan advised a few more things to take better care of the older man. After a few days of rest, he would get better. After that, Dr. Chan also said goodbye to the older man's family because he needed to handle something important. Because he already had a plan in mind, Dr. Chan decided to deal with this problem decisively. Otherwise, many more people would be harmed by this poisonous parasite. That night, Dr. Chan walked towards the weed area in the afternoon. He lit a fire and burned it all. He hoped that no one would be accidentally infected with this blood-sucking parasite ever again. It was the camping trip that has had me obsessing till this day. It was an autumn day. The weather was chilly. Myself, Leo, and Nana decided to camp in the forest. Haha, you are exhausted after a short stroll, just as weak as a girl. Leo and Nana kept making fun of me and laughing at me. I suggested pausing to relax while walking and taking deep breaths. Guys, can we take a break here for a while? Hang on, come on, we'll be there in a minute, Leo said. Nana quickly agreed and encouraged me to speed up. My health wasn't that good, so I felt fatigued easily, which was worse by the fact that seeing Nana, whom I admired, appeared to be closer to Leo. Those two worked well together. After this trip, I should reconsider hanging out with Leo. It was apparent that he knew I liked Nana, yet he still behaved like that. Perhaps he was trying to get an advantage over me. It was so irritating. Nana, in the contrary to my irritated face, was exceedingly joyful and excited. It truly bothered me to watch Nana enjoying a good time with my best friend. Even though I complained, I kept going because of Nana. This mountain location was always famous for its odd and intriguing stories. Therefore, it was seldomly visited by people. Only those who enjoyed exploring and solving mysteries came here to find out what was going on. We finally arrived at the campground after a long hike. The higher we went, the more spectacular the view got. Nana looked enthralled by the landscape along the trip, but I was nearly exhausted. Nana approached the cliff. The landscape was truly beautiful. Nana was still like a naughty child, standing at the cliff and tried to scream loudly to hear her voice reverberated from afar. Nana's screams reverberated across the hills, and the sound was odd. Leo offered to race again when it was just a few yards to the campsite. "Oh, we can race there now.
Whoever loses has to clean up after the camp. If you lose, John, you have to clean up."
Before he could complete the statement, the two of them bolted forward, leaving me behind. They rushed ahead no matter how loud I howled, and I truly didn't have the strength to run anymore. They left me behind, alone in the woods. If I could travel back in time, I would surely come back immediately. I crouched behind them, but I couldn't see them at all. By the time I recognized it, I couldn't hear the two of them anymore, and I knew I was lost. I didn't think much anymore because I was so weary and frustrated. All I wanted to do was relax. Going a bit further, I came upon a small lake in the heart of the forest and decided to stop for a while. I casually picked up a stone and tossed it into the lake, thinking that if I stayed here for a while, I'd return by myself. The rock bounced many times on the water, which made me feel a bit better. Probably I wouldn't hang out with Leo anymore after this time, and I didn't like Nana any longer. I was sitting alone, hungry and depressed, and I wasn't sure what to do next. As I was wishing for a meal to fall in front of me, something caught my attention from afar. As I wished, it was true that heaven never disappoints. What was the point of being with the other two guys? A fish came out of nowhere beneath the surface of the water. It flipped its belly over down as if going to die. Or was it in the process of giving birth? I'd heard that while fish were spawning they float on their backs. The fish, however, froze and floated towards me the following second. I hastily jumped up and grabbed the nearest dry branch in order to bring the fish ashore. While trying to capture the fish, I felt that at least today I would have a nice fish supper. But grasping this fish by a branch was not as simple as I thought. After a long time, the more I tried, the more the fish floated away. Hungry and exhausted and unable to capture the fish, I became furious. I was determined to try again, and if it still didn't work, I would give up and walk back, leaving the stupid forest behind. But then I noticed the fish vanished. I couldn't remain standing still while trying to grab the fish, leading me to lose my equilibrium. I was terrified at the moment, and because I didn't know how to swim, I fell right into the lake. I struggled since the lake water was so cold that it was difficult for me to move my legs. I had practically nothing else I could do at this point, so I tried to scream in terror. The more I wept and struggled, the quicker I sunk and started to lose strength. There was no sound in the jungle. My body stiffened as a result of the cold water, and I couldn't scream any longer since my throat was painful. In my desperate state, I thought nothing could be worse than this. Then, I suddenly felt someone tugging my legs under the water. It tried to drag me into the water. I couldn't do anything since those hands were so powerful. It wanted to drown me, and I collapsed into absolute helplessness. My stomach was filled with lake water. Would my life be that short? Tears streamed down my cheeks as a hand emerged behind me from under the water, piqued my attention. Turning my head to look carefully, I noticed a boy who was sinking together with me. Why was there a boy here? My entire body couldn't move at this point, and the boy appeared to be drifting towards me. At that time, many similar cries broke out, and I subconsciously looked back. Then all of a sudden a horrific image flashed in front of my eyes, which I would never forget for the rest of my life. Children floated around me. They appeared with green skin and white eyes. They appeared more and more until they engulfed me in an instant. Their expressions were terrifying. They began to scream as haunting sad moans began to reverberate. The water began to overwhelm my face as my subconscious made the last feeble scream for help. At that very time, I noticed a man. He was racing towards me, and it wasn't an illusion. I could sense the warmth of humanity. Was I rescued, or was I just dreaming? I shrank away, and everything after that was lost to me. After a while I learned about the lake and I believed something awful might have occurred, exactly as I guessed. Many years ago, a group of children were taken here for a picnic by their teacher, but due to her mistake, more than half of the children fell into the lake to play in the water. As a consequence, everyone drowned. Those who lived around this area knew it well. The ghosts of children were always here, and they created countless illusions to lure the living into the water. Then they would drown them to death. In December 1989, the event occurred in Hong Kong's North District, which was an international municipality in the New Territories. There was an old restaurant called Kong Cha that specialized in various types of appealing cuisine, but generally only offered char siu, rice and pho. Another day, Sheng, a young guy working at the restaurant, received a call to order food for 4 people, including pho and grilled pork rice with eggs. "It's at number C, building B in the Garden Plaza, isn't it? Okay, I'll deliver it to you right now." Sheng instantly grabbed a pen and notepad to jot down the address. He then proceeded to deliver food to clients. This address wasn't difficult to find, so Sheng didn't have to spend too much time to look for it. It was an ancient building. It was chilly and appeared like it hadn't been occupied in a long time. When he arrived at the correct address, he raised his hand and rang the doorbell. A blast of wind blew, sending shivers down his spine. But the doorbell rang for a long time. No one opened the door, and the posters strewn in front of the door indicated that this home had appeared to be abandoned for a long time. Sheng rang the doorbell many times more, but no one replied or opened the door. Sheng wondered if he had misspelled the address, since the restaurant had been quite busy before. Thinking he'd been scammed, he turned his back to return to the restaurant. But as he did, a voice in the room sounded from behind Sheng. It sounded like someone was attempting to open the door. He thought he heard a voice, but it was foggy and indistinct. The door suddenly opened with a creak, accompanied by a terrible sound made Sheng nervous. The door was opened to expose a small gap, but the interior was so dark that Sheng couldn't see what was inside. The person inside only spoke in a low, raspy voice and very slightly opened the door, as though no one was permitted to peek inside. Then that person handed a banknote through the gap of the door. This person's hand was really odd. Even though the person opened the door slightly and placed the money outside, Sheng couldn't see who it was. It appeared to be a male. Sheng carefully examined the note. There was no issue. Sheng thought the man was strange when he instructed him to leave the meal at the door. That night, the restaurant was being cleaned up and getting ready to close. While auditing the income and expenses for the day, the owner noticed something odd. He discovered a just paper among real money. He had no idea where this note originated from, but it made him feel extremely uneasy. Who is taking part in this game? Why is there a just paper here? Mr. Lee displayed the note to the employees and cautioned them. He suspected that real money had been switched for just paper. He tried to mention it aloud so that the staff wouldn't do it again, but he became enraged and tossed the just paper in the garbage. The next day, an order for dinner came from that address again, and they ordered the restaurant to serve them the same meal as yesterday. The owner promptly confirmed the order and asked Sheng to continue delivering. However, the situation with food delivery remained same from yesterday.
money was still given through the door gap, and food was still requested to be put at the door. The people inside were still not revealing themselves.
Who did it? Do you think I'm a moron?
The owner's voice continued to yell loudly. The reason was that he spotted a joss paper again at night. Seeing the boss was so upset, Sheng then informed him about the unusual food delivery to that address. For a long time, the owner reasoned that if the residents in that house continued to order meals from the restaurant, he would find out the truth. The next day, as predicted, there was an order from that address again. The owner personally delivered the meal to the location and received the cash from the door gap. He picked up the bill and carefully examined it, flipping it back and forth, but he couldn't see anything suspicious about it. The owner, like Sheng, placed food at the door. He hastily grabbed the money and departed, his face now full of contemplation mixed with bewilderment. Returning to the store, he placed the money aside, this time to observe if anything odd happened, in order to prevent the same misunderstanding as the previous 2 times. After the owner had completed calculating other income, he glanced at the bills in the evening, but what he saw shocked him. This occurrence terrified him so much that he dropped his cigarette and his mouth wide open as if he had witnessed something awful. Those seemingly regular money notes he had placed in a different corner of the table had now been transformed into joss papers once more. The owner was so terrified that he yelled to the police in a quivering voice, "Police! It's me! Something awful has occurred. Please be here as soon as possible." Following to what the owner said, the police hurried to the location, but they discovered that the doorbell was entirely broken and no one came to open the door. The cops had to use force to smash the door down. However, once inside, they discovered that the door was locked from the inside, but the horrifying image in front of their eyes caused them all to fear. There was a mahjong table in the middle of the room and some dead people next to it. They died in a big puddle of dried blood. These people had been dead for a long time, and their corpses had shrunk, leaving just dry skeletons, and their flesh had disintegrated. Based on the conditions at the site, they were most likely using a coal burner in the room to keep warm, but ended up inhaling poisonous gas. Because these people lived very private lives and didn't interact with anyone, no one discovered their bodies. But the empty lunch boxes littered throughout the room gave the cops pause, because everyone in the room was dead. So, who ate the food? These corpses were discovered and transported to the mortuary for forensic testing, confirming that they had been dead for more than a week, although the food in their stomachs had only been there for 2 days, which was rice and fur. The test findings astounded the whole Hong Kong police force. The dead man's fingerprints were also discovered on Mr. Lee's joss papers. Soon after, this odd event traveled across Hong Kong and was published by various media outlets. The occurrence became a riddle that the police could not solve. It had become the Hong Kong's police's sole publicly acknowledged super mysterious case in decades. According to the Feng Shui shaman, the spirits of the dead could not leave the building where the incident occurred since there was no sunshine, so they constantly felt they were still alive, and sometimes people still could hear them. That room was filled with the sound of mahjong players.
The story took place in a small village in Hunan province, China.
In the village, Zhao and Li were a young couple who grew up together and had a very good relationship, but their parents didn't approve of their relationship. The two young people didn't want to be separated, but no matter how hard they tried to persuade their families, the parents on both sides disagreed, and the two were forced to separate. Without much thought, their fingers interlocked, and the decision was made. There would be no more laughter, no more tears, only deep love from their hearts, and not even death would be able to separate them. Without a second of hesitation, they did what they decided. They stepped into the deep water while holding hands, allowing the river to drown them. Just as the two were about to sink into the water, an elderly man named Lu, who was hoeing nearby, noticed that something was wrong. Lu was terrified and dashed into the river to save them. The old man tried his best, but now the two of them were submerged. He fumbled in the river for a while before rescuing Xiao. Because he was too old, it took him a lot of effort to pull Xiao ashore. Now, when he looked back, he wanted to go into the water to save Li, but there was no sign of her in the river, as she had drifted with the current. Fortunately, Xiao choked on the water in his mouth and gradually awoke. But when he awoke, he saw that he was the only one saved. Li had vanished, and he ran into the river, desperately crying and wanted to be with Li. But the old man held him tight. Xiao cried bitterly as he looked at the rising river, saying clearly that they wanted to be together by choosing death, so why did they still have to be apart? At this point, Lu could only console Xiao with words before escorting him back home. After returning home, Xiao rushed to Li's house to inform the family of the news, and Li's parents and brother immediately ran to the river. Many people in the village came after hearing the news and gathered on the river bank.
Li, my daughter!
Her mother cried. Li's father asked many people to assist him in getting into the river to retrieve the body, while her mother was kneeling on the ground and crying so hard that her heart was tearing. But after searching the river for a while, they couldn't find Li's body, and with no other way to find her, her father paid for a few small boats to travel further down the river. Folklore held that the drowned person would float on his own. If not, because the majority of them are entangled in the water ferns, people were still looking for Li's body down the water. Her mother was sitting on the bank beating her chest and crying to death. She said that she regretted and shouldn't have opposed this marriage. She forced her daughter into this path. But there was no medicine to heal regret in this world, and no matter how much she cried, Li could not be revived.
It's my fault. Li, I hurt you.
From 2 o'clock in the afternoon until more than 7 o'clock in the evening, the body of Li wasn't found. Her family had paid to search for 3 days, but the body could not be found, which devastated Li's father and mother. Her mother couldn't handle the shock of her daughter's death and collapsed in bed, while her father scowled. That night, their family gathered to talk about how to resolve it. It was fine if nobody talked about her loss, but whenever Li was mentioned, the old woman's tears welled up in her eyes, beating her chest with regret. Her father was smoking a lot with a sad face all the time. The daughter was born from their guts, but now she was lying cold in the deep water, breaking their hearts. Li's brother stated that there was something wrong with the situation and suggested looking for a shaman to see if it could be resolved. The couple agreed with the idea. There was no other option. They could only try. 2 men arrived in Xiaoping village and looked for Mr. Shen's house. When a woman opened the door, Li's father said, "We came to meet Mr. Shen." The woman said nothing and turned around to let them into the yard. She brought the 2 of them into the room, opened the door, and informed people in the room that someone had come for business. At this point, they looked at the old blind man sitting in the room with a white beard. He greeted them. Li's father placed the items he had brought on the table. Li's father sat down, eager to find a body, but because he couldn't, he told Shen what had happened. When the old man Shen heard this, he sighed and said that Li was very resentful. When Li's father heard what Mr. Shen said, it was clear that Mr. Shen would have known something. He begged Mr. Shen to show him the way, and Mr. Shen replied that Li wanted to get married. Li's father was surprised to hear about the marriage and the afterlife. Shen gave the father detailed instructions on how to organize a wedding for the dead so that her body could be found. Finally, Mr. Shen emphasized that the ideal yin marriage partner would be someone who wished to die in love with his daughter. Li's father was concerned after leaving his house. The relationship between the two families was strained in the past, but now he had to find someone who was compatible with this yin and yang marriage. Although his heart was troubled, Li's father had to grit his teeth and endure knocking on Zhao's door in order for his daughter to rest in peace as soon as possible. When Zhao's father opened the door and saw Li's father and brother, he was taken aback because two families had long since lost contact. Li's father was not pleased when he saw Zhao's face. His daughter was no longer with him, but their son was fine. First, Li's father claimed that his family was to blame and that he should not have stopped the children from falling in love. But when Zhao's father learned that he wanted his son to marry the dead girl, he became enraged. With that, Zhao's father violently shut the door, not allowing Li's father to speak another word. Despite being mentally prepared when he arrived, Li's father was still upset by Zhao's father's attitude. At this point, his son persuaded him to go back to find another solution. He sighed and turned home with his son. At this point, they heard the door to Zhao's house open. Zhao was the one who opened the door, screamed with emotion, and declared his intention to marry Li. Because Zhao's parents were powerless to stop their son, the two families arranged a yin-yang marriage, a belated wedding, yin and yang separation. That night, both sides of the family prepared all of the offering and the heartbreaking black and white Li's portrait. Zhao was also well dressed. The two had often fantasized about getting married, but no one imagined that they would have to marry under such ironic circumstances. Li's father purchased a rooster in accordance with Mr. Shen's instructions. Zhao hugged the chicken to his lap and bowed his head in front of Li's portrait. The long-awaited marriage of two young people had finally begun. According to the blind old man Shen, Zhao bit his right hand and dripped blood on the rooster's head. Mr. Shen said that the rooster would replace Zhao to go to find Li. Li's parents then placed the rooster in a cage and transported it to the river where Li committed suicide. Li's mother hugged the cage, choking with tears. If they hadn't stopped the children, they wouldn't have done these stupid things. Li's mother threw the cage into the river, extremely regretful. After a while, the water began to bubble up as if something was about to rise. Then, Li's body came to the surface. Li's face was still fresh after days of being submerged in water, and the long-awaited wedding finally took place. Li was Zhao's wife after this marriage. Zhao insisted on burying Li in his family's ancestral grave, despite his parents' objections. Zhao would never give up on this love, and he wouldn't marry until getting old. He told his family that he only had one wife in this life, Li, and that if he died, they should bury him with Li.
That year, around the summer of 2009, the story happened to Yang's family. He was about 8 years old at the time, and on the occasion of the holiday, Yang's family decided to return to their hometown for a few days. It was Yang's first trip out of town, and he was very excited because it was in the countryside, far from the city, and convenient for visiting his grandparents' graves. Walked a little further from the bus station through some houses to reach the grandparents' house because no one had lived there in a long time. The Yang family had to clean up as soon as they arrived. After a long day of work, it was already dark when the three of them sat around the dining table. However, Yan acted strangely during the meal. He was looking out the door and smiling while eating, which drew Yang's mother's attention. She also looked out the door, but there was no one in the yard. But Yang kept looking at the door, then talked as if he was joking with his friends. He turned his face outside and howled loudly that they should wait until he finished eating before going outside to play, which made Yang's mother felt even stranger. Yang quickly let go of his chopsticks when he'd just eaten a little bit, wanted to go out and play with his friends. Yang's mother didn't think much at the time, as she thought that he was just a playful boy, so he did it on purpose to make them allow him to go out to play, and she also gently told Yang that he had just arrived here for the first time. How come he had any friends? But Yang insisted, pointing to the yard and saying that some friends were standing outside calling him out to play with them for a while already. When Yang's father heard that, he became concerned. He assumed that because he was tired from the long journey, he had become ill or developed a fever. But no matter how he explained, no one could see the three spirits outside, waving to Yang. They were also children, about Yang's age, 2 boys and 1 girl, with very happy faces but pale skin, and they were constantly inviting him to go out and play with them. Yang was just a kid, so he didn't think much about ghosts or humans when he saw friends waving at him, so he raised his hand, smiled, and waved back. At this point, Yang's parents were very concerned, looked at the door in the direction Yang waved, but they couldn't see anyone. Yang's father was worried that his son would have developed a fever, so he'd instructed his wife to check his temperature. The wife checked hastily, thinking her son was ill. But after a while, Yang's body was completely normal, with no fever or anything. Seeing this, Yang's father believed that his son was mischievous, so he asked Yang to go to bed early. He'd been traveling all day, so he obeyed his father and went to bed. Yang planned to go out tomorrow afternoon to play with her friends, so the entire family quickly cleaned up and went to bed early. Around midnight, there was a sound of children laughing and whispering outside the windows, as if they were calling someone. Yang's father was too tired today, so he didn't react. He couldn't hear the sound at all. Yang's mother, on the other hand, was more sensitive. The noise was minor, but it woke her up. The first thing Yang's mother noticed when she opened her eyes was that Yang had disappeared, and she had no idea where or when he had left the bed. Normally, when they traveled or went to strange places, Yang would also wake up his mother to take him to the toilet. She became concerned and got out of bed to go find Yang. As she passed by the window, she heard children's laughter that sounded very similar to Yang's, so Yang's mother went out to look out the window. Went to the window, looked out at the yard. She planned to open the glass windows to take a look around. However, before she could open the glass, the terrifying sight caused her to scream in terror. Yang was clearly visible at this point, sitting under a tree in the yard, playing with the ground and surrounded by 3 other children. Yang, on the other hand, sat on the ground, his hands constantly digging for something, and his expression was very strange. The mother was so terrified that she could only scream, which woke Yang's father up. The children outside in the yard heard Yang's mother's voice and turned to look at her through the window. Their eyes were white with no irises. Their mouths had a devilish smile, and Yang appeared to have missed his mother's voice. They immediately became enraged when they noticed Yang's mother standing at the window and spotted them. They didn't want others to bother Yang, and they seemed to have manipulated Yang into doing something. Yang looked like a lost soul right now. Yang's father also jumped out of bed to rush to his wife's aid. He still had no idea what was going on. Yang's mother was so terrified that she nearly fainted. After assisting his wife, he also looked out the window to see what was happening to her. Yang's father was a man who had served in the army. Seeing his son surrounded by ghostly children, he stormed the door and went out into the yard. The children slowly dispersed as Yang's father approached, and Yang was still digging in the ground with his hands. The 3 spirits did not forget to leave a ghostly smile before disappearing. Their shapes also became devilishly twisted and vanished. He went to the tree where Yang was sitting and called out for him, but he didn't respond. When he saw that, he hastily lifted Yang up. Yang's body had just seemed to melt with no resistance at all. His hands remained clutching the dirt below until his father lifted him up. He refused to let go. Both his hands, feet, and his clothes were soiled. His face was white, his mouth was still wet with saliva. His eyes were open, but he appeared to be sleeping, like a sleepwalker. Yang's father shook him constantly, fearful that something would happen to his son, and kept telling him to wake up. Fortunately, Yang's expression began to change after a while, and his eyes were no longer wide open. Yang's fingernails were painful because he had been digging in the ground with his bare hands for a long time. Yang burst into tears after regaining consciousness. Yang's parents escorted him to his room, cleaned the dirt for him, and cleaned the wound to prevent infection. Yang's father then inquired as to what had occurred earlier and why Yang had gone out to the yard. Yang whimpered about everything, even though he was afraid his parents would scold him. He was awakened in the middle of the night by the children's laughter, so he looked outside to see what was going on. Outside the window at the time, Yang noticed 3 children waving to him, accompanied by happy laughter, calling Yang to come play with them. Yang realized they were 3 children whom he had seen while having dinner. Yang was too young. He had no doubts when he jumped out of bed to go out. Yang opened the door and looked around for them. After all, they were all children, so it was understandable that they wanted to play. Yang noticed a large tree in the yard with silhouettes of children in the distance at this point. He intended to open the door to take a look, but the children kept calling from a distance. So for some reason he ran towards them unintentionally. Yang, on the other hand, felt nothing out of the ordinary and simply inquired as to why they were staying out so late. They didn't mean to keep it a secret from him. They said they died a few years ago. That surprised Yang. They claimed that someone kidnapped, murdered, and buried them under this tree, and they wanted Yang to save them. Hearing this, Yang sat down unconsciously, began digging, and then couldn't remember anything. After all, Yang wasn't afraid, and he still wanted his parents to save the children. Yang's parents were perplexed by this. They exchanged glances but said nothing. It was difficult to believe, but everything that happened tonight made them concerned a lot. They put Yang to sleep, intended to solve the problem tomorrow. The next day, Yang's father asked his village neighbors to dig up the soil beneath the tree, and as Yang stated, they had only dug a little when a skeleton was discovered beneath the mud and soil. After digging was completed, 3 sets of small skeletons were discovered beneath the tree. They immediately reported it to the police and clarified everything. According to Yang, they caught the killers. They were the girl's uncle and aunt. 2 years ago, due to a lack of money, they lured the girl to invite 2 more friends over to play, and then arrested all 3 children. Someone wanted to buy them for a high price, so they loaded the 3 children into the trunk and began transporting them. They pulled over in the middle of the road to rest and also opened the trunk to inspect the children's situation. The children couldn't stand the distance and the heat of the summer, so they suffocated and died. They didn't know what to do at the time, so they dug a hole in the ground and buried the children's bodies there. Yang's grandmother died a long time ago, and Yang's parents also rarely visited, so almost no one knew about this. But they would never know. Evil deeds would be discovered. The children had been waiting for Yang for a long time. They knew that they would be saved.
This story my uncle told me when he returned from Qingming New Year holiday was based on his first-hand experience. It happened 6 years ago. At the time, my uncle was 35 years old.
He was working as a housekeeper in the village. When it turned cold, the people in the village had nothing to do. Moreover, it was also holiday, so people gathered to drink alcohol and play cards every day. One night, my uncle went to play cards until very late. That's just in the next village. According to my uncle, it was past midnight when he returned home. As passing an abandoned house in the village, the sky suddenly became foggy. Surrounded by the fog, at the time my uncle's head seemed to melt, and his vision was only 2 or 3 meters and very blurry. He was not too far from home, as the road he was walking on he has walked since he was a child. So at first he did not care much and just continued. But after walking for more than 20 minutes, my uncle still could not get home. The village was not so large that it was impossible to walk that long and still not reach home. When looking through the fog, my uncle was surprised that he was still in front of the house. My uncle didn't understand how it could be when he passed it already. He started getting worried, afraid that he was lost somewhere with no way out. According to folklore, this phenomenon was called the ghost guiding the way. Even if you continued, you would return to the same place. My uncle felt like a pair of eyes were staring at him from behind. His feeling at the time was uncomfortable, so he hurriedly looked back to check. After turning around, he suddenly saw a scene that scared him out of his mind. He didn't know when 3 figures were standing behind him. All 3 of these silhouettes were just shadows and not real. Then he realized something was off. At this point, my uncle did not dare to stay there for another minute. He thought that he had to find a way to run as fast as possible. It didn't matter who they were, as long as he could get out of the area as quickly as possible. But my uncle seemed to have made a mistake. He ran for more than 5 or 6 minutes, but when he stopped, he was still back in the same position. My uncle decided to find the right direction and continue running. He was horrified when he saw 3 figures stop in front of him. Normally, my uncle was a brave man, but that day, he was so scared that he could not stand it. Even though he was scared, my uncle was forced to regain his composure. He squatted down on the wall and lit a cigarette to calm himself. He didn't know if it was because of the flame of the lighter, but when the 3 ghosts stopped, when they were only about a meter away from my uncle, it was a surprise. My uncle boldly asked them what they wanted from him, and at the point the 3 ghosts actually opened their mouths to answer. As soon as the 3 ghosts said they wanted money, my uncle immediately withdrew all the money on him and delivered it. But the 3 ghosts didn't take it. They kept looking straight at my uncle. Of course, he understood what those 3 ghosts wanted as gold paper money, but he could not find any gold paper money to give at that time. He begged them to let him go and thought there would be no problem. But after many kind words, the 3 ghosts still refused to leave and pressed my uncle even more into the wall. When he stood in the middle, he deliberately raised his voice to call for help, but in the middle of the night, no one heard him. In the end, he was desperate. He placed his head against the wall and closed his eyes. He suddenly remembered some Buddhist scriptures that his mother had read. He repeated the words in his mouth. The surrounding temperature seemed to be a little higher. When my uncle opened his eyes, the 3 ghosts were gone. And of course, my uncle didn't dare stay there any longer. He ran home as fast as possible. This time it was okay because the fog was much lighter and he wasn't led by ghosts anymore. So in the end, he came home for a short time. As he got home, he fell ill and had a high fever for more than a few weeks. Later, my uncle's mother inquired everywhere and found a shaman to open an altar to perform an exorcism on him. After the exorcism, my grandmother went to the landfill to burn a lot of underworld gold paper money in the middle of the night. And that's when my uncle finally felt better. Later, he heard from the shaman that the 3 ghosts had a poor background.
Before that, an older woman and 3 sons lived in the abandoned house. But somehow, the house suddenly caught fire. The 3 boys were fast asleep, so they suffocated to death, and all 3 people died in that house. Since then, every night their ghosts would appear, harassing the villagers. Those who could resist stay, and those who were scared moved away. Perhaps the 3 ghosts were hungry and suffering from injustice. My uncle were one to encounter this.
This thrilling story happened before I was even born. I later heard from my grandmother that my grandfather was still very young at that time. The whole family lived in a small village. My grandfather was probably about 13 years old then. My grandfather's name was Shan, and he had an honest disposition. One day, Mr. Shan was asked by his father, my great-grandfather, to deliver cakes to an acquaintance. On the way back, Mr. Shan suddenly saw something glimmering on the side of the road. That was also the first time my grandfather saw the strange thing. My grandfather crept along the grass to take a closer look inside. It turned out that the thing that flashed was a big snake with its whole body in a pure white color. Its eyes were bloodshot, but for some reason, it just lay there unresponsive. Looking closer, the snake still had a lot of blood. It looked tired and exhausted. Although seeing a snake with such a strange color for the first time, he was a bit scared. Mr. Shan still used a dry wooden branch and tried to touch it. It just lay there and had no intention of attacking my grandfather. So with his honesty, he decided to help the snake. Mr. Shan carefully lifted the snake with a branch, then slowly put it into a basket. He didn't even forget to put a cloth over it, afraid that other people would be afraid to stop him. Mr. Shan was careful, moving little by little, carrying the heavy basket home. He thought long and hard and decided to go to the kitchen. Looking around, Mr. Shan saw a large jar in the corner of the kitchen. It was his home's water storage jar for when it rained. This jar was the only one big enough to hold the snake. For some reason, he felt a connection with the animal. It was also very gentle, not intending to attack him. After putting it in the jar of water, he did not forget to tell it to be obedient there before closing the lid. And so, in the days that followed, he took great care of the white snake. In the countryside, each family had a few hens that lay eggs. Every day he would sneak out and get some eggs for the snake. He was caught by his mother many times, but he still tried to hide the fact that he kept a snake in the house. Every day my great-grandmother wondered why the eggs in the barn kept disappearing, strangely enough. She thought it might be because the hens refused to lay eggs. But Mr. Shan did not even notice his mother. He still tried to take care of this beloved animal. Every day a few eggs would be taken so that the snake would gradually heal its wound. One day, like every other day, my grandfather ran as fast as he could into the kitchen, hiding some eggs in his shirt. However, when he opened the lid of the water jar, he was extremely alarmed because the beloved snake he had worked so hard to take care of for nearly 2 months had disappeared. In the jar, now only the eggshells were left. Mr. Shan burst into tears, not wanting to make his parents know what was happening. A few years later, he accidentally saw that the old white snake had returned, and it seemed to be much bigger, but the snake never appeared completely. It only peeked behind objects in the house. Even my great-grandmother saw it appear on the ceiling several times. She was a little worried, not knowing what purpose a snake had coming back here. So during a meal, my great-grandmother and my great-grandfather had a discussion about the snake. She said that it appeared more and more in the house and it was getting bigger and bigger. She was afraid that something bad would happen. My great-grandfather didn't think so. He decided to bring some cake after dinner and went to find a famous shaman in the village to ask him about this matter. After arriving at the place, my great-grandfather narrated the incident to the shaman. The shaman also pondered for a long time, pressing something incomprehensible in his hand. In the end, he said this thing was a great blessing and not a bad thing or a bad omen at all. After listening to him, my great-grandfather was delighted and asked the shaman for more details. The shaman said snakes were sentient beings, and this snake was not an ordinary snake. The snake decided to follow my grandfather and bless him, so the shaman asked my great-grandfather to come home and build a small altar for the snake. After that, my great-grandfather did a good job. The crop was abundant and the snake rarely appeared in the house. A long time after that, my grandfather's family also made an unexpected fortune, building the most spacious house in the village. The whole family wondered if it was related to the snake or not. At the time, my grandfather was also an adult and married. His work and study path were also extremely favorable. That year, unfortunately, bandits from the mountain would often come down to the village to disturb the peace and plunder. They did not stop there. They would even kill innocent villagers. Because they were in a remote area, bandits hardly respected anyone. And of course, the place they were aiming for was my grandfather's house, since the house looked the biggest in the village. There were bound to be plenty of things for them to rob, they thought. After a few minutes of probing, bandits decided to ride their horses and stormed inside. Big strong horses broke through the gate. They used guns to shoot many times into the night sky, making everyone afraid. They then arrested Mr. Shan's family and threatened them with guns. Although Mr. Shan was angry, there was nothing he could do. Mr. Shan got angry and told the bandits they could take everything in the house but leave his family alone. After hearing this, the bandits showed a proud smile. But of course, they were a bunch of bottomless feeders with greed. The bandits not only wanted to rob, but also saw that my grandmother was beautiful at that time, so they desired her. Seeing the bandits touching his wife, my grandfather tried to resist and shoved his hand away, but only received a blow from hell. Then one of them overpowered him with a gun, and two more forced my grandmother and another female into a room. Seeing his wife being bullied without being able to do anything, my grandfather became angry. He howled and cursed at them for being assholes. But they seemed to feel proud about it. One of the bandits would hit him on the head with the handle of a gun, causing him immense pain. They felt that he had a lot of annoying words to say, so they surrounded him and kicked him repeatedly with their feet. Because of an honest farmer like Mr. Shan, he could only hold his head in battle. Suddenly, from inside the room, a high-pitched scream made the bandits outside also stop in their tracks. Then, the bandit who forced my grandmother into the room was pushed out by something so strongly that he flew through the air as well as the window. The other bad guys gathered around him and saw that his whole body seemed to be crumbling and becoming horribly deformed. This scene made the rest of them start to panic because, of course, women couldn't do this to a man. They gathered and raised their guns in defense and then slowly entered the room. They carefully opened the door and gently stepped inside because they knew that the normal person couldn't break another one's limbs so easily. The villagers around now dared to approach and help my grandfather up. His face was covered in blood and he didn't know what was happening inside his house. Another scream rang out, and my grandmother and the maid rushed out and were not heard at all. My grandfather, Mr. Shan, insisted that his wife wife would be beside him. My grandmother was still scared, but she also told him that a large white snake had appeared and killed all the bandits. That's right, the old white snake had returned. Now it was a large monster. It must have been more than 10 meters long. It used its tail to wrap tightly around the necks of the bandits, breaking their bones. When the villagers and my grandfather heard everything was quiet, they dared to come in and see the bandits' bodies lying across the floor. Everyone teamed up to dig a hole next to the forest and bury the bandits. Then, I heard my grandmother tell me that when my grandfather was old and sick and near death, he saw a young man appear in front of him. The young man was tall and had white hair and a pale skin. The young man said that he was the white snake. He explained that he was the one who was saved by my grandfather and in return wanted to protect my grandfather's family for the rest of his life. So, its altar was preserved by my grandparents and passed on to descendants. To this day, I still light incense to give thanks.
It was a strange story that happened that made my whole village stir and bewildered for a long time. The story happened on a day in late summer, early autumn, when my whole village sank into the inherent peace. There was a family that encountered a bad thing. At that time, the wife was busy preparing food in the kitchen. Suddenly, realizing that the vegetables were running out, then she asked her husband to go down to the warehouse to pick more vegetables. The husband listened to his wife's words, leisurely entered the house, smoked a cigarette, and walked towards the warehouse. Since then, his family had lived by farming, so the house always built a warehouse to store harvested vegetables. Usually the family's food reserves were kept in a secret cellar that only family members knew. This thing was a habit that had been passed down through generations in the house. As usual, the husband went straight to the mouth of the tunnel, slowly crouched down. He opened the lid, looked inside and briefly checked it because it was a place to store food, but few people frequented it, so there were often rats and a few reptiles living there. After feeling safe, the husband followed the vertical ladder placed close to the foundation and went down to the basement. The whole basement without light became extremely dark, but it made few strange noises that made the husband curious and look around. As soon as he arrived, he immediately panicked because he saw a flock of colorful poisonous snakes wiggling on the ground, eyes wide open looking at him. The husband had never seen the strange snake before, so he panicked and shouted and clung to the ladder, looking for a way up. The snake saw the husband run away and immediately chased after him. They slithered in long rows close to his heels, causing him to panic, constantly calling his wife to help. The wife heard her husband's voice, immediately put aside the cooking, hurriedly ran to her husband to check it out. Looking at the panicked expression on her husband's face, the wife felt extremely worried, and then asked him about what had happened. Even though the husband had reached a safe place, he was still afraid in his heart. He kept telling his wife that he encountered a herd of snakes under the basement, surprising her. The wife found it hard to understand because there had been no snake that could sneak into the family's basement since then. To be sure, she also actively went to the place to check. The husband immediately stepped back and pointed to the mouth of the basement, which had not yet been closed. He told his wife to calm down because the number of snakes below was many, possibly up to a dozen. The wife was very confident at first, but when she approached the mouth of the basement, she heard a noise below and began to feel uneasy in her heart. She cautiously looked down at the mouth of the basement to check if there were snakes like her husband said. Indeed, the scene unfolding before her eyes made her scream. With her own eyes she had seen the small snakes squirming together in the dark basement, which she did not know before. Not only that, but these snakes are also very aggressive. The snakes saw the wife looking at them, immediately jumped up, bared their venomous fangs to scare the wife into shock. The husband saw that and went to his wife, hugged her. Both of them thought together about how to deal with the crowd of snakes below. The husband was very reckless at first, curled up his sleeves and then went straight to the basement, wanting to catch each snake by himself. The wife saw this and immediately went to stop her husband for fear that he was in danger. After that she pondered for a while and then asked her husband to light a large torch to bring in. The husband listened to his wife, immediately went out and turned back with a big torch. When he reached the mouth of the basement, the husband threw the burning torch down from above, burning down dozens of snakes below. The light from the fire on the torch illuminated the entire basement, revealing the space inside. From the bottom rose a thick smoky grey smoke with an unpleasant odor. The higher the smoke rose, the more it would change into a thick grey black, as big as a large tornado, creeping through the door frames of the house, flying out and disappearing into the air. After the smoke cleared, the couple hugged each other and crept back to the basement to check the movement, but everything seemed to have become quieter. The husband slowly looked down. At this time, the husband breathed a sigh of relief and told his wife everything was fine. He did not see a snake anymore. After everything was resolved, the husband immediately told his wife to continue her work and he would go down to the basement to pick up food for his wife. The husband had just arrived at the place. The worry about the snakes earlier rose in him. The husband saw this, immediately looked for a wooden stick and then slowly went deep, his eyes constantly looking around. The sound of his footsteps echoed throughout the basement, creating an uncomfortably tense atmosphere. He carefully checked every nook and cranny of the basement so as not to miss a single snake. Suddenly, he was caught by a rustling sound. He walked to the source of the sound, raised a wooden stick, held it tightly and slowly walked over to check. As he approached, the husband saw a large white snake curled up in the corner of the room, hiding behind the family's food baskets. The husband saw the scene and panicked and shouted. Reflexively, he kept raising the wooden stick and slamming it down. In the first hit, the white snake was fortunate to dodge, but on the second hit, the wooden stick hit the white snake's head, causing red blood to splash. The snake then lay dead on the ground, surrounded by the blood that made the husband dumbfounded. He looked in horror at the snake's large body lying in front of him and quickly handled it, then turned back up. At this time, he felt tired in his body, so he went to bed to rest. But in the evening, the husband kept lying on the bed no matter how much his wife and children called. He refused to get up to eat. The husband stayed like that until the following morning, making his wife feel both strange and worried. The wife planned to go to the market to buy some things, but she felt insecure as soon as she got out of the house. She decided to return home immediately, running into the room to wake the husband up. After a while, when the husband did not answer, the wife jerked the blanket off to check. At this time, the wife panicked when she saw her husband lying motionless on the bed with his body curled up like a snake, looking very scary. The wife saw the horror scene and screamed and quickly ran out. Suddenly, she remembered her husband's story of killing snakes and thought of an idea. So, she went to invite the best magician in the village to come to help her heal her husband. She alone brought the magician into the house. As soon as the magician reached the courtyard, his heart suddenly appeared a sense of uneasiness. He followed the wife into the bedroom to check. The wife did not expect the situation to become so serious. Based on the celestial eye, the magician saw the spirit of the white snake wrapping around the husband's body, waiting for the day to eat the meat. The magician did not rush to conclusions, so he turned to ask the wife if there were snakes in the house recently. Hearing that, the wife also nodded to confirm. She told the story about the snakes in the basement yesterday to the magician. After listening, the magician sighed, saying that the family had accidentally killed the white snake, a dangerous snake. When the wife heard it, she panicked, cried, and begged the magician to save the life of her husband and the whole family. The magician saw that the wife was also pitiful, so he immediately thought of a way to help this poor family. After pondering for a while, the magician also told the wife that the white snake was very angry now. It was difficult to forgive her and her husband, but there was only one way that could help them. So the magician asked the wife to lead him down to the basement where the white snake and his children had lived to build an altar. The wife was busy helping the magician with a hand, preparing a large respectful altar to apologize to the white snake. The magician, after preparing the altar, also began to bless and worship and then left. Before leaving, he still did not forget to instruct the wife every year on this day to celebrate the death anniversary of the white snake and regularly worship and beg for the white snake to forgive her sins. The husband soon regained consciousness, but his spirit was broken and weak. Listening to his wife tell everything, he was also very repentant, going to the white snake altar alone to apologize. Since then, the food storage basement in the house has become a place to worship the white snakes, and the altar is always full of incense and food.
This happened to a friend of my dad's when he was a kid, and maybe for my dad, this was a part of a very horrifying memory. That friend's name was Lindo. Very talented and powerful in class because Lindo fully met the standards of a very good student. And he stood out the most, especially in sport. Almost everything about Lindo's strength training, he got the maximum results from it. There was sports festival or something. As long as he competed, he'd win first prize. In the sports world, Lindo seemed to have no rival. He was always the first to finish. No one could surpass Lindo. He was so strong on the track, like a beast. Lindo was like the school idol. Everyone at school admired him, saw him as an idol, and everyone wanted to play with him. Until bad things started to happen to him. He had a strange disease, and this disease seemed to have stolen everything from him. Lindo spent several days in the hospital. He looked so pale, emaciated. He had a tired look on his face. Lindo would probably stop playing sports for a while. My dad went to visit him. Everyone was very worried about him and his condition, and everyone was hoping that he would return to school soon. My dad said he didn't know what kind of illness Lindo had, but he kept looking at my dad like he didn't know him. He gave my dad a look with blank eyes that made him very sad. Then, when we heard that he was discharged from the hospital, my father came to visit him again. Because the two of them were very close to each other, they saw each other as close brothers, like a family. After being discharged from the hospital, he did not go to school, nor did he leave the house. He seemed to turn into a completely different person. When my dad visited him that day, Lindo was eating, but if he was just eating normally, there was nothing to talk about. Witnessing that scene, my father panicked. He was eating eggs, but the way of eating was very strange. Lindo didn't
peel the egg. He didn't peel out the outer shell, and he immediately took the egg and shoved it into his mouth with shell and all. My father was really surprised. My dad didn't see Lindo chewing, but he was putting the egg straight into his mouth and swallowing it, and it was worse when it was a raw egg. His mother said that since being discharged from the hospital until now, he has not chewed anything but swallowed it whole, and especially raw eggs. The craving for raw eggs was getting worse. My dad sat next to me, but Lindo did not care or say anything. He ate 4 or 5 eggs at a time, absolutely raw. No one dared to play with him after Lindo got that strange disease, which made his mother very sad. After a long time, Lindo also gradually stabilized. He also looked fresher. Sometimes he even walked around the house with my father. But of course, another strange thing happened to Lindo, a sight that my father witnessed and which my father said he is still scared of to this day. When the weather was in late spring and early autumn, the gentle wind blew, bringing cool water vapor, and the leaves also began to fall, creating a charming landscape. But something wasn't right here. It was not the leaves falling on my father's shoulders, but the patches of skin falling from Lindo. What had just happened in front of his eyes made him extremely confused, because Lindo looked very scary and a little disgusting. At first, my father thought it was paper on the road that was blown away by the wind, but it turned out to be pieces of skin peeling off from Lindo's body. Not only on the neck, on the back of the neck, but all over Lindo's body, especially the face. Patches of human skin began to emerge and fall off. Lindo didn't even show any fear. He even tore the peeling skin off his entire arm like he was changing skin. After peeling the skin off of himself, he would hold the skin and play with it like a game, and this scared my dad to death. But something unexpected was happening to his skin. While it was still intact after tearing off another layer of skin, looking at him, he was happy and without fear. People in the village said that perhaps Lindo had some sort of skin disease. As long as he ate snake meat, he would recover, because this was a folk remedy that everyone knew. Lindo's mother asked a young man in the neighborhood who often caught snakes to sell to everyone in the village, and his mother asked for some snake meat to bring it home. But inexplicably, when he saw the plate of meat, Lindo froze when he saw each piece of snake smoking. He was still eating raw eggs. He suddenly changed his face. He looked panicked, and he immediately shoved the plate of snake meat away with his hand. He had no control over his emotions or behavior. He screamed loudly, and he then smashed everything like a crazy man, looking angry and wild. He was still not satisfied, so he went to the young snake catcher's house. Lindo's insults and curses were extremely malicious. He kept emitting obscenities. He cursed the young man to death. Although Lindo's temperament changed, my father often played with him whenever he had time, and sometimes he also chatted with my father. By the time they were 15 or 16, Lindo's body had grown, and his hair had started to grow a lot, but Lindo didn't like it. Once when we were sitting and talking on the straw in front of the house, suddenly my father saw that Lindo was holding a pair of pliers. He said it was great to pull out the leg hairs with pliers, but the special thing was that he didn't feel any pain, but enjoyed it very much. Just when he was especially sober, Lindo said something to my dad. His words shocked my dad. "There's a snake living inside of me." Lindo began to remember and recount things that had happened to him. He said the other day when Lindo was on his way home alone, he heard rustling in the grass across the street, which attracted him. It turned out that the sound was from a green snake. It was lying in the grass and leaving its body outside. The snake was also quite big. Lindo couldn't even know what was on his mind at the time. He just knew that when he saw the snake, he felt very interested and excited for some reason. A crazy thought popped into Lindo's head. Rather, this was a cruel thought. Lindo quickly raised his foot and trampled the snake to death. After that, Lindo said that he went home and strange things started happening that night. He slept and had a dream about a snake. Maybe it was because he killed it and then he had a nightmare. He saw a particularly large snake, or rather giant snake, that had entered his body for shelter. Lindo's family also suspected that he was possessed by some sort of snake demon, so they invited an exorcist to help him drive away the snake ghost, but to no avail. Lindo died before he was 40 years old, and every time my father came home, he would go to the village cemetery to visit his friend's grave. My father once asked his classmate about this. He said that maybe because Lindo killed the snake, it might have brought revenge on him because snakes were inherently sacred. Lindo must have been bitten by a snake and it had possessed his soul. Now that's called retribution. But Lindo had no way out. This was a story that happened to me and my wife a few years ago. At the time, to secure a source of income for both of us was extremely challenging. When I won a big project, my wife and I immediately rented a small apartment to stay in temporarily. But since moving into the apartment, my wife often had nightmares. In the middle of the night, she kept waking up from a nightmare that kept repeating night by night. Because of lack of sleep, my wife fell seriously ill. I was curious, so I asked my wife about the dream she so often dealt with every night. My wife honestly recounted that every night she would see herself being chased by a group of people in the alleyway leading to an apartment complex. The road was dark, she couldn't see her surroundings clearly, and the air was extremely cold. My wife tried everything to be able to escape the strange pursuit, but could not get away. This group of people were very large. Their movements were also extremely agile. They were only a few feet away from our wife. Every time my wife turned her head to look, she saw a group of people with white eyes, black faces and sharp fangs chasing her as if trying to catch her, and always while having sinister smiles. They chased my wife into a large but old and dilapidated building. My wife felt this building had a familiarity since it looked like the building that my wife and I were renting, but the atmosphere was unusually cold and gloomy. Despite the chill that gnawed at her skin, my wife ran a long way to the middle of the building. She continued to run for a while when she hit a dead end. She had no choice but to hide behind a large plasterboard to distract the mysterious people. By the time the group of people could come, my wife was already hiding. Taking advantage of the time they were still busy looking for her, my wife slowly turned around, stepping out of the plaster wall to find a way of escaping. Hearing the footsteps, this group of people turned to look in that direction, seeing my wife escaping and then immediately chased after her. The sound of human footsteps echoed throughout the building with my wife's gasps and screams for help. My wife kept running and eventually found an abandoned room in a corner which was pitch black with no sight of what was inside, looking both mysterious and dangerous. My wife struggled to look around, wanting to find herself some light glimmering in this dark space, but she didn't know which way to go. Seeing that the group of people was about to catch up with her, she took a risk and entered the room to hide. My wife huddled in the dark room. Her whole body trembled from fear and the cold air inside. She only knew how to hold her breath and pray for the group of people not to find her. Suddenly, at that moment, behind my wife came the sound of footsteps rushing towards her. After a while, the group of people also found my wife. They immediately looked inside and looked at my wife, causing my wife to panic, jumping all over her and screaming. They rushed to each other, surrounding my wife. They reached out their hands as if to grab my wife and take her away. My wife was very scared, trying to find a way to escape, but now she couldn't move anymore. My wife's whole body paused as if frozen. She could only raise her hand to cover her face and scream for help, but got no response. She finally woke up. Since then, my wife's health had deteriorated. She often fell ill. But even so, she still tried to take good care of me so that I didn't have to worry too much. I had to go to the construction site early every day to start work. The first stage was to dig the ground layer to start building the foundation, so the work was hard. As a deputy manager, I had a lot of work to do. I had to supervise the work progress of the workers here on behalf of my superiors. The workers here worked extremely hard to be able to hand over the project on time. I often stood outside and constantly urged workers at the construction site to work harder and faster. The atmosphere here was extremely tense. While the workers were busy digging up the ground, I walked around the workplace alone. Unknowingly, I saw a small snake being covered by a layer of ground all over its body. It looked so pitiful. I immediately ordered the excavator to stop working and find a tree branch on the side of the road to help this little snake out. I let the snake wrap itself around the branch and gently carried it to a safer place. I found a long lawn lying on the side of the construction site. I felt that the place was also quite stable, so I released the small snake. I stood still by the grass, watching the small snake creeping through the weeds and disappearing into the deep forest as I breathed a sigh of relief. After successfully rescuing the poor little snake, I immediately told the workers to continue their work, not forgetting to instruct them to stay aware, in order to avoid the same case as the small snake. Finally, I happily returned to the worksite. For some reason, after releasing the snake back to its wildlife, I felt extremely relieved. That afternoon, I was also able to get home from work early. I had dinner with my wife happily. My wife's body had also reduced her fever a lot. That night, my wife also slept better than usual. But in the middle of the night, my wife was once again shocked awake. Her face was tired and haunted, not the horror like the previous days, making me extremely surprised. My wife said that she continued to have the same nightmare as usual. But this time, in the dream appeared a strange thing that helped her escape the pursuit of the mysterious people pursuing her. My wife saw that the mysterious group of people continued to chase her down the familiar dark corridor. This time she got used to the ways here, so she quickly found the old room to hide in once again. Like the previous nights, these people once again found her hiding in the room. They rushed in again as if to pull her out and take her away. These people had become more aggressive than before. They pressed her to the end. They climbed through the window and entered the room to capture her. She screamed in panic for a while when a huge shadow appeared, biting at the people here like a monster. It wasn't until this huge creature came in front of the room that my wife could see it clearly. It was a big, yellow snake that acted very aggressively. This huge snake tried to protect my wife. It consumed all those monstrous ghosts with one bite and swallowed them whole. These people, some of them who were wrapped tightly by the snake's tail, were eaten alive, looking horrific. In the blink of an eye, these monstrous ghosts had completely disappeared. After consuming all the ghosts, the huge snake appeared in front of my wife. It looked at her gently, moved its head to signal peacefully to her, then turned to the other way. My wife also inadvertently understood the meaning of the huge snake. She followed the snake to find her way back. When my wife got out of the building, she saw an empty lot. The houses here had been abandoned for a long time, ruined and very lonely. After bringing my wife to a safe place, the snake turned into nearby wild grass and then slithered through the grass, gradually disappearing. After a while, a white light appeared, shining directly on my wife's face, causing her to wake up. After listening to my wife's story, according to her description, I realized that the snake that saved her life was the little snake that I saved at the construction site. I reassured my wife with a few sentences and then told her the story about the snake I saved at work.
My story made her breathe a sigh of relief. Since then, my wife had not had that strange nightmare anymore. My project was also executed smoothly and way faster than planned.
My father lost his arm when he was young. I tried many times to ask the cause, but it was not until now that my father told me about that thrilling story. At that time, my father had just married my mother not long ago and lived in a high mountain surrounded by only wild animals and plants. To make a living, my father had to go to the mountains to hunt wild animals. Once my father went to the mountains to hunt animals in a snow-covered sky. In the distance he saw a wild rabbit. Waiting until this rabbit didn't notice, my father opened fire. The bullet went through the poor rabbit's abdomen, causing it to fall on the spot, stiffening its whole body. The rabbit then tried to roll a few more laps in the snow and then collapsed. My father saw it all from afar. He hid behind a large tree nearby and then slowly walked out to check the animal's condition. My father tried to make his way through the line of thick white snow, straight to the rabbit's direction. His eyes did not forget to look around to watch out for wild animals. When my father was only a few meters away from the hare, he heard footsteps and animal sounds in the distance. My father realized that this was the sound of a small animal's footsteps. So he suddenly looked up. Accidentally, he saw a cave. Inside it was covered with several layers of straw and dry leaves. My dad guessed it was the cave of the rabbit he shot down. In his heart, then rose a feeling of guilt and awkwardness. Suddenly next to him came the sound of wild animals. My father looked up and saw a group of white foxes coming out of nowhere standing around the carcass of the little rabbit. My father scratched his head and thought to himself, this group of white foxes must have been in the forest for a long time and had no food, but now they could smell wild game meat, so they pulled the whole group out like that. So my father decided to give this rabbit to the foxes, and he went to another place to continue hunting. This time, he decided to go deeper into the forest. He hoped to catch more rabbits or some other big animal for my mother to make dinner. My father's gunshot rang out continuously, but there was only one more hare. My father thought that one rabbit would be enough, so when he saw the rabbit lying motionless, he slowly went out to check. He had only taken a few steps when suddenly, my father heard a loud noise and a cold breath appeared from behind him. The footsteps of wild animals also sounded from there, but they were getting closer and closer to my father. My father, out of curiosity, quietly went to the place where the noise was coming from. He hoped to find another animal for himself. But when he arrived, in front of him suddenly appeared a grizzly bear, a head taller than him, busy looking for food. As soon as it saw my father, the grizzly bear determined that this would be his prey, so it rushed forward, its eyes also starting to turn red in anger. The bear rushed through the trees and grabbed my father. Then it opened its big mouth and bit my father's hand hard. My father screamed in pain. He was overwhelmed by the weight and the huge body of this bear crushed on the ground. He was unable to resist. It attacked my father so fast that he could not fire a gun to fight back. The wound also began to appear intense pain. My father writhed on the ground, one hand clutching the bleeding wound. At this point, my father seemed to have completely collapsed and lost all hope. The bear saw my father screaming. It thought that my father was threatening it, so the anger in its heart also increased because of that. It roared loudly, shouting straight at my father's face as if it wanted to eat him alive in one shot. My father was too scared, plus the freezing cold of the winter mountains, leading to a loss of strength and slowly fainting. He seemed to have no more faith anymore, so he closed his eyes and surrendered his fate to God to decide. His whole body was no longer able to move and was as cold as an iceberg. It took a long time for my father to regain his sanity. He was like a man who fell asleep in the forest. He woke up and opened his eyes to see. He realized he was still lying in the forest on the white snow, but the big bear had disappeared. He started to get up, making his way home. The wound on his head also continued to ache, even though the blood had been frozen by the snow. He looked around for his direction, but the snow was so heavy that it blocked his path. Suddenly a shadow appeared in front of him. This strange figure slowly approached my father. He recognized it as a young girl with a mysterious appearance. He knew that it was a strange thing for a young girl to appear in the forest, but because he had no other hope, he took a risk and chased after the girl. Suddenly she turned around, looked at my father with eyes as bright as a fox's eye, and coldly told my father to follow her. My father was bewildered and did not understand anything, but his mind was now hypnotized, only following this girl unconsciously. The girl kept walking straight ahead through the blizzard as if nothing had happened, leaving my father to remain puzzled. When my father felt that he couldn't keep going straight ahead anymore, he called the girl over to ask. But my father just opened his mouth when the whole person fell into a state of loss of feeling. My father no longer remembered anything after that, only remembering that time his mind was spinning blank, walking behind the girl even though he did not know who this girl was. The strange girl continued to lead my father in a straight line. They went through the dry, snowy trees, little by little out of the murky, dangerous forest. Then this girl took my father to a cliff. Since then, my father had never crossed this road, but as long as he followed the girl, he could cross this cliff very easily. At the same time, at home, my mother saw that the snow was falling more and more densely, but my father hadn't returned. One insecurity also began to appear in her heart, so she decided to risk going alone into the forest to find my father. My mother quickly put on her shirt and went out nervously. But when my mother came out, she suddenly saw that my father had returned to the front of the house in a lifeless form. My father's whole body was cold to blue and purple all over his body. He could only stand motionless and couldn't do anything else. My mother saw this, panicked, and rushed to hug my father, feeling the cold that turned his body into a giant iceberg. After my mother touched his body, he immediately fainted. My mother was scared, struggling and confused, not knowing what to do, nor understanding what had happened. My mother called for a long time but did not see my father answer. He was still seriously injured, causing him to panic. My mother tried to help my father, but she was pulled by the weight of my father's frozen body to the ground. My mother tried to call and shake him, but my father still couldn't wake up. But at the same time, my mother accidentally looked outside the gate to see which benefactor had brought him home, and saw a strange thing. In the snow, falling more and more, my mother saw the faint shadows of a flock of small foxes. They stood far enough away from my house and refused to come any closer. My mother also gradually understood the problem, so she brought my father inside. After seeing that their father had reached home safely, the foxes also quietly returned to the deep forest and disappeared. The most impressive of my mother in the story was the fox in the middle, with bright blue eyes and white fur that blends in with the snow, constantly watching the house. The doctor then also came to check on my father's condition. Fortunately, he still managed to save his life, but the wound on his hand was severely necrotic and had to be amputated. Both my father and mother were heartbroken over that. That was why my father stopped hunting. But he still didn't forget his strange story in his heart. Not only that, but he also considered it to be the other fox elf that turned into a human to help him find his way home. After that, my father tried to return to the forest to find the foxes many times, but he had never seen them ever again. I grew up in a poor village. Back in the days, most of the roads were in such bad condition that it took us a pretty long time to get to school. For the sake of our education, we attended boarding school as it would be more convenient for us. First day going to school, each of us was handed a set of pillows and blankets to take to our dormitory. As soon as we went to our dorm, we all together cleaned up the room, wiped the dust of the wall and rearranged our stuff. Jack, one of my 3 roommates, discovered a large window in the room. He joyfully opened it to have some morning sunlight in the room and told all of us to come check it out. The window overlooked the school backyard and a dense forest with very tall pines. That night, after we finished our outdoor class meeting time, we quickly got back to our room. Me and another 2 friends of mine decided to play poker for the night, while Leo was sitting at the table studying. He was the most diligent student in our group. It looked like Jack was bitter over losing the game to me, so he asked nerdy Leo to join us. But Leo refused it right away, saying he was busy doing some school assignments in the hope of getting a scholarship. We kept playing the game, yet talked quietly as we didn't want to bother him. We kept playing poker until midnight and then went to our beds. Leo was still sitting at the desk behind the window doing his assignments. As he wanted to take a look outside for getting more ideas, he gently pulled the curtains aside. It was unknown to us what he had witnessed, yet he let out a loud scream which awoke us immediately. The 3 of us got off our beds. We rubbed our eyes, then walked to Leo to check on him. We were wide awake as we saw the things appear in front of our eyes. They were truly beyond imagination. There were blue balls of flame outside the forest. They were igniting and floating in mid-air, looking creepy. While gazing at the blue flames outside the window, Ken asked in amazement, "Guys, what the hell are those things?" Jack replied, "Aren't they spook lights?" The atmosphere inside the room got tense. It became even heavier when nerdy Leo said it was just some kind of natural phenomena, and we strongly disagreed with him. Ken told us to stop quarreling and suggested us going back to bed as it was already late. The 4 of us went to our beds and slept until late in the next morning. During the lunch break, we gathered around and discussed about the blue flames we had seen last night, then came up with a plan to discover the forest behind our school. I also took this opportunity to tell them about the rumors about those blue flames. People said there were ghosts in the forest. Out of curiosity, the whole group set out to the forest, as we decided to climb over the fence, then make our way to the destination. We successfully made it outside without being recognized, as the teachers and everyone must have been taking their naps. We curiously went deep into the forest as we walked past the tall pines. From inside, the forest was way more beautiful than we'd expected. Briefly looking around, we saw nothing abnormal about the place. Suddenly, nerdy Leo loudly yelled, "Hey guys, come take a look!" He pointed out the white bones scattered and plunged into the ground.
None of us had any idea how long these bones had been here. Even more terrifying, near the spot where Leo was standing, we quickly found other bones behind the trees. As we were standing in bewilderment, Leo turned away, searching for a spot to urinate. But Ken stopped him from being away from the group as he feared his friend would get lost or encounter something bad on the way. So we decided to follow Leo in case any unexpected incident happened. As Leo was taking a few steps, he tripped and fell into a large hole. Leo screamed in horror. His lower body was stuck inside the hole. He couldn't move at all, as if there was someone underneath him trying to pull him down. We struggled to pull Leo out of the hole as he was scared and in pain. As we finally removed Leo completely from the deep hole, his face was pale. He even had tears on his eyes due to being scared. Leo pointed at his legs, speaking incoherently. Turned out that one of his legs was stuck inside a human skull. How terrifying that there were many dead people buried in this forest. The appearance of the skull also made the atmosphere more intense than ever. Ken almost peed his pants. He said, "What the hell is going on?" Leo panicked as he realized how serious the situation had become. I suggested the group to bring the skull back to the hole and then get back to our room. All of us were scared after the trip. We climbed over the fence and headed to our dorm, then laid on our beds and covered ourselves with blankets. None of us talked to each other as we were still haunted with the things we'd seen at the forest. As we expected, nothing bad would happen to us. Another spooky thing took place. This time, it was way more scary than the things we saw the other night. As we were peacefully sleeping, Ken suddenly got up. He woke up Jack by shaking his shoulder. Jack confusedly looked around and not knowing what was going on. Meanwhile, I was scared to the point when my face had turned purple. I spoke to my friends in a trembling voice and I also heard strange noises. It seemed like we all realized that something creepy was taking place outside the window. Jack plucked up his courage. He got off his bed and walked to the window to check. He pulled the curtains aside and looked out of the window. Jack, suddenly startled, eyes glued to the window as he called us over to see what was going on outside. We didn't see the blue flames like we did the other night. Instead, there were white shadows hovering. They even emitted light which looked so scary to us. We immediately returned to our beds and pretended that we hadn't seen anything. I curled up with my blanket, shaking badly due to great fear. The next days, rumors about the blue balls of flame started spreading. The security guard had brought a dog and chained it at the school backyard to stop us from skipping classes by climbing over the fence. The first night, nothing spooky happened. However, the following nights we were constantly awakened by the dog's bark every time it struck midnight. Ken sat up. He called Jack, who was lying next to him, to go take a look at the window and see if there was anyone entering the school that made the dog bark so loudly. The two pulled the curtains aside and were scared by the scene before their eyes. The blue balls of flames appeared again. They floated around, and that was why the dog had barked so loudly. Its eyes were vicious. The dog growled aggressively while drool was oozing out of his mouth. It looked like the spook lights could feel the dog's aggression towards them. As the dog approached, they slowly moved backwards and disappeared into the forest. We couldn't get back to sleep as the dog was still barking loudly. We were all sleepless that night, while the lights in the teacher's room were on for the whole night. As the sun was about to rise, I heard noises of someone going in and out of the room, but I kept my eyes closed as I was scared of ghosts. The next morning, everybody was freaked out to find out that Nerdy Leo had disappeared. The uniforms he'd prepared for school last night were still placed neatly on the bed. As we left our room, we saw a crowd gathering at the restroom. Standing from afar watching, I suddenly had a bad premonition within me. The three of us looked at each other, wondering if Leo was in trouble.
We tried to make our way through the crowd. As we finally got inside the restroom, Ken yelled out that it was Leo. Leo was sleeping in the toilet. He still had his pajamas on. His whole body was cold as he leaned against a wall, unconsciously. But the strangest thing was, Leo's face had become noticeably ill-favored. It was gaunt and there were deep hollows underneath his cheekbones. We carried Leo to the infirmary. All of us believed Leo being in this situation had a lot to do with the balls of flames we saw at the forest last night. Soon as we entered the infirmary, Leo was given a saline drip by the nurse. It was lucky that he just fainted. I heard the boy said that a few minutes later Leo suddenly sat up in a state of panic. We asked him about what happened and were told a story that was beyond our imagination. Last night, as Leo was on his way to the restroom, he had encountered a ghost coming towards him from the end of the corridor. As Leo was being sleepy, he accidentally bumped into the ghost, which fully awoke him. Leo opened his eyes and looked up. He was terrified by the scene before his eyes. It was a horrifying scene that could stay in one's mind forever if they saw it. The face of the man standing in front of him was completely disfigured. His facial skin was cracked. His mouth was wide open without any tooth inside. Panicked, Leo fell backwards and accidentally bumped his head on the wall, then fainted. After the incident, Leo asked for a few days off from school so he could have time to recover. That night, as everyone was sleeping, Jack was again awoken by the dog's loud barks. This time the dog became even more aggressive as he barked louder and louder, which caused Jack to be scared. All three of us went to the window, pulled the curtains aside and turned our gaze at the forest and the school backyard. We were soon freaked out by the reappearance of the blue balls of flames. This time there were more of them coming to our direction. The balls formed the circle surrounding the pitiful dog. A while later it looked like those balls of flames had absorbed the dog's soul as he slowly contracted and fainted. We were heartbroken to witness the scene. Perhaps Leo had dealt with the same situation that day. We were sleepless that night. As the sun came up, the school security guard were freaked out to find the dog died, freezing on the yard, without any apparent reason. We and the other students curiously went to check on the dog. Every one of us was scared and upset by the scene in front of us. The dog had died freezing, all of his limbs held up high. We didn't expect those spooky lights to be so brutal and horrifying. We later found out that the school and its dormitory area were built on a mass grave back in the wartime. No longer after the incident, our school was sealed up and later ended up being dissolved. We moved into another boarding school which was far away from our old one. Our old school had been abandoned ever since, and yet there were still rumors about the ghosts and, of course, the spooky lights.
When I was 8 years old, my parents and I moved to this neighborhood to live in a house next to a large tunnel. Apart from the boring peacefulness of the neighborhood, there was nothing attractive about the area. Only a large tunnel at each of the ends of the street was constantly attracting my attention. Every afternoon when I got home from school, I would pass by one of the tunnel's exits. It was strange that this exit for some reason was being blocked by barricades. The people of the area seemed to be familiar with this mysterious tunnel, so no one approached it except for me. With some mysterious magic, every time I turned away, the small tunnel constantly created a mysterious attraction that made me unable to take my eyes off of it. I thought to myself that one day when I become an adult, I would go in there to explore the tunnel and see what interesting things rests inside. Time also gradually passed, and one day I became a teenager. I had a few friends who shared the same curiosity as me at the university, and that day we had an appointment to explore the mysterious tunnel together. I was at the rendezvous point when it had already begun in the afternoon, and after a while 2 of my friends also came running along. Everyone looked very excited, only I showed confusion and nervousness on my face. Over the years, the abandoned tunnel in the area where I lived had become famous and mentioned by many people, making my friends curious to explore the insides. But no matter how much my friends asked of me, for some who had never heard of that tunnel like me, I couldn't answer all of their questions. This made the mystery of the tunnel even more heightened. We discussed waiting until it was too dark to go inside the tunnel to explore. We would start from the entrance that was blocked with iron bars because we thought that was the most mysterious place of it all. And as planned, the whole tunnel was plunged into darkness. The coldness around this mysterious tunnel was shown more clearly. The place was also where we began the inside of the tunnel. When we stood in front of the barricade, we realized that it was taller than the head of an adult like us. However, getting inside was not difficult. So we decided to go into the tunnel and go further. One by one, all of us climbed the high fence and supported each other. In a few moments, they were all standing at the entrance. Inside the tunnel was a dark, mysterious, and attractive color. There was no light inside, only the street lights that showed us the way. The sound of our footsteps echoed through the tunnel, accompanied by the voice of each person in the group. They made the gloom and coldness of this tunnel even more multiplied. We went inside with our phones in hand to record all the scenes. We hoped to make a movie full of attractions and interesting things. As we went deeper inside, the sound of the wind blowing from inside made us feel chilly. The deeper we went, the louder the wind became, mixed with a sound like the engine of a train. We started looking at the screen, scared and worried because we didn't know where the sound was coming from. My friend thought for a while and then began to analyze. He thought that the area above the tunnel had been degraded for a long time, revealing holes that allowed the wind from outside to blow inside, creating crazy, scary sounds. The other friend in the group expressed disagreement with the last opinion because we were making videos about spirituality and ghosts. It was impossible to analyze these things from such a scientific aspect. After stopping and looking around for a while, we decided to go inside to explore more. On the way, I suddenly remembered the history of this mysterious tunnel and told my friends. This tunnel had become old and ugly because it had been built for a long time, but no one had visited it recently. This thing made the rumors about the mournful cry in the tunnel all the more interesting. As we were walking, our group accidentally discovered a small altar that was crudely erected. The border of the stone tablet was cracked and covered with dust. The incense placed next to it had also long expired. The thing piqued our curiosity even more. At first we were scared, but we thought this might be the mystery behind the tunnel. The reason that the tunnel was blocked from anything flowing around or anyone to enter and had to stop working was this small altar. We thought that the mystery of the ghost tunnel here had finally been solved, so we were extremely excited. My friends at the time also suggested that let's take a commemorative photo in front of the stone tablet as proof that we had been there. After taking some pictures, it became really dark. We did not want to stay in the dusty place for too long, so we decided to leave. But after walking a few steps, the person holding the phone recording the trip suddenly shouted, informing us that the phone was broken and suddenly the power was off, and maybe the video we recorded until now would be lost away. We tried to check for memory. Luckily, before the phone could shut down, it recorded the whole process. But the joy did not last long when my friend suddenly trembled with a convulsion, his eyes showing real panic. He moved his lips and called out to us but couldn't say it out loud. Beneath his feet, a cold hand grabbed him from the ground, knocking him down. My friend panicked and screamed. A man with a white beard Grey hair and black eyes as deep as 2 holes were trying to hold my friend back. The other 2 of us who heard our friend shouting so loudly were also surprised, so we turned our heads to see what was wrong. In front of our eyes, our friend had collapsed to the ground. The older man was trying to hold tight. We didn't know if this was blinding or true, but it was enough to haunt the group. My friend stomped on the grey-haired older man's face with all his might, and the older man was thrown away, his hands no longer holding my friend's leg. My friend's whole body was suddenly heavy. After seeing that, we immediately ran over and quickly caught our friend before the scary older man could chase us. We ran for our lives outside, not even daring to lag back for a second. My friend ran to the exit of the tunnel when he suddenly remembered the phone, so he was about to turn back, but he couldn't see the phone anymore. Instead, the fearsome man was crawling on the ground only a short distance away, from which he was able to grab my friend. The 3 of us saw this and ran out in fear. Our screams resounded and everyone in the neighborhood heard of it. We scrambled to climb the fence to escape. Some hunch told me that as long as we ran past this barrier, our group would be safe. After getting off of the fence, I didn't forget to look back inside the tunnel as to verify what had happened was completely real. The tunnel once again spread the mystery to the outside world with its dark and cold color, but this time I saw eyes as bright as 2 headlights looking fiercely in our direction and emitting devilish laughter. Later, we learned the story of the ghostly tunnel. In the past, this tunnel was used for trains. The trains would run non-stop from one station to another, so it was originally empty of people before, until one day a careless citizen had a catastrophic accident here while he was upgrading the tunnel. He was old, moving slowly, so when the train came he did not have time to get out of the way, and as a result, the train smashed into the man, causing him to die towards the exit of the tunnel, while the other half of his body fell into the railway ahead. Because the train was going so fast and couldn't stop in time, it ran across the older man's body, turning his lower half into pieces of meat. This accident caused the train to stop working, but his soul still lingered there. Much later, after an altar was made for him, his soul could not escape, so people blocked the entrance to the tunnel to avoid unfortunate circumstances.
This horrific story happened 10 years ago, which was in regards to the deathly graveyard where numerous people met their fate. Keita, whom I met in secondary school that year, was a close friend of mine. After school, we decided to explore the graveyard where Keita often heard rumors about it. We both turned a deaf ear to all the rumors about so-called graves and danger in the woods. We played freely. We even took soil from the graves, rounded it up and threw it at each other for fun. It was not until late night that Keita suddenly caught a bad fever. His whole body was aching in cold sweat. Keita's grandma was extremely worried about him. Me and my grandma immediately came to visit him as we heard about his illness. Seeing Keita suffering from a terrible cold, my grandma recalled a story of a boy who was once in his shoes a couple of years ago after he played at that cemetery. She told me that because Keita was a panicky type, he would probably lose his soul, and only his relatives or ancestors could bring it back. Keita's grandma instantly asked my granny how to do it, and she then told us she should be the one to call Keita's soul back. Just for in case, my grandma told my dad to go with Keita's grandma. I sneaked after them to satisfy my curiosity. With a small torch, my dad and Keita's grandma slowly headed off to the abandoned graveyard. Although I had cold feet at first, I still followed them to see what was going to happen. The wood had a freezing wind and a dreary atmosphere that could make any nervous type of person faint. My dad was lighting the path while Keita's grandma consecutively knocked the brass on her hand to awake ravenous souls.
Keita's grandma knocked it harder over time and shouted out Keita's name while she was walking towards the churchyard center. Then suddenly, the wind became stronger with a blare hiss. My grandmother assumed that if we called out to the lost soul loud enough, it could hear the relative's voice and follow them back home. I observed this in silence, even though it was terrifying to see Keita's grandma keep hitting the brass in order to entice his soul to follow them back. Surprisingly, Keita was able to get up and was eating away at food as we arrived back home. He ate the dumplings like a horse while consisting of a weird complexion and dribbling sweat. Keita's grandma was on cloud 9 to see a beloved grandson regain his self-conscious. She quickly embraced him. Nevertheless, Keita ignored his grandma and insisted on consuming the dumplings. The day after, seeing him in class, I instantly ran to his seat and asked whether he was feeling better. In response, Keita didn't even notice me as he consumed his meal. Regardless of my questions, Keita seemed not to acknowledge me and expressed unpleasantness on his face. During school lunch, Keita finished his meal and then surreptitiously stared at everybody taking out their lunch. Keita sat next to a boy in class. When he saw the boy's cake, his mouth started watering while gazing at the piece of cake. He could not contain his ravenous appetite. Keita rushed forwards, attempting to steal the cake. In response, his friend also tried to pull it back. He could not hold in his anger. The boy simultaneously cursed and hit Keita. But it was nonsense. Keita was not only unaffected by this, but also devoured the cake unapologetically. Despite being thrashed, Keita still minded his own business. Keita's strange behavior amazed his friends. When Keita almost finished eating, he was totally out of steam, lied down on the ground, gasped for breath, with eyes splashed in that of a red blood color. After a while, he continued to crawl on the floor to eat scattered pieces of cake in the presence of everyone. Non-stop. To everyone's amazement, he went to every table in class and collected all the lunch boxes around. It was like Keita had been starving for years. He ate relentlessly. In order to address the problem, the principal called Keita's grandma to take him back home. Keita's grandma was extremely freaked out. She took him to the hospital right after. However, the doctor claimed Keita was in a perfectly healthy condition. Not within a day, the rumors had it that a hungry ghost in the wasteland had been mistakenly called instead of Keita's soul. Even right next door, two women gossiped about Keita's story and decided to ostracize him for good. Keita's grandma lost her temper and scolded them for backbiting her beloved grandson in order to protect him. All of them contemptuously isolated Keita's grandma, thus pushing her to stranded misery. She tried to stay strong and persistently took care of Keita. She also suspected that she had called the wrong soul. As yet, she hadn't known what to do next. Undoubtedly, Keita gradually became monstrous. He ate unprocessed foods. What's worse, he even stole a live chicken to drink its blood and eat it raw. At this point, she knew for sure that she had mistakenly called the hungry demonic spirit at that graveyard, so she had to unwillingly lock him up as the last resort. In the known of Keita's situation, I brought him food every day. Inside the locker, Keita huddled pitifully in the corner of a dark room where a little light crept in. All the questions kept popping up in my head. Was that miserable entity possessing Keita? I assured myself that perhaps he was just sick and he would be on the mend soon. But the gore in my sight as Keita turned around frightened the life out of me. He was feasting on a live rat. He glanced at me with bloodshot eyes. I was haunted with a sense of horror. A couple of days later, my grandma told me to visit Keita. She wanted to test holy water in order to expel the demon from his body. Thinking of the recent horrors, I didn't want to stay, but couldn't help but do anything else but go to Keita's home with my grandma as she wished it. As soon as we walked through Keita's door,
we suddenly smelled a strong stench which was stinking from inside. Promptly we continued to see what was going on. We navigated the house from top to bottom. It was covered with bloodstains, tracked into a blood-red path that led to a corner. I had a bad feeling as we followed the stains. The deeper we went into the house, the more unsavory the smell got. I could not stand the stinky stench of blood, plus the disgusting smell of a decomposing corpse. My head kept spinning around with an overwhelming feeling of throwing up. Next, the terrifying scene was beyond all my imagination. Keita was bent over devouring something. He was tearing his grandma apart while devouring her. Her eyes were still open but blinded white, which gave me goosebumps. Keita ignored our presence. He chewed on his grandmother's arm, ripped every piece of meat into his mouth with eyes full of barbarism. He was devouring his own grandma. That's when I realized that the creature over there was no longer Keita. It turned out to be a starving demon. I shouted out in panic. I couldn't stand the gore as my grandma fainted. All the food in the basket was scattered everywhere on the ground. Too afraid, I quickly rushed out, calling for help. The villagers quickly came to restrain Keita and locked him up in a closed room, tightly tying him up to a chair. Later on that terrible day, Keita was said to have passed away. Yet the information was still unclear. The rumors had it that Keita turned insane as he killed his own grandma. Others said that was because Keita's grandma had mistakenly called out a starving devil from the graveyard. The story has not met its conclusion and left me obsessing over it for the rest of my life. The story I wanted to tell you this time was about my neighbor. His name was Lu Fang. However, we usually didn't get along well with him. One day, while my friend and I were walking on the street, my friend told me that Lu Fang was following us. I told him to ignore him and urged him to go faster. But we couldn't stand the smell of Lu Fang. No one wanted to play with him. Lu Fang's family condition was not very good. He looked a bit malnourished and his clothes were also very shabby. Although Lu Fang's house was next to mine, I didn't make friends with him for this reason. Lu Fang's house was full of paper people and paper horses all over the house. It looked so weird. In front of Lu Fang's house there was also a round wreath of flowers to invite business. It was not just Lu Fang who looked annoyed but also his mother. In the countryside at that time, almost every family kept a few chickens and pigs, and sometimes they could not avoid diseases and they would die. When pets die of disease, people often throw them in the river. When Lu Fang's mother saw someone dump an animal carcass, she would bring it home to clean it and eat it. We all guessed Lu Fang's strange body odor because of eating too many sick animals. His mother also rarely interacted with people in the village. She had a very odd temperament, so the family's paper business was not doing very well. Every time we see Lu Fang's mother, we shied away and couldn't figure out why we were so afraid of her. Once, I was walking home alone and passed in front of Lu Fang's house. I heard a commotion in his yard. If it was someone else's house, I might not care, but Lu Fang's house was different because I had never seen anyone visit his house. The noise from his yard intrigued me. I listened and wanted to go in and see. I tiptoed to Lu Fang's front door, put my ear to the door and listened to the movement in the courtyard. Beside Lu Fang's voice, I heard the voice of a girl in the yard. This thing piqued my curiosity even more. I mustered up my courage and was about to push the door open to see who was inside. I gently pushed open the door to reveal an opening and peered into the courtyard. I guessed it could be a sneaking relationship. I could feel my heart beating faster. Since the opening was not too big, I could only see a part of the courtyard. I saw Lu Fang playing ball with that girl very happily. I had rarely seen him smile so happily before. But no matter how I changed my perspective, I couldn't see the girl. The less I saw, the more worried I was because I didn't know if something shady happened here. As I was looking at the yard with my full attention, a hand suddenly was placed on my shoulder. The sudden hand almost scared the hell out of me. It was Lu Fang's mother. She yelled at me with fierce eyes and asked what I was doing in front of her house. I was so scared. Lu Fang's mother's screams made me tremble so much that my legs went limp. I sat down on the ground. Lu Fang's mother asked if I wanted to steal something from her house. She thought I was stealing things from her house, while Lu Fang's house was poor. There was nothing worth stealing. The moment she didn't notice, I immediately escaped. As I ran, I screamed in terror at what had just happened before my eyes. It was horrible. That night, I dreamt that Lu Fang's mother was chasing me. The next day after school, I told my friend about it. He laughed at me for being shy. I didn't want to let the story go. I asked my friend that night we would go to Lu Fang's house together to see which girl was playing with him. I didn't wait for my friend to agree or disagree, but I decided on this. I returned home to eat a hasty dinner, then ran to Lu Fang's door. I hid in the corner and stared at his house. My friend also came soon after. During the 2 hours we watched, no one entered Lu Fang's house. But when I was talking to my friend, there was a noise in Lu Fang's yard. I asked my friend if he could hear a girl's voice in the yard. My friend also listened carefully. In the yard, a girl was playing with Lu Fang. The two of them seemed to have had a lot of fun playing together. Their laughter seemed to tear the cold air. My friend suggested going inside to see who the girl was in the yard, but I disagreed. I was still afraid of being discovered by Lu Fang's fierce mother like yesterday. We hid in the corner and looked in. When it got dark, my friend got bored and wanted to leave. I stopped him. I waited patiently for a while and then I heard the sound of clack, 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 clack. Someone was opening the door. I saw a girl with a red face walking out of Lu Fang's house. We didn't know if the girl was from this village or not, because she looked strange. At first, I thought someone was visiting Lu Fang. Because we wanted to know what had happened, we followed her and tried to see who she would meet. My friend and I followed her out of the village when it was dark. The friend was a bit scared, so he didn't want to follow anymore and wanted to go home. I ignored him and continued to follow the girl. I knew it was getting dark and it was dangerous to go back to the village. He didn't dare to go back alone, so he could only go on with me. I also convinced him and we talked. He pointed forward and said that the girl had gone into the forest. I saw that the girl had left the road and entered a forest on the side of the road. My friend and I ran into the forest as fast as we could for fear of losing track of that girl. Because if we lost track, it seemed like we wasted all night. But when we ran into the forest, the girl was gone. While I was about to find her, I suddenly panicked at the scene before me. I was so scared that I stepped back and bumped into my friend. He was also taken aback by my actions, his voice trembling as he asked me what was wrong. At that time, we also discovered that we were chasing the girl to the cemetery. My friend burst into tears and wanted to go home immediately. I felt awe at the scene in front of me too. Just as we were about to turn around and wanted to run back, we bumped into something behind us and made a noise. In the dark and silent graveyard, the sound almost made me pee my pants. This sight made my legs weak. I didn't know when a paperman figure was placed behind us. A paperman was standing in front of us. We reassured ourselves by assuming that the wind had blown this paperman here. My friend was so scared that he cried and turned to run home. I didn't dare to stay alone, so I followed him out of the cemetery. As I ran out of the graveyard, I looked at the paperman again. This paper person looked very similar to the girl who walked out of Lu Fang's house. After many times of fear, I did not dare to continue to find out who was playing with Lu Fang. Every time I passed his house, I could still hear the noise in the yard. I didn't have the guts to find it anymore.
This scary story revolves around Mr. Hero and Miss Cho's family. Due to bankruptcy, they had to move back to their hometown in order to make a living. The family moved in their late uncle's house, which had been left abandoned for years. It was a spring morning with fresh air when they started a new life at their new home. The house had been deserted for a long time. However, Hero and Cho felt blessed as they still had a place to stay. It wasn't an easy task to find a house this good without having to pay any cent, especially in these times of crisis. This was truly a blessing for Hero and his family. No sooner had Chow stepped into the house than she venerated her late uncle's altar. She had left her hometown for a long time. As a result, she had a pang of guilt on her return. Cho and her family were just supposed to stay at this place for a short time, and would leave as soon as they could afford a new house. The couple had 2 children, the older one named Dosu and the little one named Diane. That day, as the two were taking a shower, they suddenly heard their dad screaming. The younger child instantly got out of his bathtub and went to see his father, as Dosu turned off the faucet then ran behind him. Diane saw his dad pouring with sweat, looking to the direction of the bed while being terrified. The child then turned his gaze at the bed and instantly got scared. His face turned pale. His eyes were wide open as he gasped in fear. It turned out that there was a snake that looked really scary on the bed. As Dosu arrived later, he brought himself a shovel and immediately rushed to the snake as soon as he saw it. The boy let out a scream as he lifted the shovel, then hit the snake on its head. Blood was spilled and the snake was killed right after that. Opposite to the exciting look on Dosu's face, Mrs. Chow felt extremely worried about her son's actions as she believed the presence of the snake was a sign of bad luck. Hero used a stick to carry the dead snake outside. As everything seemed to have ended, what turned out next was completely out of their expectation. One afternoon, while the other 2 brothers were playing outside, it was unknown what Diane had witnessed, yet he dripped with sweat and trembled uncontrollably. The boy was in utter bewilderment for a few seconds. He pointed to something and muttered, "Snake! Snake!" Dosu was startled by what he heard. As he turned around, he saw a snake stretching its jaws, revealing its sharp teeth, which caused him to panic. Dosu reached to the shovel and hit the snake multiple times. As the snake was killed, he again used the shovel to brutally split it into small pieces. Right that moment, Miss Cho had just returned from the market. As Diane told her about the incident, her face became dark. She panicked. She wondered how could it be so coincidental to have so many snakes going into her house. Diane showed his mom the spot where his brother Dosu killed the snake. To Diane's amazement, the snake had mysteriously disappeared. The blood was still there, but it was no longer to be seen. How could it be possible considered the fact that the snake had been chopped to pieces? Feeling shocked, Diane together with his mom and Dosu went to the spot where the snake had been killed. Diane was instantly scared to find out that the snake had gone. He stammered as cold sweat ran down his face. Sensing something terrible, the mother reassured her children and took them back to their rooms, then went to the altar room. Dosu had turned 15 this year. He was mature enough to have questions about his mom's bizarre behavior. He wondered why his mom said the snakes had something to do with her late uncle. Dosu told Diane to go to the next room to see what their mom was doing. Diane looked inside the altar room through a window and quickly felt strange. His mother was burning incense sticks. She looked anxious. Then the woman muttered something under her breath as she pleaded for forgiveness for her 2 children. But what happened next instantly amazed her. The incense stick had been broken in half without being physically affected. This must be a sign that indicated the spirits had been upset. Chow totally panicked to see the incense being broken in half. She bowed to the altar of her 2 late uncles, but it looked like they weren't approving of her pleading for forgiveness. The next morning a tragedy happened to the family. As it was still early in the morning, Diane unexpectedly let out a piercing scream. He rushed out of his room and went to his parents, telling them that his brother was acting strangely. The couple, terrified as they ran to check on their son, and saw Dosu writhing painfully on his bed. Miss Chow rushed to her son at that moment. Dosu was feeling an immense pain throughout his whole body. Out of nowhere appeared deep cuts on both Dosu's arms and legs. There was even blood oozing out of the wounds. The couple hurriedly took Dosu to the nearest clinic. But even the doctors were frowning in confusion as they had never encountered a case of such a strange disease. Not only that, the cuts made Dosu wrestle with unbearable pain. It lasted longer than expected and the wounds had no sign of healing. Thinking the situation his child got in had something to do with evils, Hiro went to ask his mom for help. Hiro's mom then asked a shaman in the village to come to her house. A while later the shaman had finally showed up despite being a bit late. Hiro's mom quickly told the shaman to get inside and started telling him about her grandson's situation. The shaman said the incident needed to be handled soon as its consequences would be dangerous. He also worried that Dosu wouldn't be able to put up with the pain for longer than 3 days. Hiro's mom said a grandchild had killed 2 snakes as one of them had disappeared on that day. So she believed the snake had returned and taken revenge on her grandson. Having comprehended the whole story, the shaman told them to get him a gas stove as he needed to make amulets. Hiro's mom said she would have it ready for him immediately. The shaman said the snakes were actually incarnations of the spirits in the house, and those who dared to kill them would definitely be punished. As the gas stove was on, the shaman took a bag of yellow papers and then burned them. Strangely, there was this envelope which didn't get burned even just a bit. A few minutes later, the shaman put the envelope inside 2 voodoo dolls. According to the shaman, the 2 snakes that had been killed were actually Mrs. Cho's late uncle and his wife, and Dosu had been punished for killing them. Now the shaman said he needed to make 2 voodoo dolls for the spirits to get inside, thus forgiving Dosu. Hiro and his mom couldn't hide the terror on their faces. They didn't expect Dosu would do such an awful thing. As the dolls and the amulets had been prepared, the shaman threw them in the fire to cast a spell. He then told Hiro to place the amulet bag onto the altar, and Dosu would instantly recover from his illness. What the shaman said turned out to be true, as 2 days later, Dosu was totally free from sickness and became healthy again. This story serves as a message to tell all of us not to kill sacred animals like snakes or butterflies, and those who dare to kill them would be punished severely. Lily, a white-collar worker, was a beautiful woman who was born into a wealthy family, yet still led a single life. She and her closest made a promise to each other that the two would get married to their fiancés at the age of 30. But that afternoon she received a call from a best friend as she was invited to her wedding. Her closest friend was Nana. As of now, the two had been friends for 20 years. Seeing Lily appeared by the door, Nana cheerfully waved at her. But as soon as the two met each other for a few seconds, Lily immediately upbraided her. She reminded her friend that the two had agreed to marry their fiancés at the age of 30, but Nana had broken her promise. Of course, Lily didn't look too serious when she said that her friend Nana, but it made Nana stammer for a few seconds before she could say anything to invite her to the wedding, which was supposed to be on this Sunday. Seeing the expression on Nana's face, Lily couldn't help but laugh. She told her friend that she would definitely show up, more than anyone. Lily was the one that was most delighted to find out her friend had finally found her Mr. Right. The two ended their convo. Since the moment Lily was in the cafe until she left, Lily constantly reminded herself that she had to be at the wedding at all cost. It looked like she was really excited to be part of this special occasion. Eventually, the wedding ceremony had arrived. Lily took the earliest bus to the house of her friend's fiancé with joyfulness mixed with a bit of jitters. Waiting for Lily at the bus station was a boy who was around 16 or 17 years old. It looked like he was someone from the groom's family. But on the special occasion, the boy was supposed to be happy, yet he somehow looked moodily. On the way to the destination, the two didn't say anything to each other. There were times she wanted to break the ice, but the cold look on his face made her speechless. The two remained quiet for another 10 minutes. Feeling unbearable to put up with the oppressive silence, Lily plucked up her courage to ask the young man some questions about the wedding. But he merely responded to her in an abrasive manner. However, the boy's attitude wasn't the only thing that made her feel strange. Contrary to the bustling, noisy atmosphere that was commonly seen at a wedding, the house was deserted. There were no fireworks. Even the palanquin was nowhere to be seen. Lily was accompanied by the boy to the house. At this moment, the groom's parents had been waiting inside. Seeing Lily showing up by the door, the two came out to greet her. They graciously asked her if she had felt tiredness on the way. As they were talking to each other happily, Lily suddenly saw a white flower on the mother's chest. As soon as she asked them about the flower, the two's faces quickly changed color. Usually one would have a white flower on them when they were at a funeral, and a red flower when they were at a wedding, so Lily sensed something odd going around. But instead of replying to a question, the woman spoke in a prudent manner. She didn't want to answer, as she told her there was a long story behind it, and Lily would find out about it later. As soon as the woman finished the sentence, the butler came in. He told everyone to get to the next door in order to get in time for the wedding rituals. The woman asked Lily to go to the next door with her and participate in the wedding ceremony. She followed the three of them to the place. But Lily couldn't help but be suspicious. Instead of being decorated with a prominently red color, the room had a gloomy atmosphere. Moreover, in front of her eyes now was a rectangular object that was wrapped with white towels, looking pretty dreadful. As everyone had gathered at the place, the butler pulled away the towels. Lily's face became darkened as she saw the scene before her eyes. She must have been truly shocked. It turned out, the thing which drew her attention was a big coffin laying neatly in the middle of the room. She remembered being invited to the wedding of her closest friend. How it had turned into a funeral. In the coffin were Nana and her fiancé. Nana looked nothing like a dead person, but the man lying next to her, his face had turned pale and colorless. He looked like he had already died. A wedding that was filled with great sorrow. A wedding where the attendances didn't know whether to smile or cry. A wedding so tragic that made anyone present stagger. After a few minutes of bewilderment, Lily finally regained her composure. She couldn't believe her eyes. But right that moment when Lily was in an immense pain, Nana suddenly opened her eyes, which scared Lily stiff. She was terrified, unconsciously stepped backwards. It was until she heard Nana calling her name that she dared to turn around. After a couple of minutes, Lily finally calmed down.
and suddenly became furious despite being scared just a few moments ago. But the reason of Lily being angry was because she was worried about Nana. Even though she upbraided Nana for scaring her, it was more of an unconditional love she had for Nana that was contained in her words. Having no choice left, Nana had to wait until Lily subsided her anger, then she would dare to explain everything to her. The incident took place just yesterday as Nana and her fiancé were on their way home, after leaving their relative's house. As the two were talking to each other, a truck rushed towards them from behind. It was already too late when the two found out about it. Nana's fiancé pushed her out of the way with great force, while he was still unable to escape the truck running him over. Nana had no idea what was about to happen next. She looked to her husband's direction. The truck now got so close to him, there wasn't any chance for the man to escape, even if he was a god or a man with superpowers. Nana let out a scream as she saw a beloved husband being on the verge of his death. She still had very vivid memories of that tragic moment as her husband reached out to her before he died. His eyes were filled with pure love, regret, and sadness. It was a scene that she would never forget. It was even more tragic as she had to witness the death of her fiancé. The truck ran to him like a mad bull and hit him immediately. Blood splashed everywhere. Lily felt great pain in her heart as she listened to her friend. She didn't expect that her friend would have such a tragic fate. As Nana told her friend everything, she couldn't hold back her tears. Even though her fiancé had died, she still wanted to conduct a wedding ceremony with him and become his wife. That night, the wedding ceremony was conducted in the presence of Lily and both the bride and groom's family members. Nana laid in the coffin. She grabbed the fiancé's arms firmly while fondly gazing at him. Her eyes were filled with pure happiness mixed with a bit of sorrow. She was happy because she had at last become his wife, but it could never fill the aching void in her heart. As the wedding ceremony had come to an end, Lily had to leave even though she didn't want to. Nana accompanied her to the door. Tears kept rolling down her face. But instead of wearing a sad expression on her face, Lily tried to put on a smile and encourage her best friend. Their love had touched Lily's heart. It was such an ultimate sacrifice. A genuine love story between a ghost and a human might sound pretty illogical, but it did happen in real life. And despite it being a bit terrifying to hear, their true love still touched the hearts of many.
This horrifying incident happened to a friend of mine named Taryn. That afternoon, I asked my mom to go to the field with my friends. Since it was during our summer holiday, my mom agreed to let me go with them under the condition that I had to return early for dinner. I instantly rushed outside with my friends. Taryn was waiting for me at the door. No sooner had I seen him than I asked what game we would play for the afternoon. Taryn told me that the group intended to go for frog hunting and pick mangoes from a tree near to an abandoned house. Taryn's mention of the abandoned house instantly scared me as our parents forbid us to go to it. But Taryn didn't show a fearful expression on his face as he told me he usually hunted frog around that area. Having finished his sentence, he ran away, leaving me standing in bewilderment. I hurriedly caught up with Taryn. As we made it to the place, we saw other kids hunting frogs in the bushes. However, oddly, there was not a single frog to be seen. Taryn told them to go further, as it would increase their chances of catching one. Then the boy courageously went to the direction of the house to our amazement. He used a stick to check on the ground and then carefully took a step forwards. At that time, I could see him heading to the abandoned house. We ignored Taryn and went to another area, playing mock combat. Before I left, I told Karen not to go near the abandoned house since it was a dangerous place. However, I was sure that he wouldn't have the courage to go near it. Taran was annoyed to hear me joking on him being a scaredy cat. He said there was nothing in this world that would scare him. My friends and I bursted out laughing loudly as we heard his remark. Then we challenged him to go inside the house. Taran confidently told us that he would get inside the house and flip it upside down in our presence. Now all of us felt slightly scared. Was he really out of his mind? In order to prove his bravery, Taran went near the house on his own. I slowly realized that my jokes had gone too far. Things had become more serious than I thought they would be. I couldn't let him go out like that. So we quickly followed him. Taran was already at the door. He checked to see whether it was locked or not. Even though he didn't see the lock anywhere, the door was firm and not easy to break. Taran told us that the door was likely to be locked inside or get rusted, which made it difficult for him to open. He said the house was safe, then told us to come closer and take a look inside. The calmness of Taran's face made us become less scared as we walked towards the house. As we gazed through the windows, what was inside the house instantly terrified us. There was a pit of snakes slithering on the floor, looking creepy. The snakes were long and scary. They flicked their tongues and hissed at us. The scene appeared before our eyes made us tremble. We couldn't even stand still. Seeing me being fearsome, Taran quickly made fun of me as revenge for being teased before. Taran then did something truly crazy as he stuffed straws into a small hole through which the snakes had gotten inside the house. It turned out that he wanted to burn all of the snakes. His face was flushed with excitement as he lit a match and threw it to the straws. Taran stepped backwards, watching the burn, while the three of us were still in shock. The fire started getting bigger and bigger. Soon enough, the entire house was on fire as black smoke belched out densely. The snakes, unable to tolerate the heat, one by one slided out through the window. One of them wounded its way to Taran. The boy unfearfully picked up a rock, then hit it to death while looking amusedly. His actions were brutal. All of us were shocked to see him acting like that. That night, as we had already returned home, when it struck midnight, my mom suddenly woke me up as she'd received terrible news. My parents and sister asked me where I'd been to this afternoon as Taran had gone crazy. Meanwhile, many villagers were gathering in front of the house. I told my parents and my sister about the incident from the moment we walked to the abandoned house to when Taran burned it down. My mom and dad decided to go to Taran's house to inform his parents about the incident. Out of curiosity, I followed them. We saw a crowd gathering outside Taran's house. There must be something really serious happening to him. I tried to gaze inside his house, then saw something really haunting. Taran had been driven crazy. He held a stick in his hand, then hit it midair constantly, while yelling at something to go away. The boy looked like he had just seen a ghost. His face was terror-stricken. Taran's mom was heartbroken to see her son like that. She tried to stop him. But Taran didn't listen as he hit his mom with a stick in his hand. Those who were presented at the scene couldn't believe their eyes to see Taran hitting his mother. He became more and more aggressive. Now the things that came to his sight were all horror. He saw hundreds of snakes winding their way to him. They all yawned, looking ferociously as if they wanted to eat him alive. The snakes then slithered all the way up his body. In just a few moments, Taran was covered with them. Some even squeezed around his neck that made him breathe raggedly. Taran waved for help. He kept shouting, but people couldn't figure out what he was doing as he was the only one that underwent hallucinations. A few moments later, from behind the crowd appeared Taran's father and the village chief. As the chief had been told about Taran's situation before, he knew the reason why Taran was acting like that. The man said Taran had killed off sacred snakes that were living in the abandoned house, thus he's being punished. Shortly afterwards, he surrounded Taran in a circle of sand. Taran, standing in the circle, somehow became weak, his limbs weary as he collapsed on the ground. Later the boy was taken to his room. His mom had to stay up all night watching him as he had gone down with fever. His face was filled with sheer horror. It looked like the pit of snakes still haunted him in his dream. I was amazed to see a layer of skin appearing on both Taryn's arm and face. It looked like that of a snake. It was until the skin peeled off that Taryn was fully recovered from his illness. Ever since that day, Taryn had become very fearful and timid. Even a small caterpillar could easily scare him.
The story was about a friend of mine, Hero. He and I were two very close friends and we told each other everything. At the time I heard that he had a girlfriend, but he still didn't introduce her to friends, so I asked. But instead of being happy, he seemed to scowl at me because his girlfriend recently had bad luck and her health was not good. He couldn't introduce her to friends. The couple had only known each other for a few months. Hiro's girlfriend was named Umi. She was an office worker with a relatively pretty appearance, but she had a strange hobby of wearing wigs. Maybe because her real hair was very thinning, she was self-deprecating about it. Moreover, wigs were also very convenient, so she could change the style at any time she liked. Umi had always been collecting pretty hair for a long time. That time she also bought another set. That time the new hairstyle was a bit more special than the old ones. She was very satisfied and always wore it every time she went out the house. She even wore it to work. All the colleagues she met complimented her look. Thanks to her hair she looked prettier. Her long smooth black hair didn't look like a wig at all. It made Umi very pleased, but her face didn't look very happy, because since having a new wig, Umi also had some strange troubles. She spent quite a lot of money to buy it. The hair seller said that because it was made completely from real hair, the wig was very light and could be styled freely without fear of damage. At first, Umi was a little hesitant when hearing about real hair, but the hair seller said that because there was a girl short of money, cut her hair and sold it for a high price. Finally, Umi also decided to buy it. But every time I wore it, Umi also had an uncomfortable feeling. She sometimes sensed a strong smell of blood. Umi's body also suddenly appeared strange things. Umi's neck started to develop large blisters which made her very shy as well as painful. Even eating and drinking she did not feel good any longer because the fishy smell kept lingering in her nose, which made her moody all day at work. When getting home, Umi quickly took off her hair and put it on the wig stand. Then, without thinking much, Umi prepared the clothes and got into the bathroom. Umi thought maybe the body was too tired, which caused the taste not to be good. While taking a bath, Umi was also extremely alarmed because not only her neck but also her scalp began to develop blisters. It made her unable to scrub her scalp because she immediately felt painful when touching the blisters. Following that, it was hair loss. Every time she stroked or washed her hair, she was left with a handful of hair. It made Umi feel extremely sad. She quickly finished taking a shower and went to bed to relax. She thought that she had contracted a disease, so she planned to go to the hospital for a checkup on the weekend when she had a day off from work. But when she just slept for a while, the nightmare began to come and made Umi sweat all over the mattress. In dreams, she saw herself walking down a long corridor. The white walls had become very old, even darkened and smelled of smoke. Suddenly, Umi heard someone whispering in her ear, but she couldn't hear what the voice was talking about. She only knew that it was very deep and heavy. Suddenly, Umi felt someone behind her. Umi turned around reflexively. There was a woman standing a few feet away and looking at her. The scary thing was that the woman had a very creepy shape. She had no hair while her whole scalp was almost gone. Her eyes did not have pupils anymore, but only two incredibly deep black eye sockets. She didn't say anything and didn't give Umi time to run away, but immediately rushed at Umi with an extremely angry expression. Her fingernails were so long that they were dug into Umi's neck, which made her breathe difficult and felt extreme pain. Umi tried to resist, and then she woke up in fear. She put her hands on her neck to check. The pain was better. It was not like a normal dream, and it was clearly real that Umi was strangled. Suddenly, Umi's gaze found someone's shadow which imprinted on the blanket she was covering when she was alone in the house. Extremely frightened, she quickly turned her face to the direction of the black shadow. A woman with long hair that looked exactly like the wig Umi bought a few days before. She stood next to Umi's bed with long hair covering her whole face. Still the same deep and heavy voice from the recent nightmare, she slowly climbed into bed and approached Umi. Her face also began to be shown clearly behind the hair. It was the woman of her dreams. The rotten face of her Umi couldn't be mistaken. At this point, despite panicking, Umi told herself she couldn't just sit still like what she had done in a dream. Maybe that woman would kill her. Umi shrank back, leaned against the wall, and reached out her hand to turn on the light switch. Very soon after that, the whole room was lit up. As soon as there was light, the scary woman also disappeared. She left only the wig floating in the air. Of course, no one else wore it anymore, so it quickly fell from the air in front of Umi's eyes. After a few minutes of standing still because of being so surprised, Umi came closer and picked up the wig. In her mind at that moment, she was extremely scared. She also suddenly realized that her body had many strange things since wearing the wig. Frightened, Umi quickly called Hiro and explained everything. Soon, Hiro was at his girlfriend's house because Umi's voice was so panicky on the phone that Hiro was also worried. As soon as he entered the room, Hiro also felt the atmosphere was extremely uncomfortable, especially when standing in front of the wig. He also sensed a strong smell of blood in his nose. But looking at Umi's scared expression, Hiro told himself to calm down. He didn't dare say that he also smelled blood like Umi did, so Hiro tried to comfort her. He said that maybe it was just a dream. But Umi was very sure that when she saw the woman in her room, she was completely conscious, and Umi also remembered the woman's face clearly. While listening to Umi's story and feeling something unpleasant from the wig, Hiro did not refute Umi's words. He looked at the wig and pondered for a while. Then Hiro cheerfully told her to bring the hair back to the hair seller and tell him what had happened to her. The next day, two people went to the wig store very early and they told the whole story to the hair seller. But he was extremely annoyed. He thought that the couple was making up the story to return the hair to him. Realizing that it was not easy to give the wig back to the hair seller, Umi secretly pulled Hiro and told him to leave the store. Because of being failed in persuasion and getting told off by the seller, Hiro felt a little embarrassed in front of her. But Umi didn't care too much about it. What she focused on at that moment was just finding a way to get rid of the wig. Not knowing what to do, Umi was going to throw it in the trash, but Hiro was still wise enough to stop her. Umi's mood got worse and worse. She was so worried that she cried, because surely if she kept it, she would see the scary woman again that night. Hiro thought it was better to keep it and find out if it was cut before or after the woman died. Because if it was true that this girl had her hair stolen by someone else after she died, she would probably be very resentful. If Umi threw out her hair, it would make things worse. Umi also felt that Hiro's words made sense, but she didn't know what to do. Hiro put his hand on his chin to think for a moment. Then he concluded that only the woman knew where the hair came from, so he had to find a way to meet her again to solve their problem. So Hiro offered to bring the hair home. He would be the one to try it on. That night, Hiro put on a wig to prepare himself to meet the scary woman. Not long after lying down on the chair, he fell asleep and he got into the dream. But it was a happy dream. Hiro found himself eating a lot of delicious food and even drooling on his pillow. The next morning he woke up. All of his plans failed. He couldn't see that woman. Umi also soon arrived at Hiro's house. She saw him sitting contemplatively on the chair and she approached. After learning the boyfriend couldn't see anything, Umi suggested that she bring back the wig and see how it goes. It was a bit scary, but this was probably the only way to find out the truth. Umi put on the wig and sat down on the sofa. 10 minutes passed and there was still nothing out of the ordinary. But then, Umi's face completely changed. Her eyes became lifeless and cold, and her pupils also shrank to only the whites. The voice became deep and heavy. The sound came from Umi's mouth, but it was like coming from somewhere else. The woman entered Umi. She wanted them to give her hair back. Gathering the composure, Hiro asked her why her hair had been sold like that. She didn't answer, just lowered her head. Seeing that, Hiro also quickly persuaded her that for justice, he would return her hair. At that moment she replied that her hair was stolen by 2 men. Hiro asked if there were any clues that could find the men. The woman could only remember that it was a crematorium, and from the window she could see the mountain on the edge of the city. Before asking anything more, he saw Umi foaming at the mouth and faint. Feeling that something was wrong, Hiro quickly removed the hair from Umi's head. He feared that if it continued, her body could not stand any longer. They went to several crematoriums in the city. Indeed, there was a place that had a direct view of the mountain. They also reported to the police about the stolen hair. According to the investigation, the crematorium was often complained by customers that they deliberately appropriated the property of the dead before cremation. In a short time, the police collected a lot of evidence about property appropriation. So, 2 men working there were arrested. According to the testimony, they received the woman's body to be cremated, but because they thought that the hair was too beautiful and would make a lot of money thanks to selling it, they decided to cut it. Then they would sell it to people who made wigs, and Umi accidentally bought it. But if they cut it off, it would depreciate while the woman's hair was too perfect. So they chose to strip her scalp.
Two years ago, for the convenience of work, I moved to live in an apartment near my company. That afternoon, after coming home from work, I sat on the living room sofa and watched TV, as usual. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. At that moment, I thought I heard wrong, or the people outside knocked on the wrong house, because I did not know anyone in this apartment complex. But then the knock on the door continued. The outsiders claimed they were the police. I was very confused. Why are the police looking for me? When I opened the door, it was true. There were 2 policemen standing in front of me. They said they wanted to get some information from me to assist with an investigation. Although I was surprised, I quickly regained my composure and agreed to the police's suggestion. Very quickly, the policeman pulled out a photo of this woman from his pocket. He asked if I had met this person. The woman in the photo also lived in this apartment and has been missing for many days. I told them I didn't know the woman. Then they told me the woman in the picture was missing. After that, they greeted me and continued to knock on each door to ask about the whereabouts of this woman. The police did not specify why she went missing and how long she had been missing for, but I didn't care much about this either. A few days later, I seemed to have forgotten this, until one night. That night, with overtime, I came home late and was about to get into the shower. It was 11 p.m. I know that taking a bath at night is not good, but if I don't take a bath, I can't sleep. This time of night is the most relaxing time for me. I let my hair down freely and bent over to wash it. The strands of hair flutter in front of my eyes, but enough for me to see the void ahead through my hair. And then suddenly, I saw a pair of bare feet standing in front of me. I am sure my heart stopped beating for a moment. Feeling scared, I immediately raised my head. I reached to close the running tap. Every hair on my body was standing up. Looking around once more, I gradually calmed down. I thought maybe I was seeing things. It was just an illusion. But then a thought flashed in my mind. I gradually felt the surrounding air become dense and colder. To prove that what I was thinking was just bullshit, I decided to try it again. I slowly lowered my head and glanced over the hairs in front of me. This time, no longer barefoot, standing in front of me was a woman with shoulder-length hair and her hands hanging down. I panicked and shouted, then fell on the floor. The woman disappeared once again. I reached out for the towel and hurried to cover myself, then ran out of the bathroom fast. Until I lay on the bed, I was still trembling. That night, I couldn't sleep because I was still so scared. After that night, I no longer dared to bathe at home. I have a colleague who was single, and she was very happy to help me with this. The strange thing was that while at her house, nothing happened to me. My colleague assured me that it was just the new apartment that made me feel this way. I also hoped that everything would be fine. After spending a few days with my colleagues, settling down and feeling my mood regain balance, I returned home. At home, I rarely cook, but I had a habit of boiling water for myself with an electric kettle to drink, rather than ordering the water available in the apartment. Every night, before going to bed, I had a habit of drinking a glass of warm water. This made it easier for me to fall asleep. Indeed, after drinking water, I lay in bed and tried to fall asleep. But for a long while, I felt the air around me was extremely cold. The cold and floating feeling made me feel like I was being immersed in water. Suddenly, I felt short of breath, and my chest felt heavy. Then, I saw a floating object in front of me. I was speechless, unable to realize what it was. As my eyes gradually adjusted, I realized it was the figure of the woman with long, loose hair. The woman was moving closer and closer to me. Right now, I couldn't help but just stare at her with wide eyes. As her face approached me, the feeling of fear grew larger. It was a swollen and slimy face, like a corpse that had been soaked in water for a long time. The patches of skin on her body peeling off and fell into the water disgustingly. The person moved closer, almost on top of me. I was too scared that my hands and feet were stiff, unable to move. I just gasped and stared forward. I shouted out in fear, giving all my strength to try and get out of the situation. When I sat up in the bed, I realized it was just a dream. Even so, until a while later, I still felt terrified, wondering who she was. Why did I see that woman so often? The nightmare made me so anxious the next morning. I dragged my heavy footsteps out of the house warily. Missing notices are posted everywhere in the apartment corridors and staircases. It was an image of a lost woman. I suddenly realized something. How did that monstrous spirit resemble her so much? As I was thinking this, I was about to raise my hand to take a photo to get a closer look, but I suddenly felt scared. Really not wanting to believe it was true, I tried to flip through it to stop thinking about it. When I stepped out of the gate of the apartment building, I saw a group of old women gathered and gossiping. I'd never communicated with them, and neither did they, but it was strange, and when they saw me passing by, a woman took the initiative to call me back. She asked me if there were any strange smells in the drinking water, like a dead mouse. She then asked if I had sleep paralysis lately, or had dreamed of ghosts. Another woman also mentioned the woman who had been missing for many days, all of them seeing her ghost. I was startled to react at this time. It turned out that I was not alone with this problem, and all of these people were like me. All of them doubted that the polluted water had anything to do with her. They must report this to the police. A few hours later, the police arrived. Everyone living in the apartment building was making a fuss. The police were now checking the water tank on the top floor of the apartment building. Something must have happened with the communal pool on the rooftop, for sure. That explains the problems they'd had recently, as well as the stench from the water. After watching the police pick up a body, everyone became extremely scared. After bringing a swollen, rotten body out of the water tank, they continued to use a fishing racket to remove something from the inside. It was scary, because the victim's whole body was decomposed in the water tank. What the police picked up might be the fat and rotting meat. When the police took the body out of the apartment building, everyone could smell a terrible stench that followed. The police also arrested the missing girl's husband and escorted him to the station. A few days later, the case was made public in the newspapers. The real killer was the husband of the missing girl. He killed her and threw her body in the pool terrace on the roof of the building. After everything was cleared up, I was sick for a long time. Every time I think about drinking dead body water, I feel very nauseous.
I had a close friend. He was in the same class and also lived near my house. We used to play very well together, going home together after school. Until one day my friend stopped talking to me and went home alone without waiting for me. I tried to talk to him, but he wouldn't answer me. No matter how many times I called him, he kept silent. It wasn't until I touched his shoulder that he jumped all over, turning to look at me with a listless, panicked face. His face became thinner, more emaciated than before, like it was suffering from some disease. I tried to ask him about it, but he still wouldn't answer any questions. On the contrary, he went straight ahead, silently. His strange attitude confused me. The following day I went to class and saw his mother come to the homeroom teacher to ask him to take a few days off from school. I felt worried about my friend's health, so that afternoon just after school I ran to his house to ask. I went to his house after school. I knocked on the door for a while when his mother opened the door and invited me in. She also said that he was seriously ill. I asked his mother's permission to come into his room to visit him. After receiving the consent, I went straight to my friend's room. I found my friend lying on the bed in the room. His face was clearly worn out. He looked at me with a strange, soulless expression. I pulled up a chair and sat down next to him. As soon as he saw me, he brightened up a bit, but his skin still looked extremely pale. I asked him what was wrong, and he told me he was having a strange problem that kept him awake for many days. I listened to him and became more and more curious, asking what he was all about, why he was so haunted that he couldn't sleep. Until that time, he told me a whole story. A few days ago, he accidentally met a woman on his way home from school. That woman crossed the intersection at the corner of his house but was accidentally hit by a speeding car. After that impact, the injured woman lay in a pool of crimson blood and the car quickly sped forward and disappeared. He was a witness to the end. He also remembered the license plate of the car that caused the accident. Out of curiosity, he ran to see how the woman was. That woman looked up at him with her whole body covered in blood and weak eyes. She whispered to him. The woman used her weak breath and begged him for help. He called the ambulance and the police to help her. But when he saw the woman whose body was covered in blood, with her voice so weak, my friend also guessed that the woman would not survive. Instead of helping the woman, he coldly walked away. He was afraid that if anyone saw him, he would be the one involved in the accident. After that, he left the woman who got into the accident on the road, and he ran as fast as he could home, pretending not to know anything. Since that day, he did not know about the news of the accident anymore, but he encountered some strange phenomena. Since then, his nature also became taciturn and quiet. His parents asked him no matter what he did not bother to answer a single question. His skin became pale and paler. His eyes were black because of staying up all night, and his body was also extremely weak. Every time he came home from school, he locked himself in the house, refusing to eat. He surprised his worried parents. As for himself, after he abandoned that woman, he always had the feeling that someone was watching him, making him extremely afraid. He also didn't know what was wrong with him. Every day the feeling that someone was behind him became bigger. Every night he seemed to have a fever. The whole body became cold and uncomfortable, and the sweat fell non-stop. He kept dreaming over and over again, one nightmare after the other, that made him so haunted and terrified that he didn't dare to sleep again. In the middle of the night, my friend was screaming in fear. His whole body was struggling as if to escape something. His body always felt heavy, as if there were thousands of rocks pressing on him. It was difficult for him to breathe and move. After a while, he felt like he wanted to die, clearly like someone was strangling him. He wanted to ask his parents for help, but every time something happened, he couldn't open his mouth or say anything. After struggling with that uncomfortable feeling, he finally could sleep again. But the strange dream always haunted him. This time, he felt everything very clearly. My friend thought that he was haunted by the psyche after that woman's accident, so he told his story to his mother, making her very confused. At first, he still tried to go to school, but every time he went out, he became tired, frustrated, and didn't want to meet or interact with anyone. Because of that, his learning was also declining day by day. That night, he decided to tell the whole thing to his parents. He thought that he was suffering from psychological problems because he was so obsessed with the accident. After listening to him, his parents did not stop worrying and discussing how to solve his problems. His father reassured him and said he would take him to see a psychologist for treatment and try his best to comfort and coax him. The following night, his father was so worried about him that his father decided to sleep in my friend's room for the sake of checking. But even if there was his father in the room, that nightmare still happened and scared him. In the middle of the night, his father saw him writhing in the bed. His mouth said something not clear, but he seemed very frightened. After a while, he returned to normal, but tears were already pouring down his face and saliva was running down both cheeks. My friend didn't dare to sleep anymore. He was afraid that every time he slept, that terrible nightmare would happen again. "Daddy, help me! The nightmare is so scary!" His father could only reassure his spirit that he could sleep for a while and be healthy to see the doctor. The following day, his father tried to stick around his bed with golden talismans used to calm his spirit and ward off evil spirits. But these talismans did nothing to protect him. That night the nightmare came back, and it was worse than ever. He seemed to have lost all of his soul. He lay stiff on the bed with his cold body, which made his father extremely worried. He finally couldn't take it anymore and went crazy, screaming all the time. His head began to appear in unpleasant pain. His health also deteriorated day by day. His mother was so worried that she cried all of her tears. She tried to do everything to help him, but in the end, she still could not relieve his condition. Meanwhile, his father went to see a psychologist for advice. His father was advised by his doctor to put a CCTV camera in his room for the doctor to monitor. His parents followed the doctor's orders and put a camera in his room that pointed directly at the bed. Every night his parents monitored him from the monitor connected to the camera to see how he was doing. Unknowingly during that time, his parents discovered the cause that made him like a person who had lost his mind. In the middle of the night he had another convulsion. But in the monitor, his parents not only saw him writhing in the room alone, but also another person. It was a hazy woman sitting on the bed, with hands clasped around his neck. Very scary. But at this moment the strange woman discovered that she was being followed by the camera. She turned a bloody and horror face straight into the camera. His parents panicked and rushed to his room to check, but the woman was nowhere to be found, not even a trace. When his father saw this, he worriedly ran to the bed, trying to wake my friend up. After my friend woke up, he couldn't remember anything. He looked at his father bewilderedly and asked what had happened. His father worried that after knowing everything, my friend was even more scared than before. Therefore, his father decided to hide this horror story from him. But then, his father knew that he couldn't hide it for too long. So, the father played the video he filmed in my friend's room for him to see. When the woman's face appeared, my friend immediately recognized it as the woman he had met. His father was surprised and asked him what relationship he had with this strange woman. He sighed and lowered his face. He admitted that he saw the woman in an accident at that time. She begged for his help, but he ran away. His parents then took him to the police to report the accident and learned that the woman did not survive because of too much blood loss. He also thought that part of the fault was because he didn't help the woman, so she died. So that night, he brought the votive paper to burn at the corner of the intersection. This place was where that accident happened. Then he reported to the police the license plate number and the specific time of the incident for the police to investigate. Fortunately, thanks to his testimony, the police caught the culprit of the accident. His health had since also begun to recover.
Until now, this story has spread widely in my village. It was summer and the weather was burning hot. To get some fresh air, some men huddled together and sat in front of the alley. At night, mosquitoes became more active. They were everywhere and bit them, so they became irritated and scowled. When everyone noticed that the sky was getting darker, they all decided to go home early. The old men banded together and they didn't forget to tell Uncle Pew to hurry back home because they heard rumors of ghosts appearing in this area recently. Uncle Pew could only laugh after hearing them grumble and heading home one by one. Because he didn't intend to go home at this time anyways, so he hummed to let everyone go first. Talk about Uncle Pew. He came to this village many years ago to live with his family and work as a teacher, but he was unlucky because his wife died young, leaving only him and his children. They grew up and moved to the city to pursue their careers, leaving him alone in this village. Coming home in this hot weather was very uncomfortable for such a lonely person, so it was better to sit outside and enjoy the air, thinking, and then Uncle Pew kept smoking. Because it was full moon day, the moon was especially big and bright, accompanied by the quiet atmosphere of the poor countryside, which really made people feel more lonely and cold. Uncle Pew was still sitting there, unsure what to think. The cigarette butts were all over his feet, and he had no idea how long he had been sitting there. But Uncle Pew didn't care. He continued to smoke and think about life without returning home, and as a result, he witnessed something horrifying. Uncle Pew took out the last cigarette from the box, thinking that when he finished it, he would return home, so he slowly took it out. Then lighted it up, took a long breath. The light from the lighter was most likely the only glimmer at this point. The sound of footsteps from afar suddenly sounded in that quiet space, catching Uncle Pew's attention. Because it was too late at this time, there was no one left to walk down the street. The entire street was most likely just him who hadn't returned home. Uncle Pew looked up, curious to see who it was. The silhouettes of two people slowly approached from the darkness, looking at the tall figures that were most probably men, even though he couldn't see them clearly, but still could figure that they looked very unusual. The two men did not walk up to Uncle Pew, but rather around a nearby stone mill. Uncle Pew had no idea what they were up to or what they were saying. Only glimpses of their figures could be seen. They just kept going around the mill. Uncle Pew slowly stood up and approached them, asking what they were doing and if he could help them in any way as a diversion, because he didn't want to go home alone anyway. Uncle Pew approached and inquired, but received no response from the other two, who were still walking around the mill, unsure what to do. It appeared to be two tall figures. But why were they always lowering their heads like that? Perhaps they were looking for something on the ground, so Uncle Pew directly stated that he had a flashlight, which could assist them in finding it more easily. At this point, they began to respond to Uncle Pew, but their voices were shaky and made the hairs on their back of the listener's neck shiver, as if they were speaking from the underworld rather than living people. But that wasn't what bothered Uncle Pew. It was the fact that they claimed to be looking for their heads. Uncle Pew was stunned and motionless as a result of the response. Then, in the dim moonlight, Uncle Pew noticed an anomaly from the other two, who were clearly speaking to him, but he couldn't see their heads. It was impossible to talk while bowing at the same time. When Uncle Pew noticed that things were getting stranger, he decided to turn on his flashlight and shine it on them to see who they were, because there was no one in this village he didn't know. He asked their names, shining at them at the same time. Uncle Pew directly shone on their faces as the light began to shine from below. They still did not respond. As the flashlight slowly shone on the body, a terrible thing appeared in front of Uncle Pew's eyes, making him panic. Not that they had their heads down, but they had no heads at all. Uncle Pew's heart was pounding and sweating as he realized he had met devils and that everything in front of him was too frightening. At the same time, the other two demons kept asking Uncle Pew if he had seen their heads. They searched for a long time but couldn't find them. Their shapes were gradually becoming stranger and stranger. That increased his panic and fear, and Uncle Pew fell backwards, but his legs were frozen without realizing it, causing him to fall backwards and drop the cigarettes in his mouth. The surrounding space seemed to come to a halt. It gradually darkened and the other two demons moved towards Uncle Pew. Nothing but the voices of the other two demons could be heard at this time. They got closer. The sound became more piercing. Uncle Pew looked at them in terror. Even more terrifying, their silhouettes became increasingly distorted, making them appear monstrous. Suddenly, he felt his head spinning, and the pain was so intense that it appeared as if someone was hitting it with a hammer. Uncle Pew began to feel suffocated, which was accompanied by an unfathomable stench that hit his nose. Then the surrounding atmosphere went black, and Uncle Pew passed out. Hallucinations began to appear in his mind. The stone mill kept appearing in his mind. Next, a clear scene began to appear more clearly, and Uncle Pew saw many people standing around the stone mill. They dressed like the old-style Japanese army, and they still had guns and swords in their hands. They looked threatening. Then there was an image of two men with their hands tied and kneeling on the ground, while the other soldiers waved their swords ready to cut off their heads. A man with a violent appearance, who appeared to be the commander, raised his hand to issue orders to those soldiers. The sharp sword was raised to its full height and slashed down hard. Blood splattered everywhere, even on the soldiers' faces, but on their lips were merciless smiles. The sharp sword severed the two heads, which fell to the ground and stared at Uncle Pew. The two heads were lying on the ground, and their bodies were hung in front of the village gate by the soldiers. The villagers were so terrified that they didn't dare to bring the two heads to bury. Seeing these things made Uncle Pew panic and startle awake. Everything was so real that Uncle Pew felt as if he had just witnessed the execution at that time. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he realized he was still in the village, and the two headless young men from earlier were also approaching him. He screamed and fainted again in terror, not sure how long he had been lying there, but he faintly heard a voice calling him in his ear but didn't dare to open his eyes. Despite the villagers' attempt to wake him up and ask him why he was lying here, Uncle Pew refused to open his eyes. It was only until he had calmed down a little and the sunlight was shining in his eyes that he dared to slowly open his eyes and see two people from the village looking at him with suspicion. Uncle Pew stood up. He heard that when people started to go to work early in the morning, they saw him lying on the ground and came to wake him up. Many people gathered because they thought Uncle Pew had seen a ghost last night. Uncle Pew had no idea he'd been lying out there all night, nor did he know when he fainted. He began to tell everyone everything. Uncle Pew also described their appearance and costumes and confirmed that the two ghosts were looking for their heads in this area. When an old man who had lived in the village for a long time heard that and recalled the past, there were two young men from the village that were executed at this very mill, but their heads were stolen by wild animals and their bodies were buried by the villagers. People could observe two headless strangers prowling around on the full moon nights after that time. They always asked where their heads were each time they met any villagers. The voices would sound as if it had came straight from hell. The Witch Reborn. I remember one day last year, I had a few drinks with a close friend of mine.
Hey!
As I was going through the menu, I saw a guy approaching me from afar. As we sat down drinking for merely 5 minutes, Iris had already drunken up a bottle of beer. It turned out that the guy had just broken up with his girlfriend. Iris didn't utter a single word as he kept drinking and drinking.
I didn't know what to do but gently put my hand on his shoulder and comfort him. The guy had a distant look in his face. As he sighed deeply, he started telling me something that had confused him lately. Iris and his girlfriend shared the same interest for horror movies. After getting to know each other, the two decided to begin a relationship. The girlfriend, despite having a keen interest in scary films, always pretended to be scared as she screamed and fell into Iris's arms. The sweetness in her eyes completely hypnotized him. On the two's one-year dating anniversary, the girlfriend got a pair of tickets to a haunted house in a theme park. That day, despite being early for the hair-raising experience, they still had to wait in a long queue. Under the freezing weather, Iris felt a bit uncomfortable and discouraged. He told his girlfriend to come back later someday, but the girl insisted on staying as she wheedled Iris. The two continued to wait for their turn to get inside the haunted house in the cold weather. Their turn had finally come as they walked hand in hand into the scary place. Indeed, this haunted castle could easily make one's skin crawl the moment they stepped in. As the two walked upstairs, they saw a picture of a ghostly bride who had a bony skull, yet it didn't terrify Iris at all, as he found it pretty hilarious. The first room they got in was filled with scary disfigured dolls. At times, there were chuckles of children to be heard in the room. A doll suddenly stuck out its long tongue, but for Iris and his girlfriend, that wasn't enough to make them scared. The two then turned their gaze at a glass display filled with creepy-looking items inside, which amused the girl instantly. She expressed her amazement as she saw a doll with hollow eyes being hung from a tree, which confused Iris as he wasn't amazed by it at all. At that moment, Iris suddenly wanted to play a prank on his girlfriend. He told her to gaze at the doll as it would show her something special. The girlfriend listened to him as she fixed her eyes on the freaky doll. Seeing his girlfriend fiercely concentrating on the object, Iris quietly came from behind and then scared her, which made the girl scream out in fear. As she trembled, she turned around and saw Iris behind her. Her eyes blazed with horror and anger as she knew she was being teased. The girl immediately hit Iris in the chest while upbraiding him. She chased after Iris as he ran away, laughing while thinking of pulling another prank on her. Iris ran to a room nearby. The guy quickly hid in a corner, preparing to scare his girlfriend again. But the girl was nowhere to be seen as he kept waiting for her. Now Iris started feeling worried. Iris went outside, gazing at the dark hallway in front of him. There wasn't anyone in sight. Iris started feeling panic. He hurriedly looked for his girlfriend. As the man was extremely anxious, he came across a room with a wooden door being slightly opened. Iris twisted the doorknob. He had a hunch that his girlfriend was hiding in the room. No sooner had Iris opened the door than he called out the girl's name. Strangely, there was no one there. There was merely a wooden coffin which was covered with a thin veil placed in the room. Burning candles were also seen on top of the coffin. Iris gently pulled the veil aside. He saw a wooden doll inside as it gave him a familiar feeling when he looked at it. All of a sudden, Iris felt like there was someone in the room watching him. As Iris looked away, the doll suddenly got up as it made some mechanically eerie sounds. The doll's action didn't startle him, but its voice was so familiar to him that it made him turn around immediately. Iris was horrified to see that the doll now was replaced by his girlfriend. The girl started saying something as the two sharp fangs slowly sticked out of the corners of her mouth. Iris was terrified. He rubbed his eyes constantly, but the horrifying scene didn't disappear as it became even more visible. Despite being scared, Iris still plucked up his courage and went to the girl, checking up on her. Unexpectedly, the girl opened her mouth wide, revealing many sharp teeth which looked creepy. Iris was startled to death. He panicked as he pushed the girl away. How bizarre it was before his eyes now was just an inanimate wooden doll. Feeling fearful, the man leaned against the wall as he regained his composure. He reassured himself that perhaps it was just him having a hallucination. A few seconds later, as Iris finally became stable, he intended to get out of the place and ask for help. Iris rushed to the door. Never in his life had he endured this much of fear and anxiety. Fortunately, there was an alarm bell next to the door. Iris pressed it to inform the staff to arrive. One of them quickly came to Iris as he reassured him to stay calm whilst waiting for the ancillary staff. As the bell stopped ringing, Iris sighed deeply, looking around as he saw a familiar figure slowly approaching him. It was his girlfriend. Needless to say, the man was thrilled as he called her name loudly. But the thing behind the glass door had changed. Iris's girlfriend had disappeared instead. There was only a scary female ghost with her long hair. The man rushed outside in fear as he shut the door firmly. The unmoving look on his face when he first came into the haunted house had faded away. Iris had his eyes closed tightly for a while, then he slowly opened them. In the next room, the girlfriend reappeared. A female voice called out from behind Iris. He turned around and saw his girlfriend standing next to the coffin. Even though Iris was filled with fear, he still ran to his girlfriend without hesitation. However, the girlfriend walked away while Iris was chasing after her down the hallway. Then they moved to another room. As Iris had just made it to the room, he was stopped by two creepy dolls. Hence losing track of his girlfriend, inside the room a cross was seen with a dress hanging from it. The fearful expression was clearly shown on his face. It was the dress of his girlfriend, one that she usually wore. How did it get here? At that moment, someone quietly put their hand on Iris's shoulder. Iris was startled, yet didn't dare to turn and look who that was. Shortly after, a voice of a young man was heard. "Sir, are you the one that called the ancillary team for assistance?" Iris breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to see the man and inform him about the disappearance of his girlfriend. The male staff told Iris that his girlfriend had left the place earlier. Afterwards, the guy accompanied Iris to the exitway. Indeed, as Iris got outside, he saw his girlfriend waiting for him at the gate. The man quickly ran to his girlfriend. He grabbed her hands and then apologized. Yet the girl didn't say a word. She withdrew her hands from his, then broke up with him to the man's amazement. Iris quickly hugged the girl as he begged her to listen to him explaining, but it didn't make her feel less angry as she pushed him away and told him to get away from her. The girl then turned around and walked away, leaving Iris behind. Of course, Iris wouldn't let his girlfriend stay mad at him like that. He chased after the girl and stopped her. But he was startled to see the face of his girlfriend now being replaced with that of a doll, which was covered with cracks, looking terrifying. Iris was frozen. His face turned pale. He speechlessly looked at the girl walk past him as if they were two strangers. As soon as he returned home, Iris made phone calls to her, but it didn't help him at all. Knowing it was useless for him to talk to her on the phone, Iris went to the apartment at which the girl stayed, in the hope of changing her mind. That day the girl wore a lot of makeup, which was quite out of character. As Iris went to see his ex-girlfriend, he saw her hand in hand with another man, looking happy. Not only that, the girl even gave the man a passionate kiss when they were at an alley, which left Iris heartbroken. In the dim light, Iris once again saw the creepy face of the doll he saw in the haunted castle. Iris had thought about it for a while. He wondered if it was the ghosts disguised as a doll. If they had taken control of his girlfriend's body and made her act like that. Later, Iris went to the girl's workplace, asking the workers about her, but they told him that she had resigned from her job and went somewhere else. Iris cried a lot as he recounted the story to me. I didn't know if it was the breakup
or the awful experience he had at the haunted house that caused him to be like that. Only until later did we find out that the haunted castle had disappeared, as no one knew about its current location. Lately, Iris came across a picture of his ex-girlfriend on Facebook. The girl had begun a relationship with another man, yet he looked like a dead body. Iris wondered if he should send her a message, but eventually he chose to give up on her and move on with his life.
I had a close colleague. She was like a sister to me, and her name was Aki. Suddenly, one day she asked to take a week off because she was not feeling well. When I visited her, she told me a scary story that affected her mood. A close friend from her hometown named Yuko loved the guy in town. However, they broke up as soon as she announced she was pregnant. Because of this pregnancy, Yuko got a bad reputation in the village, so Aki returned to her hometown and invited Yuko to the city to live with her. Aki comforted Yuko that she didn't need to stay in a place that caused her so much sadness. The apartment that Aki rented was also quite spacious. It was sad to be alone. When Aki lived with Yuko, it would definitely be more fun. Stepping inside the apartment was clean and comfortable. The apartment space also made Yuko feel more comfortable. Aki said that the owner of the apartment was her cousin. They had just moved to the US, so they rented this place for her. This area was safe. Recently, a hotel had just posted a job advertisement. Aki said that they would take Yuko to the hotel to register for work. And so, the following day, the two started a new life in the new apartment. That night, Yuko came home late from work. She walked home alone. The air around was also quite cold. However, Yuko was also quite used to working late at night like that. She took heavy steps up the stairs. It was very late, so there was no one around. When this apartment had many elder people living in it, it was quiet at night. Everything was so quiet that only Yuko's footsteps were heard. While Yuko was walking warily, she suddenly heard a voice calling from behind. Normally she wouldn't notice, but the voice was calling her name. She instinctively turned toward the source of the voice calling her name. However, the hallway was empty and no one was behind her. This made Yuko feel scared. The call got closer and closer, and it caused her to panic. She began to tremble with fear from the increasing number of screams around her. As Yuko lifted her head to look up, a terrifying scene unfolded before her eyes that made her legs go numb. Right above her head was a woman floating in the air, looking downright terrifying. This woman was wearing a red dress. Her eyes were white, and she was a corpse. Yuko screamed in fear. It was the first time Yuko had seen such a terrifying floating corpse in her life. Yuko tried to run fast forward and opened the door to quickly run away and inside her apartment, but her eyes were still closed because of the terror. As soon as the door slammed shut, Yuko gasped for air. She still couldn't believe what she had just encountered. The ghost scared her to the point of turning pale. Aki saw Yuko's frightened expression and showed a surprised one. Aki asked her what had happened. Yuko then stammered to say that she had met a ghost. It was a ghost in a red dress that was terrifying. Aki was surprised and asked if it was the red dress ghost. In the past there were rumors of hanging ghosts in this apartment building, but it was just a rumor. Why was it true? To prove her point, Aki opened the door and looked outside, but there was absolutely nothing. Aki said that maybe because Yuko was tired from work and pregnant, she was just hallucinating. But then Yuko claimed to have seen very clearly, even hearing the ghost's voice. Everything couldn't be an illusion. Aki reassured Yuko again and advised her to take a bath to relax and then go to bed to get a good night's sleep. That night, Yuko stayed in the bathroom for quite a while. Maybe she needed to relieve her stress from what had just happened. After bathing, Yuko also went to bed. She felt that today was too heavy for her. Suddenly, a voice spoke again. Yuko felt panicky. Why did the voice appear in her room? It was calling her name, calling her louder and louder. At the moment, Yuko seemed to be dead. She felt a pair of legs hovering above her head. Yuko's face turned pale, trembling as she looked up at the source of the voice. She seemed to know what she was about to witness. However, something still urged her to try to raise her neck to look up. Horrible. The red-dressed ghost was on top of her head and looked at her with lifeless eyes. Yuko was so scared that she hugged her head and shouted. Immediately, Aki rushed to open the door and asked what had happened. At that moment, Yuko was shivering, on the floor, looking terrified. She didn't understand why that ghost kept stalking her. Yuko burst into tears and told Aki what she had just witnessed. She assured Aki that it was not an illusion. It was a woman in a scary red dress. That night, for Yuko's peace of mind, Aki slept with her. Aki understood that perhaps due to psychological pressure, Yuko had psychological problems too. What a poor girl. The following morning, the apartment complex suddenly became noisy. Aki was woken up by a noise. She turned to see Yuko, who was no more. Aki thought Yuko must have woken up early to get ready for work. However, there was a scream coming from outside, followed by more frantic screams. Aki was startled, not understanding what was going on. She immediately ran outside and asked the people nearby what was going on. The man told her that someone had committed suicide. Right on the stairs, a woman in a red dress was hanged. Her long hair fell to cover the girl's face. When Aki saw the creepy scene before her eyes, she couldn't believe it. It was Yuko. What horrible news! Why was she hanging herself in a red dress? I comforted Aki and said that maybe Yuko was too stressed from pregnancy and the breakup with her boyfriend. So maybe she came up with that woman in the red dress because maybe she had been contemplating death for a long time.
On the occasion of returning to my hometown to visit my family, that day I had an appointment with a close friend of my class to drink wine. While drunk, he told me about a terrifying true story that he had encountered. My friend's name was Jin. One day, his girlfriend suddenly broke up with him after 3 years of dating. Because he was so bored, he invited his colleagues out to sing and drink to relieve his sorrows. The company friends with Jin were passionate about singing. The lyrics seemed to cut into the heart of a person who was lovesick like Jin. However, Jin still sat there and was sad. Jin also didn't want his friends to know that he was dumped by his lover. But the more he thought about it, the more the lyrics cut into his wound. This heart has always been for you, but why did you say goodbye so harshly? A friend saw Jin sitting sadly.
He gave Jin the microphone and asked Jin to sing a song. He even joked, "Hey Jin, why do you look like you just got dumped, man? Cheer up! You want to sing a song?" As if he had been resentful for a long time, Jin felt like he was touched by pain. He burst into tears. It seemed that the alcohol had an effect on Jin and made him express his feelings. Jin cried loudly so that his two friends were embarrassed for him. They tried to calm him down. That night, after releasing all his sadness through songs, Jin said goodbye to his two colleagues and left. The two friends also did not forget to comfort Jin, and everything would be fine. When sending two friends to the taxi, Jin also slowly walked home. His state of mind now turned terrible again. Jin and his girlfriend had been in love since they went to college together and shared a lecture hall. The two were attached for life, and they had a beautiful love that they shared with one another. However, after graduation, it seemed that things changed, with many temptations in society that made their feelings different. Jin was unable to do anything else. While he was thinking about those years, Jin almost arrived at home. Suddenly, a girl passed by him, causing him to stop. The figure was familiar. He turned his head to look. The figure looked back. Was that his girlfriend? He looked quite surprised. Jin thought that maybe his girlfriend went to his house to see him and wanted to come back with him, but because she couldn't find him at home, she returned. So just as he was about to chase the girl, turned right. Jin paused for a few seconds and then decided to go after her. He ran to the end of the alley, but it was strange that the girl went so fast. There was only in the darkness in front of the alley now. No girl. Without hesitation, Jin shouted his girlfriend's name and quickly chased after her. He was afraid of losing her again. Emotions running high, Jin tried to chase after her in the hopes of catching up and telling her how much he loved her, how much he missed her. However, strangely enough, the more Jin chased after her, the more she was nowhere to be found. He did not know where she went. He looked around and wondered, where did she go? The place was a dead end. While thinking that maybe he was blindsided due to drunkenness, Jin suddenly saw a bill in front of him. It was a large denomination bill. He paused for a moment with the idea of whether to pick it up or not. However, he didn't understand why he didn't want to pick up that bill. Something urged him to prioritize finding his girlfriend first. So he ignored the bill and went ahead. He continued looking for his girlfriend. Suddenly a loud noise was heard right behind Jin. A glass door fell from above and the glass shattered, almost falling on him. He jumped forward in a panic. When he turned his head to look, his heart skipped a beat, as he just escaped an accident in an instant. The other window glass fell right on the bill's spot. If Jin had bent down to pick it up, the window would have fallen on him. Reflexively, Jin looked up to see which house was so careless. However, he discovered that this was an old apartment complex in the process of being cleared, and no people were living there. The weirder thing appeared again. He turned pale. What the hell was going on? The fairy note that had turned into a piece of paper. It was a high denomination note just now, right? Even more terrifying, looking closely at it, Jin discovered that it had become the money of the underworld. Why was there money from the underworld here? He looked up again, this time even more worried. Where the window used to be, something or someone appeared to be looking down at him. The figure of a girl appeared more clearly. She was slowly moving. He realized it was a female ghost. Her body was covered in blood, her eyes were white, and she was looking at him with a scary expression. He was dumbfounded. This time he realized that he had encountered a ghost. He ran out of the alley as fast as possible. The following day, Jin went to inquire around and learned that just last week in this area, a girl was kidnapped by a pervert and brought to the apartment complex that was about to be cleared. The poor girl was raped and thrown down through the window. A funeral was held for her, and banknotes and bills were thrown to pay for her way to the underworld.
This story was a true story that happened in my village when I was only a 10-year-old boy. Although I was young at the time, I still remembered every detail in the story. If I was asked who was the most unhappy person in the village at that time, it would have to be Miss Nan. Nan's husband died early and her son was incompetent and useless. He was almost 30 years old, but all day he only knew how to drink, gamble and never do business. An elderly mother was 60 years old but still had to work hard to provide for her son. Her son not only didn't take care of her, but also when it came to meals and sleep, Ben still had to let his mother remind him. Every morning, Nan had to call her son until he would get out of bed. Because she had to repay Ben's, their already poor family was now even needier. A meal of porridge with dumplings was too luxurious for her mother. However, Benz could not be happy to see this meager meal. He went out despite his mother's call. The old mother always convinced him to take the right path and do good deeds, but Benz always ignored that advice. There was only one son in the family, but Miss Nant couldn't ask for anything, so she had to take care of everything, big and small. Miss Nant's health was poor, her limbs were slow, so she worked from early morning until noon in the hot sun. Everyone in the village loved her, but they couldn't help much because everyone was poor. Many people advised Miss Nan to kick her son out into the street. He needed to be independent, but anyway, for her, Benz was also the only child that she loved very much. At this time, the villager had just turned away when suddenly heard a loud noise, looked back and saw Miss Nan fainted, lying on the ground. The neighbor asked people around to carry Miss Nan home, then go to the place where they often organized gambling to find Benz. This woman rushed in and informed Miss Nan's condition, but Benz didn't care that his mother was fainting. For him, gambling was the most important thing right now. Seeing Benz's attitude, the people playing cards with him were also angry. They quickly ended the game and sent this unfilial son home. He just lost money and was taught life by everyone, so he was angry. Ben stood up, slammed the table and turned away, not forgetting to curse the other people a few sentences. When he got home, he opened the door with an angry kick, not caring at all for his mother ailing. He immediately rushed to the bed and scolded Miss Nan for embarrassing him, then turned and left. The mother used her weak breath to call and ask Benz to cook some white porridge because she was hungry, but his cold footsteps did not stop. Completely ignoring the life and death of his old mother, he went to another place to play cards. At this time it started to rain heavily. Benz looked up at the sky and swore a few words. He always thought that God was not fair to him because he was reincarnated into such a poor family. He continued to curse and immerse in the rain to the gambling area. He thought that this was the only way he could get rich quickly and forget his misfortune. By the time Benz got to the casino, there was already a muscular man waiting at the door. This man was a notorious debt collector in the village, once in prison for murder. Like many other gamblers, Benz was also involved with loan sharks. It seemed that Ben still didn't know the identity of this debt collector, so he ignored the man. The debt collector immediately blocked Benz. Just a small impact from the burly man made Benz tremble with fear. The debt collector pushed Benz out the door and warned him that if Benz didn't pay all the money, he wouldn't step foot in the casino. It seemed this debt collector had more humanity than Benz. The man also felt sorry for Benz's old mother, time and time again having to bear the debt for her children. Although Benz didn't want to go home, he didn't dare to attack. He knew that if he provoked the thug, he would only bring disaster on himself. Then he ran to another casino, but still no one let him in because everyone knew he had no money to play. By this time Benz was drenched like a rat. He was cold and hungry. Only now did he think about going home because there was no place to hold him. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Thunder and lightning flashed continuously like the sky was angry with what Benz caused. Seeing the violent thunder, he also had a bad premonition. The whole person started to shake. Benz was scared, turned around and ran home as fast as possible. But he didn't run long enough before he was struck by thunder. He felt like an electric current ran through his body. Everything seemed blurry. He screamed in pain and fell to the ground. The screams of the sky mixed with the sound of rain made the atmosphere more mournful and deadly. His entire back was badly burned due to lightning strikes. Indeed, even God could not forgive an unfilial person like him. Accidentally, 2 villagers passed by and took him to the hospital. After knowing that, no one pitied him. The people in the village thought that this was the price he had to pay for his unfilial piety. The incident that the unfilial Benz was struck by lightning spread throughout the village. Adults and children all ran to the hospital to see. At this moment he was screaming in agony because of the burn on his back, dragging his feet step by step to follow the other 2 kind people into the operating room. It seemed that God still left him a lifeline so he could correct his mistakes and take care of his old mother. This was a rather scary story that Investigation Team X encountered. Captain Lee and Inspector Leo returned to the headquarters after a long business trip. Leo was feeling hungry now and was about to ask Captain Leo to eat. But suddenly, Captain Lee's cell phone rang. After hearing a few sentences, Captain Leo's expression suddenly changed.
Hurry up! Another strange case!
Captain Lee urged Leo to hurry up back to the interrogation room. It seemed that this was an extremely bizarre and creepy case that made Captain Lee care especially. The incident happened in an apartment building in the city. Here, a group of people from the management wanted to enter a woman's house to check. They suspected the girl was doing something illegal. But the girl resolutely prevented them and said that they dared not to enter the house illegally. By this time, the police were also present.
Okay, calm down and tell me what's wrong,
the policeman intervened. The woman who managed the apartment building said that many people suspected that this girl was abusing children. This girl bought a house here about a year ago and lived alone. But what was confusing was that she bought a lot of food every day, like cooking for 3 to 4 people. Moreover, she lived a closed life and did not communicate with anyone. Since the declaration of information had not been completed, the manager had to come and urge her many times. But every time this girl didn't want to talk, so the manager kept knocking on the door in anger. It took a long time for her to open the door and look annoyed. Then the girl said that she would take a photocopy of the information and add it to the management later. After saying that, she slammed the door with a very cold attitude. Another strange thing was that that day a person was taking her grandson to play in the park when she saw this girl passing by. Suddenly, her 4-year-old grandson burst into tears when he saw this woman. The older woman felt very strange, so she comforted the little grandchild and asked him why he was crying. But she didn't expect that the little grandchild would scare her so much that she was speechless. The child said that there were many ghosts of boys on the back of the other woman. They were hugging her, looking very scary. Although the older woman could not see anything, she thought that children's eyes were pure and could see dirty things. She thought that the child could not lie,
So the people around the apartment gathered to see if there was anything shady inside this girl's house. The police almost laughed when they heard those myths and said, "You have a good intention, but you really shouldn't invade others' privacy, okay?" The policeman then turned to the girl and asked this girl to show her identification. At this point, she was really a little worried. This made the police suddenly a little suspicious. When the police wanted to see her papers, the girl thought and hesitated for a moment. Finally, she went back into the house and took her ID card and showed it to them. But he found it very strange. It turned out that the date of birth on the ID card showed that the woman was born in 1974, but the police did not believe it because the woman looked 25 years old, not a woman in her 40s. He also began to wonder if this woman was scamming to use other people's identity information to carry out illegal activities. So he wanted to go into her house to check. The woman knew that she could not prevent the police from entering the house to investigate, but she still fiercely blocked the door and made sure no one was allowed in. This made him even more suspicious, so he pushed the woman aside. The policeman entered the house and began to check each room. The woman at this point was very nervous and started shaking. When the policeman opened the bedroom door, he was shocked by the scene inside. There was no bed or table in the room, only two skinny boys sitting on the floor looking very weak. Seeing the police approaching, the two boys froze for a long time before trying to call for help.
Police! Policeman, help! Help save us, please!
The policeman immediately called their headquarters and called an ambulance. Moments later, police and paramedics arrived. The woman was arrested by the police and taken to the station. The two boys were also taken into the hospital by medical staff for treatment. When questioned by the police, the woman only admitted that she had caused minor injuries to the boys, but she was silent when asked about how she did it. All the stories of the case were told by the boy who was being treated. The boy said that the woman was very scary. It was a terrible nightmare for two 12-year-old boys. The boy said the woman was a vampire. He said that he was an orphan in an orphanage. At the age of 8, he was adopted by this beautiful aunt. This made the boy very happy. The woman looked gentle. That night, she also made a big pot of chicken for the boy and said that it nourished his body. The boy said that the chicken had many red dates in it and it tasted a bit strange, but he still ate it very well because he had never eaten so well. Meanwhile, the other woman kept looking at the boy and smiling. Then the woman carried another pot of chicken into the bedroom, saying that there was another brother in the house. However, the boy never saw his brother. At that moment, the woman suddenly looked very scary. She gave a sinister smile. That night, the woman let the boy sleep with her. At that time, the boy felt a little strange. The boy, who had never had parents, suddenly lived in a beautiful house, seeing the silhouette of a gentle mother from the woman. He felt very happy and lucky. After dinner, the boy felt sleepy and soon he fell asleep. He didn't know how long he slept. The boy suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. The pain woke him up. Suddenly, the boy was startled by what happened before his eyes. The woman used a knife to make a small cut on the boy's arm and was sticking out her long tongue to suck his blood. The boy didn't know how much blood the woman sucked to make his head dizzy. Her appearance at that time looked very strange and extremely scary. The boy withdrew his arm, clutched the wound and shivered at her. The woman wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said he was a blood slave. The woman then threw the boy into the room with the brother she had told him about earlier. It was then that the boy saw his older brother. He also was a boy about his age, but he looked very thin. From then on, the woman took a cup filled with the blood of one of the two boys every day. The woman held an electric baton every day to threaten if the two children dared to resist. That woman barely ate any other foods, only drinking a cup of their blood a day. After that, the boy was saved and the woman was quickly arrested. This case was very strange, so she would be taken by Captain Lee next. After receiving the case, Captain Lee and Inspector Leo went to the interrogation room of the police station. On the way here, Captain Lee briefly reviewed the details of the case to facilitate the interrogation of the female vampire. After being arrested, this woman confessed to the crime, but did not disclose the motive for the crime. This made the police suspect that there were many other accomplices. In the interrogation room, the girl appeared taciturn, lowering her head with a blank expression. When meeting Captain Lee and Inspector Leo, the girl remained adamantly silent. "I think you should frankly tell the truth. It will be good for you." Captain Lee began to interrogate her. She said that she pleaded guilty. In addition to the other 2 children, she also killed 3 other children, but she still refused to disclose the process and motive of the crime. Captain Lee told her that the police had collected some important evidence. They investigated her records and learned that she worked as a PhD student for a wildlife institute after graduating in 1995. She had worked there for a year and then abruptly quit without explaining why, and she completely disappeared after that. The problem lay in that research institute. Suddenly, Captain Lee mentioned the name of Dr. John. Unexpectedly, the woman was surprised to hear the name Dr. John. At the same time, she used to be arrested for stealing blood bags from the hospital. Captain Lee confidently said that all of the information had been thoroughly investigated by the police and hoped she would cooperate. Hearing this, knowing that she couldn't hide it anymore, the woman began to tell everything. She started sobbing and said that she was Dr. John's student, and not only did he become a vampire, but so did she. Previously, her real name was Lena, and she graduated with honors in pharmacy. Then she applied for a job at a foreign-funded biotechnology company. This news made Lena very excited. Her salary when practicing here was also very high. And the person who guided her at the time was Dr. John, a knowledgeable and very talented person. However, the biological experiment project that Dr. John took her to see was extremely mysterious. He let her participate in this project only, but she didn't think much of it. At this point, she followed Dr. John into the study every day. After working for several months, she was still not sure what this project was exactly. She was only assigned to record data while Dr. John drew blood from various animals every day. Gradually, she also felt the strangeness of this project because the blood research exceeded the normal pharmacology work. Once, while Lena was reviewing the data, Dr. John suddenly walked into the lab and asked what she was doing. She thought that Dr. John would get angry, but on the contrary, he was happy to say that the experiment was successful and then asked for help. This time, Dr. John took some blood samples from her and wanted to do a new experiment. Dr. John didn't explain her questions. He just said that his ultimate goal was to experiment with human blood samples.
Okay, Lena, can you help me with this?
He took out a pill from a small box and wanted Lena to take it.
Please take the pill.
Then let's see the results. He said that he wanted to see if the reaction of women's blood was different from that of men's when it reacted to drugs. Feeling that Lena was a little suspicious, Dr. John said that he would take this pill first.
Do you know how long it will take for a set of clinical trials to enter human trials?
He asked Lena. After he finished speaking, he immediately put the medicine in his mouth and swallowed it. After taking one pill, he handed the remaining pill in the small box to Lena. At that time, Lena had no way to refuse, so she reached out and took the pill. Under John's eager gaze, Lena had no choice but to use her body to test drugs like him. Lena hesitated, She did not know what would happen to herself if she took this pill into her stomach. Then Dr. John told her to keep an eye on her body for the next days to see if she had any strange symptoms, and then let him know. 3 days passed and Dr. John did not come to the research center. Lena was hanging around in the laboratory all day. But today he suddenly appeared out of nowhere, making Lena jump. Dr. John's eyes were sunken, his cheeks were thin, his appearance frightened Lena. He seemed a bit surprised when he knew that Lena's body did not react after taking the pill. He took some blood samples from her hand and examined them carefully. Seeing Dr. John's mental state at the time, Lena became a bit worried and felt that something was wrong with her. After observing for a long time, Dr. John suddenly banged the table very angrily. He didn't understand where he went wrong. After showing anger, suddenly Dr. John's body went into shock. His eyes widened suddenly and he seemed very uncomfortable in his body. He suddenly fell to his knees, vomiting a lot of blood. The scene was terrifying. The amount of blood he vomited was very large, which caused Lena to panic. She stood beside him for a long time without daring to move. After a while, Lena rushed over to help Dr. John up and said she would call an ambulance. But when he heard Lena about to call an ambulance, he immediately shouted at her. His reaction scared Lena because she had never seen Dr. John like this. Perhaps knowing that she was in a state of panic, Dr. John said he was fine. He told her by all means not to tell anyone. The next day when she entered the laboratory, Lena saw that the door was not locked. She thought that Dr. John had arrived early today. Suddenly, the scene in front of her startled her. Dr. John was holding a bag of blood and drinking it. He looked very thirsty. Hearing the sound, Dr. John quickly turned his head to look at her. His appearance was very scary. His mouth was covered with fresh blood. Dr. John was now staring at Lena with bloodshot eyes as if he had lost his eyes.
Human blood. Only human blood works. It's human blood.
Then he smiled strangely at her and said scary things. Not stopping there, he looked straight at Lena and said it would be like to test fresh human blood. So immediately he charged towards her with great ferocity. Lena then screamed and turned to run out. She was terribly scared. Then Lena's screams seemed to have brought Dr. John back to his senses. He stopped chasing her. However, Dr. John's condition was still terrifying. A pair of bloodshot eyes fixed on Lena. Suddenly he said that the experiment was successful. However, he couldn't control it. He told Lena to be careful.
It's a new step. Vampires will be back,
he said as he turned away. Even more frightening was that Lena also accidentally took that drug. Lena's whole body was shaking. She was confused if she would become like Dr. John. That was also the last time Lena saw Dr. John. But within a few days, many strange cases happened. The dead person was a young woman in a red shirt, believed to have been sucked to death. Since that case, tragedies like this have happened one after another. The victims were all girls in red. It was said that the killer targeted women who often went alone, and that murderer did not steal anything but only sucked human blood. After a few female corpses were drained of blood, the entire city was engulfed in an atmosphere of terror. It was rumored that vampires had appeared. It was said that they had seen vampires in a park near the outskirts of the city. An older man doing morning exercises saw a man holding a live rooster on the grass. His mouth was full of blood and he looked horrible. It was Dr. John. He had completely lost his mind and became a real vampire. Since then, no one had seen him again. But the legend of modern vampires had spread across the country. The research institute immediately shut down the case about Dr. John. After that, Lena also quit. Then Lena returned to her hometown to rest for a while, but did not expect the other pill to work for her. "So when did you start sucking blood?" Captain Lee looked at her with a serious expression. She said that was when she started researching Countess Dracula, as she was also affected by the drug. Countess Dracula was a powerful woman like Elizabeth Bathory. There were the demons that had sucked human blood since ancient times and used human blood to hold onto the beauty of youth. Captain Lee continued to ask Lena about her process of killing people to suck blood. And when it came to the blood-sucking process, Lena's tears welled up. She started to remember what happened. When she returned to her hometown, she stayed at home for a year. But during this time, her body also began to change. She became very bloodthirsty. Every time she saw blood, her heart burned. She desperately wanted to drink those drops of fresh blood. The bright red blood that looked so beautiful was like the most delicious delicacy in the world at this moment, tempting her. That intense bloodlust tormented her nerves every day, making her struggle a lot to suppress her thirst. It seemed that only the sensation of sucking blood into her mouth could make her feel alive. Unknowingly, she realized that she had become a vampire. Lena woke up with a start to find it was a terrible dream. A dream of being sucked into blood. That horrible dream appeared every night. Lena knew that the drug eventually had a side effect on her body, and she would also become a terrifying evil like Dr. John. That day, Lena tiredly went downstairs to eat with her mother. The strange thing was that since her body had a craving for blood, the food her mother usually cooked was like something difficult to swallow when she put it into her mouth. Every time she ate these normal meals, she felt very nauseous, had difficulty swallowing, and was always in a state of weakness. Finally, one day she couldn't take it anymore. As soon as the food entered her mouth, she felt very disgusted, so she rushed to the toilet. Lena vomited out all the food in her stomach. At that time, her mother thought that Lena might be pregnant, but thinking about it again, she couldn't be because her daughter had been in the house all the time. Lena couldn't tell her family about it, but she couldn't eat food. She knew that she could only rely on herself and could not depend on anyone else. She did her research about her condition. Unexpectedly in history, there was such a person called Elizabeth Bathory, a countess of Hungary in medieval Europe. She was called the Vampire and was an extremely scary character. At this point, Lena realized that Dr. John's so-called EB project was the English abbreviation of Countess Dracula, and the project was a secret study of human blood based on the true events. Dracula. According to the legend, the vampire Countess would use money and power to kill the handmaidens and peasant girls with the help of evil soldiers. She killed the girls because she was haunted by ancient magic. She believed that the blood of young girls would make her immortal and always young and beautiful. She took the fresh blood of the girls she had just killed as quickly as possible, drinking a large glass of blood every day. She even bathed regularly with the girls' blood, which she believed would make her skin youthful. Indeed, she was known as the first beauty of Europe. She had charmed countless young gentlemen. When she was in her 50s, there were still young knights fighting to snatch her. It was also said that the more than 600 young girls were killed, and all their bones piled up on the ground floor of a bathroom. After the Countess's death, her castle was haunted. So the Hungarian government sealed the castle to prevent people from coming near it. Lena finally understood that Dr. John was based on the events of the vampire countess, and he used the mysterious substance extracted from the blood as medicine to delay aging. But she didn't know why its side effect was turning humans into vampires. She knew she could not escape this misfortune, so she tried to suck the blood of animals in a basement to survive. At first, Because her body was very hungry, she felt very satisfied as soon as she sucked the blood of the animals. Those drops of blood were like a kind of elixir. It could make her body satisfied, even shaking with excitement. But once this sense of satisfaction passed, she felt she had truly become a complete demon, and gradually the blood of the little animals could no longer satisfy her. The human blood seemed to constantly give off an aura of seduction, seducing her. Sometimes she couldn't control her body anymore. The feeling of crazed bloodlust from within her body grew stronger and stronger. Many times she approached her mother unconsciously, wanting to bite and drink blood, almost uncontrollably. At this point, she knew that she couldn't stay at home anymore, or she would harm her mother. The desire to drink human blood caused her a lot of pain every day in the struggle between will and body. But animal blood could no longer satisfy herself. She desperately needed human blood. So she went to the city. Thanks to being a high-achieving medical student, she quickly found a job in a hospital. But her real purpose was to use her work to satisfy her desire to drink human blood. When people weren't paying attention, she would secretly go into the hospital's blood storage and steal the blood that the doctors prepared for the surgery. As she sucked human blood into her mouth, she felt such intense satisfaction that her whole body trembled again. But in the world, there was no secret action that was not exposed. After more than a year, her secret was suddenly discovered. While entering the warehouse to draw blood for surgery, a doctor accidentally saw a horrifying scene before his eyes. The doctor ran outside screaming in fear, and also, she knew that her days of drinking blood were over. She was kicked out of the hospital, and because of an internal announcement from the health system, she couldn't find work in this industry anywhere anymore. Walking on the busy street, she looked for blood everywhere. But she was a girl, unable to attack others to get blood, and she didn't dare to do it either. Just when she thought she would die like this, she suddenly found hope. She saw a child begging on the street, which caused her to come up with a terrible and evil plan. She walked up to the child and left some money for the child. Her actions made a good impression on the child. She won the child's trust and quickly brought the child home with a warm and kind smile. She took the child to a health check, bathed the child herself at home, and made nutritious food for him. But in the evening she gave the child sleeping pills, and while the child was fast asleep, she began to perform her behavior. She felt that she had truly become a demon, but she could not control her bloodlust. She used a knife to cut a line on the child's hand. This was the first time that blood had been directly drawn from a living person. This feeling was great for her, giving her an unprecedented sense of satisfaction, making her even more addicted to blood. Perhaps because of the pain, the sleeping child was startled awake. The child screamed when he saw Lena sucking his blood. The child was very strong. He pushed her to the ground and ran outside to find a way out. Lena knew that she couldn't let this child run away or her story might be exposed. So, she took a sharp knife and rushed towards the child and stabbed him in the stomach. The child fell to the ground in pain. He was almost dying. She was scared at first because she knew the consequences of murder anyway. But when she saw the blood slowly trickling out from under the child, her fear completely disappeared. In her eyes at that time, there were only pools of blood full of temptation. She stored and drank the child's blood for more than a month. During this time, every day she was very satisfied and excited. Fortunately, the child was a street child with no family, so no one cared about his disappearance. This case was never discovered. From then on, she often went looking for wandering children. She would also go to the orphanage to take the children for adoption, to force them to supply her with blood. So far, 3 boys had died in her hands. She also discovered that the blood of those teenagers could keep her young, so that she still looked like her 20s despite being in her 40s, so she couldn't stop sucking blood. Whatever the reason, you must accept the severe punishment of the law if you commit murder, Captain Lee said. After Modern Vampire Legend in 1995, another female vampire was also captured more than 20 years later. Suspect Lena sucked the blood of 9 children, of which 6 were blood slaves in her custody. The remaining 3 children were killed. Lena was sentenced to death in the first instance trial, executed that year. Boss, did the vampire that existed 20 years ago mysteriously disappear like that? How can a vampire disappear for no reason? Thought Captain Lee. To catch him, Captain Lee's team at that time sacrificed 2 people, but in the end the case fell into a deadlock. Captain Lee said that he would tell Leo about the story when he had a chance, and now both needed to eat a full meal.
That day, as the police department received an important report from an archaeological institute, they quickly arrived at the place. Mr. King, the head of the research team, together with his subordinates, were there to welcome them. Mr. King expressed his gratitude towards the investigation team led by Officer Chow. "Thank you for your arrival here, Mr. Chow." Officer Chow asked Mr. King about the mysterious disappearance of the dead body, as he demanded him to tell everything he knew about it. Mr. King said the ancient mummy they had previously found suddenly disappeared last night, 3 days before his excavation team had found an ancient tomb in the mountain. The tomb was located deep in the forest and was discovered by some hunters who immediately reported about it. To avoid damaging the objects which were buried with the tomb, Mr. King asked his subordinates to carefully remove them. As the coffin was finally carried out of the grave, Mr. King stared at it in amazement. The coffin was covered with an extremely fine paint. According to Mr. King, the paint was created way back to the Qing dynasty. Having years of experience in this field, Mr. King carefully inspected the outside of the coffin before removing its lid, as he wanted to make sure there was no toxic gases bottled up inside it.
Wow.
Everyone was in utter shock to see what was inside the coffin. It was a dead body that was still intact, dressed in a Qing dynasty costume. But the horrifying thing here was that the body had a wooden beam in the middle of its chest. One of the workers blurted out that the body was that of a living dead, while another guy claimed the corpse was of an older religious group that created the living dead. Both theories of the workers made sense to Mr. King, as he believed the coffin had something unusual in it. One of the workers also added that there must be something sinister going on with the corpse since it was pierced with a wooden beam. Mr. King felt worried as he gazed at the corpse. Part of it was because he had looked up lots of information about ancient graves before. The worker told Mr. King about the story he'd heard before that the dead would awake if one removed the wooden beam out of it. Mr. King pointed at the corpse, telling others to look at its teeth. How terrifying. There were sprouted fangs inside its mouth, which meant that it had gone to the final stage of transforming into a demon. It would be an absolute horror if the corpse awoke from the dead. It would definitely bring calamity to humanity, as those who got bitten by it would become zombies instantly. The director of the Archaeological Institute slowly approached from behind, laughing loudly as he said their theories were utter nonsense. The man didn't believe in the existence of zombies in real life. He yelled at the workers, then walked closer to the corpse.
The director then pulled out the wooden beam out of the dead body, then told the workers to bring it back to the institute so he could get it to the museum for display a week later. The excavation team brought the coffin and the corpse back to the institute afterwards. But last night, someone had broken into the place and stole the body. Mr. King accompanied Officer Chow to the room where he kept the dead body. The other officers started investigating the scene carefully. The only evidence they could find was an odd-looking handprint left on the door. Officer Chow asked Officer Ping to give him an investigation report. Officer Ping then pointed out something bizarre about the incident, as based on what they had found at the scene. It looked like the corpse had left the place on its own. Chow was surprised to hear it, as he found it too unbelievable. Indeed, there were no signs indicating an intruder breaking into the room. As they were heading back to the police station, Chow quickly went to see his boss Lu to report to him about the incident.
What did you just tell me? That the corpse had awakened from the death and left on its own?
Mr. Lu said. Lu asked Chow if he had fully investigated the scene. But Chow reaffirmed his belief to his boss that the dead body had indeed maneuvered. Later that afternoon, while Chow was analyzing the details he had about the incident, suddenly an officer came in, informing about a murder taking place, and Chow was required to arrive at the scene. Chow asked the officer what had happened. The officer told him the murder took place early this afternoon at a market located in the suburb. A woman was approached by a strange man as she turned to see him. She was terrified by the look on his face. The man looked like a psycho. His eyes were bloodshot. Mouth was wide open, revealing the fangs as he unexpectedly attacked her. The man rushed to her with a tremendous force. He bit the woman by her neck as he slowly sucked blood out of it, which looked just like a bloodthirsty monster. After killing the woman, the man continued to chase after others, causing them to frantically run away. Now, as the police had arrived on the scene, the man was seen completely transformed into a zombie. As the cops fired shots at him, he let out an aggressive growl, then collapsed on the ground. Now everyone could clearly see the sharp fangs bearing out and his red eyes. Officer Chow realized this place was near to the Archaeological Institute, which aroused his suspicions about the mysterious disappearance of the corpse inside the ancient coffin. Chow was in panic to see the scene appearing before his eyes. There were around 5 dead bodies laying on the ground. Chow ordered his subordinates to conduct an extensive investigation into the murder case while performing an autopsy on the dead bodies. The following day at the police station, a tense atmosphere prevailed in the room. Mr. Lu was furious as the situation seemingly got out of control.
God damn it! These journalists are a bunch of fools for spreading the news of zombies killing people!
The article stirred up rumors that the corpse had killed countless people, which struck terror into the people as no one dared to go outside. Mr. Lu lit a cigarette to calm himself down, then asked about the investigative process. Officer Chow told him that they were waiting for the results of the autopsy. Mr. Lu ordered Chow to go to the forensic laboratory to hurry them up, as this murder case needed to be solved as soon as possible. If the process took any longer, social chaos would be sure to break out. Officer Chow followed his boss's order. He hurriedly went to the laboratory as the results of the autopsy had also come out. Inside the lab, the forensic pathologists were working tirelessly to speed up the investigative process, thus avoiding the situation from getting worse. As soon as Officer Chow asked him about the examination results, one of the doctors said that he would be amazed by what they found. The doctor showed him documents of the autopsy results. Chow expressed sheer amazement as he inspected the files. The pathologist also added they had discovered a fact that all the dead bodies carried rabies virus in their blood cells. But the odd thing was, the virus had mutated and become much more complex, hence taking more time for the doctors to examine it thoroughly. One thing about the corpses that terrified them was that they all had bite marks left on their necks, which totally confused them. Officer Chow thanked the doctor, then said farewell to him as he brought the documents back to his superiors. A month later, as the investigation seemingly reached a dead end with no new information to be found, more victims claimed by the mysterious murderer had spread panic in the police station. Mr. Liu expressed his anger as he ordered everyone to put all efforts into solving the murder case. Meanwhile, people were advised to wear masks in order to protect themselves from the strange virus, as the press had made the situation become more serious. That afternoon, at the police station, as everyone was having a meal talking about the murder case, Officer Ping said that he had just received a report from a civilian on the sudden appearance of rabid dogs in town. Many people were bitten. The situation worsened as the dogs lived in the area with those that had rabies all ended up being infected. Chow underestimated the situation, as dogs carrying rabies wasn't something too abnormal to him. But Ping told him that the serious problem here was lots of people having been bitten by the rabid animals, which came as a surprise to Chow. Normally, dogs with rabies would die after they bit someone, but these ones were different as they still survived while becoming stronger and ferocious. Chow got up, told everyone to move to the area immediately as no delay could be tolerated. Chow and Ping skipped their lunch. They hurriedly set out to the area that was invaded with rabid dogs. The car stopped in a suburban town. There was no one spotted at the scene, which meant that they must have evacuated. Ping felt a bit of insecurity as the place was filled with utter silence. Sensing something dangerous, Chow told his teammates to be careful. No sooner had Chow gotten out of the car than he heard strange noises. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a dog came into his sight. Chow was stunned to see the thing appearing before his eyes. The dog with the bloody mouth and bloodshot eyes was growling aggressively. It was infected. By the look of the dog, Chow could tell that it wasn't carrying normal rabies. In just a blink of an eye, the dog rushed to Chow. Chow reflexively rose his arms to defend himself from the attack. Blood was splashed as the dog bit him. As Ping witnessed Chow struggling with the ferocious dog, he immediately got out of the car to assist his friend. The man pulled out his gun, intending to take down the dog if necessary. Chow quickly hit the dog with a hammer, which made it jump backwards. However, shortly after that, the dog got up. It seemed like the hammer hit didn't do any harm to it. The bloodshot eyes of the dog, together with its aggressive look, gave Ping a firm impression that it had been infected. The dog was almost like an immortal, as a hammer hit it on the head would make one faint easily, let alone get up and attack. Ping asked Chow if he should shoot at the dog. Since the situation going in this town was more dangerous than Chow thought, he suggested returning for more reinforcements. However, as soon as Ping went back into the car to start the engine, he was shocked by what he saw. "Officer Chow, you need to see this!" Ping yelled loudly. Behind them now, many other dogs slowly came out. The officers were surrounded by the scary, aggressive dogs. Now it was impossible for them to return. Chow suggested to climbing on the roof, as it was the best thing they could do under the circumstances. He pointed at a high wall and then told Ping to run towards it as soon as he gave a signal. The two of them ran headlong to the wall. From behind them, the ferocious dogs were growling angrily, chasing after them. Chow and Ping made a high jump for the wall. However, both of them froze as they witnessed a horrific scene behind the wall. There were dead bodies on the ground, while some people were seen standing in a bizarre manner. All of a sudden they turned around, looking creepy as their mouths were covered with blood and their eyes were lifeless. The creepy looking people suddenly rushed towards the two policemen. Chow and Ping was frightened. These people were just as crazy as those rabid dogs. It seemed like the whole town had been infected with the virus. In a moment of carelessness, Ping almost slipped down, but thankfully Chow was able to grab him in time. The officers were temporarily safe as they stood on the high wall. However, it was a serious dilemma for the two as they were surrounded by a pack of aggressive dogs and a group of crazy people who wanted to eat them alive. Walking along the wall, the two managed to get to the roof. Now, as they were standing on a higher spot, they realized the situation had become worse than they thought. There was nowhere else for them to escape.
The whole place was filled with infected people. They were moving like dead people but somehow behaved threateningly. Realizing the extreme danger of the strange virus, as it had caused everyone in town to turn, Officer Chow suggested finding a way to escape and call for reinforcements. Unexpectedly at that moment, the two heard someone calling them. There was a woman and a little girl waving for help. It looked like they hadn't been infected. Chow told Ping to cover him from above as he came down to save the woman and child. Without a bit of hesitation, Chow climbed down and went to save the two. The woman burst into tears as she told the officer that everyone in town had gone crazy. She and her daughter had been trapped here for 2 days. Then Chow helped the woman and her daughter climb onto the roof. The situation became extremely dangerous as noises of doors banging were growing louder. It seemed like the aggressive monsters were about to get inside. The door bar seemingly couldn't hold any longer as the monsters kept screaming and banging, which attracted more of them to the place. Officer Chow hurriedly pushed the woman upwards to the roof. All of a sudden, Ping yelled loudly. He told Chow to climb up quickly as the monsters were about to enter. Chow gazed at the door. He instantly got frightened as the door bar was about to break. In just a moment, the door was bursting open as the infected rushed towards Chow. The monsters were fast and agile. They also had long canines which made them look extremely ferocious. Realizing it was too late to keep climbing, Chow felt a surge of panic. The group of crazy people frantically attacked him. Chow instantly knocked down a guy from behind with his elbow. As he was surrounded by these ferocious madmen, he kept throwing punches at them. However, these people no longer felt pain as they stood up immediately and continued to attack Chow. Chow needed to get out of his mess quickly. As the right moment had come, he quickly jumped onto the wall. He tried his best to climb while the crazy people were underneath him, aggressively rushing towards him. One of them grabbed Chow's leg. From above, Ping was grabbing Chow as he tried his best to pull the man up. As the monster clung onto Chow's leg, he was injured as blood spilled out the moment he pulled up his leg. Chow breathed shallowly. What a narrow escape it was. These people were so strong and ferocious. Chow suggested that they needed to leave this place before it was overrun with zombies. The two policemen led the woman and her daughter to a safer shelter. They stopped at the terrace as it looked quite safe to them. Chow told everyone to stay quiet as noises could lead the zombies to them. Since it was too dangerous to get back to the car and call for help, Chow said that he had come up with his own plan. The man turned his gaze at a haystack, saying that he could use it to make a signal for help. The group waited until the sun went down, then burned the haystack in the hope that the burning object would send out signals to the police. The little girl asked her mom if the zombies would break into and find their whereabouts. Officer Chow quickly reassured her, saying the police would arrive and save the 4 of them. Chow then asked the woman what had happened to the civilians. The woman said a few days ago everyone in town suddenly acted bizarre after they ate a pig. That day, the dog of the village chief had bitten a pig to death. The pig owner demanded the village chief to pay for it as he wanted to settle the argument peacefully. The village chief agreed to the man's demand, thinking that the pig was only bitten to death by a dog and would be a waste if he dumped it. The chief decided to cook it as he gathered everyone for a feast. The people in the village were all invited to his house as they feasted on the pork. All of a sudden, they behaved oddly as they fought and killed each other. It was fortunate for the woman and her family to avoid the horrific incident as they didn't come to the gathering. Bing abruptly held out as he saw the rescue team arrived. They finally saw the signal for help and brought the whole team to save the survivors. Many police cars had arrived at the scene. The soldiers were all equipped with antivirus equipment. They used tranquilizer guns to shoot at the infected. The zombies, after being hit with the bullets, somehow returned to normal as their eyes were no longer red. The 2 policemen, the woman and the little girl were all safely rescued. Later, the police imposed a blockade around the whole town for decontamination and disinfection. Now, at the military hospital, Officer Chow had fully recovered after 2 days of treatment. All the wounds on his arms and legs had been antiseptic and bandaged. Chow expressed his gratitude as the research center had developed a cure, or else he would be infected with a strange virus. But the examiner said it was not over yet. He told Chow to follow him to the morgue as he wanted to show him something. The man removed the veil of a corpse, then told Chow to look at the bite and then the dead body. He was aghast to see the wound on it. This was the man that was first infected with the virus. However, the bite on his neck had a strange looking shape. Chow asked the doctor if the bite mark was from the missing mummy. The doctor looked at Chow, saying it was a warning sign that must not be ignored. This man had indeed been bitten by the mummy, which meant that the virus was originating from that. Inside the mouth, the canines have grown long, which served as proof that he had transformed into a vampire after being bitten. Chow told the doctor that if the process for cure development was delayed, there would be a lot of people, including him, being turned into bloodthirsty monsters. The doctor agreed with his statements. It was fortunate that they had stopped in time, or else it would be a doom to humanity. The next day at the police station, Mr. Liu once again became angry as the press still reported news about the missing of the ancient mummy. Later, he ordered the police officers to find out the mummy at all costs and burned it, as it was the only way to make things right. As Officer Chow walked out of the room, he had a feeling of worry. There must have been someone behind the mysterious disappearance of the ancient corpse, and for that reason, he couldn't make certainty of anything until he found the mummy.
House number 27 and the legend of the immortal man. Lunch is when the headquarters is at its loudest, as everyone gathers in the dining room. Boss Lu Feng and Captain Chow were also here for lunch. Everyone started chatting with each other. After stressful working hours, only after lunch, Boss Lu Feng can relax a bit. Everyone was talking happily when suddenly Captain Chow saw a policeman sitting behind him. It was Vice Captain Yin of 702 headquarters. Captain Chow and Boss Lu Feng started to talk about the recently solved case led by Vice Captain Yin. Captain Chow was angry because he was on leave at the time of the case. He couldn't accept it. It was said that it was a severe case. Boss Lu Feng suddenly laughed and teased the captain that he should be lucky that he didn't take on the case. The whole team was bewildered and didn't know why the boss said that. It was on a break, so Boss Lu Feng also told the team about the compelling case. That day was like every other day at the police station. There were hardly any severe cases, so everyone was playing cards together. Suddenly, the phone rang. Everyone also told each other that hopefully it's not the phone to report the crime. But when the policeman answered the phone, the caller's announcement from the other end startled the officer. This policeman was Yin, the vice captain of the second team, because Captain Chow was on leave. His team would be on duty that day. Seeing Yin's panicked expression, his teammates also wanted to know what was going on. Yin sighed. It was a murder case. Someone died. His face looked grave, and he told his teammates to get ready to go to the scene. At that point, the teammates still didn't know what was going on, so he asked for more details. However, Vice Captain Yin's face suddenly turned grave. He just said that there was a murder and they needed to leave immediately. The whole team started in the afternoon, but at night they had not yet arrived because the scene was a suburban house. The car drove a bit more when it was already dark, and they reached the place where someone reported a murder. That was a spacious house, and around it were also large and beautiful houses, but there was no sign of anyone. They did not know who reported the crime. Mr. Yin and his teammates held flashlights in their hands because this area had almost no streetlights. In the past, this area was a place for nobility, but many things happened, so people abandoned it. Many of these houses were even abandoned. Mr. Yin felt very curious, not knowing who reported the crime because the scene seemed so quiet, as if nothing happened in the area. He double-checked. It was house number 27, as the reporter said on the phone. Mr. Yin's teammate tried to open the main door, but it seemed to be locked. Mr. Yin said they couldn't just break in like that, and couldn't break the door and affect the surroundings. They discovered a small window located not very high up. So his comrade decided to climb inside through the small window. It was pitch black inside, so his teammate couldn't see anything. Below, Mr. Yin still reminded his teammate to be careful, and after entering, he quickly opened the main door. The policeman slowly climbed inside, but everything was too dark. Suddenly he slipped and fell to the floor. Beneath his feet was something very slippery, so he couldn't support his feet. Suddenly he realized on the floor was some very foul-smelling liquid. He quickly shined the flashlight on the hand he was leaning on the floor to see what it was. As soon as he shined the flashlight to look at it, he was amazed. There was fresh blood all over his hands at that time. Only now did he shine the light on the floor, which made him panic even more. The whole floor was smeared with blood. Blood was everywhere. Hearing the screams and the strong impact inside, Mr. Yin was also highly alarmed. At this time, Yin ordered the other policemen to break down the door immediately. They tried to kick and break the door, but the door was solid. It took more than a few minutes before they were able to break the lock and storm inside. When they got there, the four of them were surprised and a little scared. The floor was covered with fresh blood. It looked like murder just happened. The policemen were scared. With such a large amount of blood, there must have been a terrible murder here. Suddenly, Mr. Yin's teammate saw a door. There was also a lot of blood, so the team decided to go in there. Before going to the place, suddenly he saw a boy running very fast past through the door. The policeman was amazed because there was a murder here. Why were there children running around like that? He suddenly raised the gun reflexively just in case. Seeing that his comrades were on the defensive, Mr. Yin rushed to see the situation. Vice Captain Yin ordered everyone to prepare to raid the inside of the room and then slowly move towards the door. But everything inside was perfectly normal. They shined the lights around to get a closer look at the room. That was just a standard room. There was no trace of a fight or blood here. Vice Captain Yin ordered a search around the room to collect evidence. After searching for a while, Mr. Yin suddenly saw a strange picture hanging on the wall. It was a family photo of a husband and wife and their twin sons, but the expressions on their faces of the people in the picture were not happy. After looking around, there was no victim's body, so they decided to seal the scene first, and the following day it was easier to investigate. The following day at Headquarters 702, Vice Captain Yin held an emergency meeting. He let the person investigate that family and also knew the names of the family members. But the strange thing was that he did not find out who called to report the crime and where the victim's body was, so it was impossible to determine who the dead person was. That night, he was on duty as usual. The phone of crime reports rang again and again. Vice Captain Yin answered the phone. It was the same voice from yesterday. After receiving the call, Mr. Yin and a few teammates immediately returned to that house in the night. When they arrived, someone broke the seals and also opened the main door. The window didn't show any signs of breaking in, so the person didn't come in from the window. But the main door didn't show any signs of being vandalized, so how could he open it? Seeing that everything was too suspicious, Vice Captain Yin told everyone to prepare their weapons in case it was the culprit. They went inside and stayed alert because it was very dark inside, easy to ambush. The strange thing was that the blood on the floor had disappeared. Instead, there were only scratches as a fight happened. At this moment, the policeman suddenly heard a strange noise coming from behind. He immediately went back to check and saw a baby's tricycle rolling on the floor. When he turned around, it also stopped like it was looking at him. He found it odd, but Vice Captain Yin urged them to go up to the inspection floor. The team began to slowly make their way upstairs to look. The house was pitch black, but the moon was bright enough for them to walk up the stairs. As soon as they got there, the policeman in the lead suddenly panicked because the tricycle from earlier was rushing from upstairs towards them. They quickly ducked to the side so that the bike could plunge down the stairs. The bike went down very quickly and broke as someone pushed it down from above. At this point, they started to sweat because there was something scary about this house. But as policemen, they had to do their duty and went upstairs. But what was in front of them scared them even more. In front of them was a man sitting neatly on a chair against a wall. Before they would react, the man disappeared right before their eyes. They were shocked as to what was going on, and the man from earlier looked a lot like the one in the family photo. The whole team was still bewildered when downstairs they heard the sound of footsteps walking on the wooden floor. They hurriedly looked down in fear that the perpetrator would return to the scene to check. But what they saw surprised them. Downstairs was a woman with 2 children, looking very similar to people in the other picture. Before they could be calm, the woman and the 2 children turned and looked up at them, their faces covered in blood, white, blood pouring out of their eyes and mouth, looking very scary. Before they could recover, the woman and 2 children had disappeared before their eyes. Suddenly, the policeman closest to the top fell again, causing the 3 of them to fall from the top of the stairs. Vice Captain Yin and another teammate only had scratches on the skin. The policeman who walked first had suffered a severe head injury and was unconscious. Then they quickly left the house. Vice Captain Yin also took his teammate to the hospital. Fortunately, he was okay. But when asked about the incident, why did he fall down like that, the policeman was still panicking to tell. Just when everyone was still looking at the other mother and son, right behind them the strange man appeared again and reached out his hand as if to push the policeman. Because the policeman was so scared, he fell down and pulled everyone to follow him. Hearing this, Vice Captain Yin and his teammates looked at each other. They then rushed to the scene. At that time, people smashed a part of the house to search for the victim's body. As soon as Vice Captain Yin arrived, he was amazed. There were many people around, but no one could see inside except for the police. And what they had discovered on the floor made everyone in the team highly shocked. They stood still and pondered for a long time before the events in front of them. The bodies of the mother and 2 twin sons in the picture, as well as the souls they saw last night, they were soaked in a big pot and buried deeply in the ground. The strange thing was that their bodies didn't rot. They just looked like they were sleeping. So were the twins.
but the pot was a bit small. How would all three of them fit in? Vice Captain Yin ordered their bodies to be brought back for forensic investigation to determine the cause of death. They quickly brought the bodies back to the headquarters. According to the initial autopsy, someone stabbed them with a sharp knife, which resulted in their deaths. However, it was amazing how they didn't have any wounds on their bodies. It was likely they healed on their own. The forensics team then showed the Vice Captain Yin the female victim's bone X-ray image. The victim's bones had many wounds, but it was showing signs of healing. After listening to the forensics, Vice Captain Yin wondered, how did that happen? The forensic doctor said that he had also heard of a method of witchcraft that could bring the dead back to life. And the way the woman and 2 children were soaked in a large jug of water was for that purpose. Hearing this, Vice Captain Yin also started to sweat because it was his first time encountering something like this. The forensic doctor said that he would continue to investigate. If there were any more clues, he would notify Mr. Yin immediately. Then something strange happened. Yin received an urgent call to the interrogation room. There was a suspicious man who asked to confess and asked the police to protect him. But for some reason he seemed to be very cooperative with the police. He said that he couldn't live in fear anymore. Only by going to prison would he be safe. Therefore, he would tell everything. He was a thief. That day, he directed 3 more guys who decided to break into house number 27. Those 3 guys covered their faces, held knives, and burst into the house because they investigated that the house was usually only occupied by 3 people, the mother and her sons. With the mother's fierce resistance, they stabbed her to death. Then they also killed both the boys. They took away all the money and jewelry available in the house. Just as they were about to escape, a man entered the house from outside. Seeing his wife and children die tragically, the husband was furious. 3 thieves rushed in to attack, but the husband beat them up. Then the husband stole the knife and killed them all. Blood filled the floor with blood like a sea of blood. That day, because he was the last thief standing guard outside, he was lucky to escape death, but then he was always haunted by the events of that day. Vice Captain Yin asked about the husband's appearance. He described the husband's figure, and the unique feature was that there was a mole above the top of his eyebrow. Vice Captain Yin asked him if he knew where the husband was. After his comrades were killed, he let people watch and knew the husband's area, but did not dare to approach. According to the thief's instructions, the police came and searched around the area. This was a wild mountain area. After nearly a day of pursuit and scuffle, the police finally caught him. Because the husband was very dangerous, the resistance was very high, so the police carefully escorted him to the headquarters. Arriving at the police office, he was still very loose and showed no fear in front of the police, making Deputy Yin very angry. But in return, just his sinister smile and tantalizing answers. He admitted to all the murders to avenge his wife and children that day, but he seemed very happy about it. After the interrogation, the police brought him to the scene to get evidence and reconstruct the scene. On the way past the prison, the husband saw the thief who was still alive that day. The thief was scared and trembled when he looked at him. The husband just looked at him and gave him an evil smile. His eyes seemed like he wanted to eat the thief alive. Just a few minutes later, the thief did something terrible right in prison. He cut his own neck and wrists with broken bricks, bleeding to death. He died in a kneeling position,
as if he was confessing his crime and not closing his eyes. As for the husband, the police took him to the house where the murder took place. When he stood in front of the pot containing the bodies of the mother and sons, the police wanted him to reveal his motives for doing it. But in return, the husband just said it was a way for his wife and children to be revived and live by his side forever, and said the police didn't need to know too much about it. Right after that, the husband said that there was nothing left for him to stay here. He had had enough fun. With his attitude, Vice Captain Yin was also surprised. And in an instant, the handcuffs were quickly removed by the husband. In the presence of all the police, he didn't use any tools. Despite the surrounding policemen pointing their guns at him, the husband remained calm as if nothing had happened. After that, the husband just looked at Vice Captain Yin, and Mr. Yin's whole body froze and couldn't move. In the presence of all the police, the husband leisurely went upstairs. Vice Captain Yin and his teammates also chased after him and asked him to stop, but he didn't seem to care. He walked to the front of the wall and suddenly stopped. The policemen chased him, but there seemed to be an invisible wall stopping them. They couldn't believe their eyes, but it was true that there was something in front of them that couldn't go. At the same time, the husband suddenly put his hand on the wall. Suddenly, the wall turned into liquid. In an instant, he went through the wall like he was sinking into a puddle. The police couldn't give chase, so they shot at him. He disappeared into the wall, leaving only the bullet holes in the wall. After that, the policemen were able to approach Vice Captain Yin, checking the wall. It was still as sturdy as usual, and the bullets were still digging deep into it. Suddenly, the floor shook violently like an earthquake. In a split second, the police officers and Vice Captain Yin were back at the old place where the husband left the water pot with the bodies of the mother and sons. And that husband has disappeared since then. There was no way to investigate his whereabouts. Hearing Boss Lu Feng talk about this, the whole team was shocked because they couldn't believe it happened. Boss Lu Feng just smiled, left the table and said that anything was possible in this world. Captain Chow was very curious about the case, so he deliberately followed his boss to ask more about the woman's ghost and 2 children. Boss Lu Feng just sighed and said that it's impossible to revive the dead. As the ghost of the woman who called the police, maybe she wanted to stop her husband. Witchcraft always had its downside. If people could be revived, they couldn't return to normal. Boss Lu also revealed that the mysterious man also had many thrilling anecdotes. He had terrifying abilities. It was best not to investigate him. At some point, he would tell Captain Chow and the others more about him.